I know it's also early morning, but we really, really are grateful because we just really think this is such a momentous and exciting opportunity for us to roll out these principles and also what they mean for strengthening rights-respecting digital ecosystem. So again, I'm delighted to welcome you to this event. I am pleased to announce that as of last week, the donor principles have been officially endorsed by 38 member governments of the Freedom Online Coalition, some of whom you will hear today. The donor principles establish an international framework for donor accountability and cooperation on digital issues that align with donor ethical obligations to do no harm. Earlier this month, Freedom House released the annual Freedom on the Net report, a survey and analysis of internet freedom around the world. And we see that the global internet freedom has declined for 13th consecutive year in a row. The donor principles commit donor governments, including the United States, to reverse the trend. They call on the donors to safeguard international assistance from digital repression by establishing procedures to protect local partners and communities from the potential misuse of digital technologies and data. Over the past 2 decades, USAID and other donors have supported many digital initiatives around the world with, dare I say, positive outcomes. We have assisted countries to digitize their public service delivery systems, from healthcare to education to participatory budgeting. We've also supported young entrepreneurs to develop financial technology or fintech applications that have created new economic opportunities for those who have been excluded from traditional economic systems. At the same time, we have witnessed how governments have used digital data to target and threaten journalists and activists in Central America. We have seen how fintech companies have weaponized the personal data of poor people through predatory digital lending practices. We've learned how consulting firms have exploited citizens' personal data to influence their voting behavior in ways that undermine freedom of thought and expression and fundamentally weaken public trust in democratic institutions. Such examples are common and are cause for concern, but digital transformation, we know, does not have to come at the expense of digital rights. As donor governments, we can best fulfill our mandate when we put safety and security at the heart of these issues and the values of democracy, respect for human rights, and accountability really at the heart and the center of our work. Suffice to say, I'm very pleased to be here with colleagues and partners from governments, civil society, and the private sectors who have demonstrated their commitment to these values. I believe, and USAID believes, it's only through this multi-stakeholder process and multilateral collaboration that we can fulfill the promise and the intent of these principles. I certainly want to thank the Freedom Online Coalition Support Unit, who've made this event possible, and the donor principles themselves. I also thank our panelists in the room and online. Where is Yus? I don't think it's right here. Thank you. Yus from the Netherlands. USAID, of course, is very much looking forward to working with you as Netherlands takes chairmanship of the Freedom Online Coalition next year. Estonia's digital ambassador that we have here, Nile Liisk. Again, congratulations to you for hosting phenomenal Tallinn Digital Summit and Open Government Partnership last month in Tallinn. Kenya's commissioner, online, okay, good. Kenya's Commissioner for Data Protection, Immaculate Kasait. We commend you for the work that you are doing to keep Kenyans safe and look forward to partnering with you on digital governance as Kenya begins co-chairmanship of the OGP, Open Government Partnership Steering Committee. And from the FOC Advisory Network, Juan Carlos Lara, the Executive Director of Derechos Digitales, and Zach Lampel, Senior Legal Advisor from the International Center for Not-for-Profit Law. We deeply appreciate your support in drafting the donor principles, and of course, very much look forward to working with you. And of course, Michael Karimian from Microsoft, we really appreciate your company's commitment to democratic values and respect for human rights. I also want to express especially deep gratitude to our Canadian colleagues from the International Development Research Center, who have co-chaired the Freedom Online Coalition's funding coordination group with us this year and co-led the donor principles drafting and negotiating process. So huge thanks to you. The donor principles reflect the US and Canada's shared commitment for digital inclusion. With the support of the FOC Support Unit and the US Department of State, US and IDRC co-led the first ever public consultation process for the FOC deliverable, which yielded inputs and insights from civil society, academia, and the private sector and various stakeholders from around the world. As a result, the principles better address the needs and desires of the communities that we seek that they serve. And finally, I'm so pleased, and USAID at large is pleased to be here in partnership with our colleagues from the Department of State's Bureau for Democracy, Human Rights, and Labor. It goes without saying that your collaboration on everything with the Freedom Online Coalition, this principles would not be possible. So I am especially delighted to turn over to the Deputy Assistant Secretary at DRL, Allison Peters, a dear friend and colleague who's been really working hand in arm with all of us to really enable these principles to come to life. Over to you.
Thanks so much, Vera, and especially to Lisa for your tireless leadership getting these principles over the finish line. It is not ever easy negotiating anything in a multilateral, multi-stakeholder process, and we really appreciate your leadership. And also to Sydney and IDRC for your strong partnership in this effort. Thanks all for joining us. We know it's an early morning. We hope everyone is well caffeinated, but this is a really, really momentous and exciting occasion to launch these donor principles. So we're grateful that you took the time to join us this morning. The Department of State and the US government as a whole view the Freedom Online Coalition as a key, indispensable partner in our efforts to promote and protect human rights and the use of digital technologies globally. Pretty much every issue set that we have heard discussed here at IGF is a core priority of the work that we're doing with the other governments and the Freedom Online Coalition to promote human rights online. As the chair this year of the Freedom Online Coalition, the United States made a firm commitment to work within the FOC and with our partners and allies to promote and protect fundamental freedoms, counter the rise of digital authoritarianism and the misuse of digital technologies, advance norms, safeguards, and principles for artificial intelligence based on human rights, and support ongoing initiatives to promote safe online spaces for marginalized and vulnerable groups. As we heard from our Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, at the UN General Assembly, which feels like 100 years ago now, but was just a couple weeks ago, we are delivering. These principles launching today really translate these priorities into action, giving donor governments concrete guidance to hold fast to our commitment to invest in digital technologies only when it is possible to protect against their potential misuse. They reinforce the Freedom Online Coalition's shared vision to enable individual dignity and economic prosperity. Technology should be harnessed in a manner that is open, sustainable, secure, and respectable of democratic values and human rights, and these donor principles will help us take one step in that direction. They also demonstrate our shared commitment to advancing the UN's 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. As we look to harness the power of digital technologies in a rights-respecting manner to advance our shared goals, from achieving gender equality to promoting inclusive and peaceful societies. As our Secretary of State stated at the UN General Assembly, we can develop the best technologies in the world, but if we haven't determined how to govern them in partnership with those who share our values, these technologies are likely to be misused for repressive or destabilizing purposes, making our communities less peaceful, less prosperous, less secure, and unfortunately more undermining of human rights. They're also less likely to be leveraged for advancing societal progress around the globe. So again, I thank you all for joining us today. We have both an exciting panel with some key partners, and we're thrilled to be joined by the government of the Netherlands, who are turning over the chairship of the FOC to next year. But we're really thrilled to also join you in the breakout sessions to hear your thoughts on these donor principles and how we can move them forward through the FOC. So thank you again, and thank you again to Lisa and Vera for your leadership.
Thank you, Allison.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the US really for the commitment and dedication in that in getting those principles. I think that was an important process and decisive one. So, but you already made the transition actually to a first speaker in the panel from the Netherlands, and I'll turn over to you, Gus. Yes, Van Zolt, who is Senior Policy Officer at the Human Rights and Political Legal Affairs in the Netherlands. And as you take over the chairship in 2024, it'll be interesting to hear from you the intention to implement the donor principles in that chairship in 2024. Over to you.
Thank you, Sydney. First of all, thank you, USAID, and thank you, IDRC, for really bringing something new to the table here at the FOC. I think it's great that you were able to create these principles, not only tying all these different important topics that we've been hearing the last few days about, really like connecting the unconnected, but tying that into the rights agendas that we have been discussing in our little side sessions the last few days. And I think it's an important bridge, not only indeed in getting the development goals, getting to the development goals or reaching the development goals, but also tying, I mean, it will be an important step for us, at least from a policy side also to get where we need to be in order to have fruitful discussions with reaching to the GDC and the WSIS plus 20. So I think it's a great important step, not only from a digitalization perspective or an aid perspective, but also really connecting it to the more human rights related discussions that we are having as well. And also thank you for setting a really high bar that will be very difficult to reach in forms of having an open multi-stakeholder process. I mean, you've done an excellent job in that, and I really want to congratulate you. I rather had it that you would do it after our chairship, because it will be so challenging to work to that high standard. But it's a great inspiration for us, and we'll really try to continue that line of work as well next year. I mean, under the guidance of the USAID and IDRC, of course in partnership with the US State Department, you really set up these important donor principles that encompass the basic conditions for human rights-centered digital development programming. But however, at least for us, this would only be the beginning. I mean, turning these principles into locally driven action that truly serves the target communities that we support within the context of our very diverse coalition, that is really the big task that still lies ahead of us. During our upcoming chairship, the Netherlands therefore wants to see how we can adapt these principles into even more concrete tools that can be used by our community to practice and integrate them into the activities that we support. And this can only be done through cooperation between our members, in close cooperation with our local and implementing partners whose needs and challenges are central to any solution. We will therefore also ask all of our members, or all of the Freedom Online member states, to share also their best practices, either as a donor or a recipient. I mean, given the multi-regional build-up of our coalition, this would be a great chance to see it from both sides. And also, as the Netherlands, these principles will be key, and it will be a great way in connecting the development work and tying it to tie the agenda that we have on digitalization, and tying it indeed to connect connectivity, security, and good governance, because we see it sometimes that we have these high-level discussions at the OEWG, that are very difficult, and we see that it's a certain set of countries that are very active in that, and we need to reach out and make sure that those the last third of the world that's unconnected will be able to connect, but then also have the cybersecurity tools to keep that structure secure, and then of course have a good human rights set of principles to govern that structure, as Alison really much more detailed pointed out. Thank you for that. I think I will leave it at this. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Hughes, and I have no doubt that you will be able to even exceed the work that we have done this year in your FOC chairship next year. So we look forward to partnering with you. No pressure. So now I'm very pleased to introduce Nele Leosk, the Digital Ambassador at Large from Estonia. Nele, over to you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. And I'm glad to be here in this very, very early hour. And I'm glad to see also so many other, so many other people here. But actually last month we celebrated a little birthday in our Ministry of Foreign Affairs, because 25 years passed since Estonia became a donor. From a recipient side to a donor, so we have this both experiences, and perhaps I will just complement these principles by some practical, I would say, takeaways from our 25 years, out of which I would say 15 digital has been a priority. And I know that we have been discussing here over the past days and also today quite a bit of everything that can go wrong with technology. And in a way, I believe it's also an increasingly trendy to talk about. It's of course very timely and very much needed conversation, but it seems to me that we are also at the same time forgetting about everything that technology can bring. And in this sense, Estonia, I believe, is a good reminder that technology actually can be used to build democracy. Technology can be used to enhance economy, to rebuild trust, to build openness, transparency, and Estonia has all done this, and this has, I believe, also been the reason for interest in our experience, because it's not about digitalization, it's not to become the world leader in digital services. It's really about democratizing your state and the opportunities it gives. So for us, digitalization and these principles that we're also talking about here have actually been horizontally integrated in different programs. And not only, I would say, our development or economic policy or trade policies, but currently also in our tech diplomacy. So these principles that we are talking about here somehow need to be implemented, because just talking about the principles will also not get us very very far. And actually digitalization through development cooperation has been one of these very practical ways how we build a democratic state. And there were some examples here in these principles, for example data governance and management. So it is clear that in order to introduce a data governance or management system, for example, in Estonia, we have this famous system called X-Road. It's our interoperability layer that allows to exchange data. In order for this to work, you need to create also an ecosystem and a supporting legal framework and policies. You must have access to Information Act, you must have the open standards and so forth and so forth. So this in a way creates this I would say democratic ecosystem. But one other aspect, and we were discussing about it yesterday evening in also over the party, is actually that often we forget that it's the development is not about us. And in order to really reach these principles, it is actually about also the receiving side. So we really need to put the emphasis in building the capacity of the others to the level of us and even beyond. And we have a very good example, a practical example from long cooperation with Ukraine, for example. Over the past 14 years, we have been working closely in supporting Ukraine to build their democratic system. And we can see now that in many areas, they may also exceed all of us in this room. So it's really about the other side and not that much of us in this journey. I believe my time is almost finished, but I wanted to bring maybe just quickly 3 main priorities for us that are also horizontal issues, and actually one of them is a gender divide, which is also integrated in all our policies and action plans, and is also the priority for tech diplomacy and in a way my own work. The other is the working with private sector. Our development agency is only 2 years old, so it has been mainly through the partnership with private companies and other organizations that we carry out our policies. And the third is actually about openness, and that also translates to technological openness. So we support open source in our development cooperation, not to get anybody hooked, and have also more control and transparency over these processes. So this is maybe very shortly about how we have approached it.
Thank you very much, Ambassador, and thanks for a great reminder of the democratic potential and also the importance of building capacity. But you were starting by saying that it's really early. I'm afraid that for our next speaker, who is based in Kenya, it's very late. But it's even more my pleasure to introduce and to welcome Immaculate Kasai, the Data Protection Commissioner from Kenya. So, Commissioner, over to you.
Thank you. I hope you can hear me. You can hear
perfectly.
Me? All right. It's very early. It's actually 3 a.m. in Kenya. So thank you, Ambassador, and my fellow panelists, and the USA and Netherlands for the opportunity to participate in this panel. I'll try as much as possible to summarize. I think it's a very exciting moment to be discussing key principles for donors in terms of in this era of digital, in the era of digital era, when we are discussing governance. And I liked what was spoken earlier, that if we could quickly be evolving into digitization, and we're not talking about governance, this could lead to misuse and destabilize many economies. Of course, from a data protection perspective, we are often seen as the people who hold back development and interfere with innovations, because we are put there to actually then ask questions in as far as data protection is concerned. As an office, just a quick one, this office has been there for 3 years now. It was established in 2020, but the act came into force in 2019. And really our role is to regulate the processing of personal data based on certain principles, which I would say are very common across all data protection authorities. Ours is to make sure that when we talk about the right to privacy, it's actually not just a right we speak about, it's a right that is actually implemented by the Kenyan government. That makes sure that the social justice orientation of the society. On top of that, as an institution, we have been mandated to establish the legal and institutional framework, provide the rights of the data subject. Some of the key issues that we've been able to achieve in this short time, of course, is guidance notes as an office. We are members. We are members of 3 international bodies. We will be hosting the Network for Data Protection Authorities in the coming year. We have established a register of the data protection controllers, and we have a strategic plan. What I'd like to just speak about is we have had 2,761 complaints and have actually enforced almost 6 penalty notices. The recent one, which was like a week ago, was to do with people using personal photos of children and also using people's photos in social places, and also unsolicited information. That unsolicited messages. And that comes to the point that many times in the process of marketing, many controllers are not paying attention to that this is personal information and we must be held to account. Of course, as an office, there are challenges, and I'm happy we have this conversation. We are finding ourselves in a situation where we don't have adequate laws in some cases, where in the context of when we developed the Data Protection Act, it came up to we did not anticipate to have multinationals which have not registered in Kenya. Of course, being a new office, resources are never adequate, and of course, advancement in technology, we are seeing AI as one of the issues. But coming now to the highlighting as far as the issues around the donor principles for human rights, what does this mean for us when we say we need to commit to doing no harm in the digital age while enhancing technology and also ensuring that we're increasing donors' accountability? I see several areas horizontally for areas of collaboration. On the some of the areas of collaboration, when we say donor support and country being aligned in terms of their legal framework, I see the need for support in as far as reviewing of current legal framework and regulatory framework. And for those countries that don't have existing data protection framework, they need to actually then help them so that we're not leaving other countries behind in as far as data governance is concerned. Sharing expertise, some countries are ahead. I think it would be important to collaborate and come up with some of the guidance notes, guidance in as far as this is concerned. They need to, there's also need to leverage on the government agenda on technology. In our case, as a country, we are digitalizing over 5,000, we have digitalized over 5,000 government services, and there's need for leveraging what others have done, sharing best practices. Of course, in terms of collaboration with private sector, we see an opportunity there to facilitate partnership with private sector and recipient countries to encourage right-based respect. And I would say I would see this also more of the data protection by default and by design. Capacity building is another area for collaboration and technical support in training programs. Of course, when it comes to fostering coordination, I see joint advocacy effort as one of the things that we can also do. Support on the growth of rights, respect, and technology as a principle. I see one of the areas of collaboration is facilitating training initiative, advocating for professional codes of ethics, and of course, facilitating exchange of information. When it comes to prioritizing of digital security, they need to provide for resources and of course capacity building. I think I don't take too much of the time. I want to thank you once again for the opportunity, and I really welcome the conversation around the principles, and it being launched here is a really big milestone for donor countries, for partners, and especially in this era of technology where we are now being held to account and holding other people to account, so that it's not just development, it's not just technology for the sake of it, it's technology that adheres to human rights. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Kasait, for those remarks. I think you provided a really nice bridge for us to start thinking about implementation by offering some concrete ideas of how we could partner with other countries around the world, not only donor countries, but all countries around the world. So really appreciate that and appreciate your remarks and the work that you do. So I wanted to now turn it over to Juan Carlos Lara, who is the Executive Director of Derechos Digitales and who has played an instrumental role in the drafting process for these principles. Juan Carlos.
Thank you, Lisa. Good morning, everyone, and good morning, evening, afternoon to people attending online. I wish to first introduce myself. I am a member of an organization that works on digital rights in the global majority, specifically in Latin America. And for us, it's very important to interact with governments and with donor governments, especially considering the role that they have in funding much of the work that organizations like mine do in the global majority. And that depends on the support that we can obtain from different funders. In that regard, it's also heartening to hear so much about having countries be accountable, or having put principles that will lead to action, and other types of language that represents an intention to bring all the good intentions that countries often present into concrete steps, into concrete things. And the donor principles in that regard are a product of an interaction, of an exchange of ideas and views that in many ways represented what our priorities are for civil society in the global majority. Understanding as well that we need the support not just to conduct work that we like, but also to create change and to promote social justice and to generate conditions for a responsible development that is respectful of human rights and that is centered around the people. I wish to, before I close my remarks, I wish to recognize those efforts and at the same time recognize the fact that whether we see this as a fruitful fruitful thing is going to be shown by the implementation process. As much as we would like to recognize this as the beginning of something very inspiring, we also need to see how this translates into action. And to the question about the opportunities that this presents for advocacy for organizations like mine, it's also very positive to see that the principles recognize the need for coordination with stakeholders and the need to admit also participation of different people, participation of different stakeholders, and recognition of human rights in issues such as technological development. So I think that one of the most important things that we can see here is that when we put the idea of the priorities of states into action, that we need for advocacy organizations is that those priorities should come from the advocacy organizations and should come from the ground of the people that are doing this work. And that donor governments, donor institutions need to recognize that that's where the knowledge comes from what is needed on the ground. And that the position of certain officials, it's better informed when they have that type of interaction and when they can foster collaboration between different stakeholders in order to promote human rights. So thank you.
Thanks very much, Juan Carlos, and we cannot agree more on the importance of localized knowledge and evidence at IDRC for sure. And I'll turn to Zach Lambell, the Senior Legal Advisor for the International Center for Nonprofit Law, who is online, and I hope, yes?
Yes, thank you, Sydney. Can you hear me okay?
Perfectly.
Great. Well, thank you all so very much. My apologies that I could not be with you all in person in Kyoto, but I know and trust you all having a great time. Before I begin my very brief remarks, I wanted to quickly introduce myself. I'm Zach Lampell, Senior Legal Advisor with the International Center for Not-for-Profit Law, where I lead our global digital rights programming and where we work in over 100 countries to ensure that the legal framework supports civil society and promotes and protects the freedoms of expression, association, assembly, and the right to privacy. I want to also thank the whole Freedom Online Coalition, the support unit, and the member states, and especially the US government, USAID, and the US State Department for their leadership in developing these principles, as well as Sydney and his team with IDRC, the co-authors and co-leaders of the principles. I'd also like to thank the Funding Coordination Group, the rest of the drafting committee, and finally, everyone who provided feedback, comments, and suggestions, especially all of those from civil society organizations in the global majority. I'd like to now briefly present 3 ways in which civil society can use the donor principles for advocacy. First, internationally. I would encourage all civil society organizations to collaborate with donor governments as those donor governments develop their strategic priorities and institutionalize their processes to shape their foreign assistance. Like Juan Carlos was saying, let them know what you're seeing on the ground. Let these donor governments know what has worked, what concerns you have, and most importantly, articulate what gaps there are in domestic legislation. And finally, utilize existing processes like the UPR to obtain firm commitments from your governments to improve the legal framework. So that's internationally. Domestically, work with donor governments to encourage and facilitate real, meaningful, multi-stakeholder, open public processes for drafting legislation. Be sure to reference all of the international legal obligations and frameworks on which these principles are based. And work with both your governments and the donor community to ensure that these principles and international human rights standards are being upheld in the legal framework. Finally, technically, and this is one of the principles, but work to push for inclusion into standard-setting bodies. If you or your organization or your partners do not have the knowledge base to effectively engage with these standard-setting bodies, reach out to the international community, donor governments, international NGOs, so you can develop and build your knowledge base, so that way you can impact the work of these technical bodies. Work to ensure that human rights protections are built into the infrastructure of the internet. Work with private companies to help create products, services, and design systems that place human rights at the forefront. So again, internationally, domestically, and technically, there are ways for civil society to use these principles to advocate for an improved legal framework, improved product and services, and an improved internet infrastructure, all of which we believe will lead to the change and support, promotion, and protection of democratic principles that we all seek. Thank you again so much, and I look forward to rolling out these principles and working with all of you then. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much, Zach, and you've probably given us the kind of the structure for implementation internationally, domestically, and technically. So thanks so much. Let me turn to Michael Karimian, Director for Digital Diplomacy, Asia and the Pacific from Microsoft, to also provide a private sector perspective on the donor principles.
Thank you very much, Sydney. And indeed, a private sector perspective, not necessarily the whole of private sector. But thank you to FOC, USAID, and IDRC for the opportunity to join today's discussion. It's very nice to follow on from Zach. Zach and I did some work together a few years ago. I have a lot of respect for him and his organization. I work on Microsoft's digital diplomacy team, which seeks to advance responsible state and non-state behavior in cyberspace, grounded in international law and norms, including the international human rights regime. I previously worked on Microsoft's human rights team, which seeks to uphold Microsoft's corporate responsibility to respect human rights, grounded in the United Nations Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights. And it's great to see the UNGPs accurately integrated throughout the principles here. Indeed, as Sydney mentioned, I'll offer a quick reflection on current application of the principles and some of the ways to move forward where there's perhaps some gaps in application. So look in particular at Principle 3, within that there's reference to donor government should also emphasize the need for industry to remain accountable to address critical feedback from civil society and human rights defenders. I think firstly that requires that donors are very specific in either encouraging or even mandating that companies uphold the second pillar of the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights, mainly by having a human rights policy in place, signed off at the most senior level, publicly available and implemented by accountable teams and with the right degree of transparency. And that of course should include a commitment to respect the work of human rights defenders. Additionally, that also requires both states and companies to uphold the third pillar of the United Nations Guiding Principles, which is access to remedy. And you do that through grievance mechanisms, both judicial grievance mechanisms and non-judicial grievance mechanisms. So that's a mix of mechanisms coming from the state, from law enforcement and from regulatory bodies, as well as the more informal non-judicial grievance mechanisms which can be implemented by companies, civil society or other actors. And again, companies should be expected to respect and participate in such processes and not to hinder them. There is an important recognition in the principles around the fact that transnational private sector companies often have weak direct connections to local civil society stakeholders. This is a huge challenge. This is where platforms such as the IGF come into play, as well as regional IGFs and local IGFs. I would also call out organizations which have tremendous civil society networks around the world, such as Access Now. And Brett Solomon is pleased to see Brett is in the room. Access Now is an incredible organization who has a tremendous network, which has certainly helped Microsoft be better at having those direct connections with civil society organizations in global majority countries. Additionally, in the principles, there's a reference that donors can and should hold private sector partners accountable. This absolutely goes back to the fact that donors, I think, should have a high expectation that companies should be undertaking human rights due diligence so that the actual inclusive, sustainable, and rights-respecting business investments are being made. And human rights due diligence requires that companies are undertaking ongoing practices which are transparent. They must include stakeholders, including civil society, to assess and address actual and potential human rights impacts. Quickly turn into Principle 7, support the growth of rights-respecting technology workforce. Within there's reference to donors should encourage these products to be built in alignment with respect for human rights and democratic values by upholding, or supporting, I should say, inclusive human rights by design processes. I would actually take that down a step further and make sure that there's a focus on so-called salient human rights, so the human rights that are most at risk by business activities. And that's generally understood to be the human rights risks where there's the highest degree of scale, scope, and remediability challenges posed by those business practices. And for most technology companies, that means privacy by design, accessibility by design, and increasingly responsible AI by design. And that requires having policies in place, accountable teams in place, and again, the right degree of transparency. Lastly, there's mention in Principle 7 around a professional code of ethics for individuals, organizations, and institutions. This is a challenge. Many have looked at this before. So, for example, can you have software engineers having a code of conducts that are taught in university courses? The challenge there is those university degrees, especially at the highest level universities, students have very little scope for optional courses. The mandatory courses are already very full, and so it's hard to add anything into that curriculum. But actually, you don't need to let perfect be the enemy of the good. There are lots of interim steps. So donors should make sure that companies have the right standards of business conduct in place and making sure that there is the right degree of training for staff throughout the company so that they understand what are their responsibilities, they understand the structures that are in place to seek additional guidance if they need to. They should also have access to additional training if they want to have it. And most importantly, they should know where to go to within the company for additional expertise on these subject matters. I'll stop there and very much look forward to the breakout sessions.
Thank you so much, Michael, and what a rich set of remarks for us to think about when we start the implementation conversation in a minute. Thanks so much for that. So before we move into the second portion of our event, we will hear from, last but not least, Shannon Green, who Shannon Green, who is the assistant to the administrator for the Bureau for Democracy, Human Rights, and Governance at USAID, and she will be joining us, as you can see, via video. Thank you.
Hello. I am delighted to join you to celebrate the launch of the Donor Principles for Human Rights in the Digital Age, and I commend the 38 member governments of the Freedom Online Coalition who have endorsed these principles and supported their development. These principles provide an important blueprint to protect and uphold the rights of individuals in our digital world. They commit donor governments, including my own agency, to hold ourselves accountable for the role we play in shaping the global digital ecosystem. The principles encourage donors to examine our own internal structures and processes and introduce safeguards for all programs. These safeguards will help ensure are equitably distributed. They will also promote safer and more secure environments for partners and local communities. Donors have much to learn from our partners around the world in government, civil society, and the private sector. You heard earlier from Commissioner Kasait, who has been leading Kenya's Office of Data Protection. These authorities are the safeguards that protect us from the darker aspects of the digital age. It is more important than ever that donors partner with them in their critical mission to better protect the public and increase transparency. USAID is also energized by the Open Government Partnership, or OGP's, recent announcement of digital governance as a priority issue. This will strengthen the transparency of public oversight of artificial intelligence and data processing systems. We have seen remarkable progress under OGP commitments, and in this spirit, on behalf of USAID, I am pleased to issue a call to action for other donor governments to join USAID in making concrete commitments aligned with the donor principles. Internally, donors can make commitments to integrate human rights impact assessments into their program design and evaluation processes. They can also allocate dedicated funding to support partners and local communities' digital security. Externally, donors can better support partner countries to develop and implement strong legal and regulatory frameworks, or equip oversight bodies to better protect the public and hold powerful actors accountable. Civil society and tech companies, large and small, should consider how they can most effectively use the principles to encourage responsible donor behavior. For more information, please visit the Freedom Online Coalition's website. We look forward to hearing what concrete actions donors commit to at the Third Summit for Democracy in the Republic of Korea, where the United States government plans to launch its own efforts. The Donor Principles for Human Rights in the Digital Age help contribute to a digital future that respects rights, promotes democracy, and ensures that the benefits of technology are shared by all. Let us act with determination and vision to fulfill its promise.
Thank you, Shannon. And with that, we will conclude the official launch of the Donor Principles for Human Rights in the Digital Age. And we will now move into breakout groups. So I'm going to invite Zora, who is over there in the corner, to facilitate the process of getting all of you into breakout groups. There won't be too much movement. And then maybe I'll also just say, if you have not signed in via the sign-up sheet, the sign-in sheet that is going around, we will also send it around again, and then we'll leave it on the table right next to the entrance and exit so that we can continue to keep in touch around implementation of the donor principles after this event. Zora.
Hello, can you hear me? Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us. As Lisa said, we will be going ahead with our breakout groups. So what we're going to do is we're going to be breaking out in 5 groups, so 4 groups here physically, and then everyone who's joining us online will have their own breakout group and their own moderator. So I would like to ask everyone who's in the room just to move to the 4 different corners of the room. I think make it out of your own choice. I'm not going to be separating you, so just direct yourself to one of the corners. I will be going around, and we have about 4 questions, which you can see now on the screen. Maybe I'll just give over to Lisa just to explain maybe the questions in a bit. But one final thing for me is that we'll have about 15 minutes for the breakout groups, after which we'll come back into plenary just to quickly discuss what has been discussed in the breakout groups. We have our own facilitators who will be taking your contributions, after which we will be taking them and summarizing them and making sure that we will use that towards the next steps following the launch of donor principles. And I think that's it for me.
Hey, thanks, Zora. So just to provide a little bit of structure, as you heard many of our panelists note, there is sort of an internal component to the donor principles, and there's an external component. So on the one hand, we're thinking about what can donor governments do internally in terms of their own processes and structures to uphold the donor principles. And then also we're thinking about what can donors support externally and programmatically in order to uphold the donor principles. So we've structured each of the questions around that internal and external component. We're going to run this kind of like a speed dating situation. So each group will have a few minutes to focus on each question, and then the group will remain the same, and we'll just move to focus on a different question every few minutes. Zora will announce a loud buzz or something to indicate. And so you'll get to have a sort of cohesive conversation across the entire period of the breakout group. You can stay with your group and pick up on conversations that you had as the questions move along. And I think that is it. Anything? Okay, and to our online group, we will do our very best to incorporate you in the discussion afterwards, and so don't think we're forgetting about you. We value that you are there as well. So let's break out into groups, and if everyone can kind of migrate to the corner that you're closest to, would appreciate that.
hello, everyone. If I can just ask you to move to the next question. Thank you. Hello again. Just asking everyone if they can move to the next question, if they haven't already. Thank you. may I ask everyone just to move to the last question? We have the last 4 minutes. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I just wanted to say that we are at time. And if I might just ask everyone to go back to their seats so we can come back to plenary. Thank you.
Everyone can stay in the same chairs if you're in the room, or and just turn them, or you can get up and move back. But we do need to move back to plenary at this point, and we'll continue the conversation. We won't just be reporting out. Okay, so we're going to have a continued discussion. So we won't be reporting out necessarily from groups, but we'll invite any of you to raise your hands either in the room or raise your hands online if you want to make a comment. And we'll just start with one of the questions around implementation internally in donor governments that Eleni, who don't know where Eleni, oh, I think she went to the bathroom. So Eleni from GNI asked a question about what it would look like in donor governments like for USAID or IDRC to implement these processes. And then somebody else whose name I'm forgetting, but feel free to chime in, asked a question around not burdening those who are receiving funding, such as implementing partners, grantees, from having to do extra work themselves in order to implement these principles. So just invite anybody to maybe give thoughts on that. I'm sure this has come up in multiple groups. So we'll just turn the floor over to anyone who has any ideas around that or want to expand on that idea of implementing the principles internally without burdening grantees and implementing partners with additional labor. We can start with IDRC, maybe Sydney. Or if you want to repeat what it was, Ruhia, that you said in the session.
I mean, first of all, I can't speak for all of the programming that happens at IDRC, but I think for those of us who work in technology, we already take these things into consideration a lot. And I think what I would want to try to do is socialize this across our research, my colleagues, and begin to talk to them about, for instance, providing more digital security and digital resilience as a portion of a budget, and to work with grantees who are, for instance, if it's a health application and there's what are the data governance practices? Because not everyone's on the same page with these issues, right? I mean, they're thinking of different human rights outcomes around access to health or, access to clean water. So how can we begin that conversation with an IDRC? Would you agree?
Anyone want to add to that or have a follow-on question? Quinn. And please just introduce yourself when you come on mic.
Is this on? Yes, thanks. Yes, I'm Quinn McHugh, the Executive Director for Article 19. We work on implementing a freedom of expression approach and human rights-based approach to bridge technology and policy and human rights actors. Just wanted to echo what she was saying. One of the things that we see quite frequently when we are submitting grant proposals for Article 19 and in negotiations with donor governments is we will put in a line for safety and security, and it is one of the most frequently questioned lines we have in our proposal. People are like, what's this for? Can this be only to demonstrate the safety and security for specific actors in this program and not for the organizations themselves to build robust digital security and resilience practices, which are about keeping our partners safe as well. And so that's just something to echo a little bit. I think it'd be really useful in terms of the implementation if there was maybe a broader understanding of the importance of these kinds of lines in the proposals that we're submitting. And maybe this is something that can be echoed from kind of yourselves down to your colleagues, that maybe having a bit broader understanding of digital security and resilience and how that programming should be incorporated into some of the work with grantees. So it's not just, again, specific to, is someone being given an emergency training or something like that? It would be very helpful.
That's really useful, thank you. Are there specific actors, this can be directed to you or anybody else, that we should bring to the table, or existing networks that we can leverage or bring in as partners in order to socialize these very issues to others across all of our respective development agencies who may not have the knowledge of what digital security might look like in a solicitation process and who should actually be involved and who should be protected?
Well, I mean, we work on this. I mean, Access Now, pretty much every organization that's going to be here in civil society can provide something. But in terms of donors themselves, the Ford Foundation is actually really good at building the idea of capacity building into the grants that they give as well. I'm sure there's other funders here, but that's just one I'm very familiar with. Like, they have a very open dialogue-based approach and more expansive in terms of looking at issues of security, not just from technical things, but like economic, social, cultural elements of digital security and safety as well. Looking at the more kind of a holistic approach to it. So I would suggest if you're looking for another kind of donor to speak to on some of their practices, they've been very good.
Thank you. What about, oh, go ahead, Daniela.
Yeah, Daniela from GPD. Just wanted to echo that came up in our group around being more creative in terms of reaching more groups and going beyond the usual suspects and reach communities that are usually marginalized. And that goes back to the very clear point that was made earlier about that bottom-up approach. But also we discussed how these principles can be leveraged not just with donor governments, but also increasing collaboration with private foundations. So that came up as well. So yeah, just echoing that and supporting that point.
Thank you. Are there specific fora where maybe these ideas are not socialized as much? So thinking about other major development conferences or like even the G20 process or other spaces where we might want to work on socializing these ideas so that our colleagues who work on digital health or digital economy can start to learn more about how they can facilitate more digital security. Go ahead.
Thank you. Apologies for my voice. It's Silvia Cadena, APNIC Foundation. I just wanted to say that there are so many events and principles and processes that small and medium and large organizations are supposed to figure out by themselves, that it would be very useful to have, when you talk about mechanisms and tools for implementation, it would be really good to have like really practical things that allow organizations to see, okay, where do I align, where this align with my strategy. It's not about, it feels a lot like, you know, chasing the strategy of others instead of seeing how that is helping the strategy of each organization to actually deliver. And maybe that in our case, we can support, I don't know, or do proper follow-ups of 3 or 4 of these principles, but not necessarily all. Same with the ROM-X indicators, or, and you start looking and it's like, okay, which one do I choose? What do I do? And I'm doing, and you, all the time you feel you're doing wrong because you're not following everything. So figuring out this, I really like the fact that you mentioned the principles of digital development, tiny little thing at the end. Having things like that to say, for this principle, these other things are important, then you start feeling like you are connected and you're contributing, and even encouraging people from, you know, a bottom-up approach to be able to participate in this process will be really, really good.
I'm David Sullivan with the Digital Trust and Safety Partnership. One thing that occurs to me, so principles are invaluable for building consensus, but that process of building consensus, you wind up with a fair amount of passive voice. and then the concern, of course, becomes that in that passive voice, responsibilities get driven down to implementers and their partners. And I was sort of thinking that you could almost have an accompanying tool for donor agencies to take the principles and then just add like specifics in terms of who is responsible for each of these things, going from, you know, the actors to the events and opportunities and items or whatnot. And that could be particular to each government. And then you could sort of ensure, okay, we're not going to, you know, take these responsibilities for human rights due diligence and add that on, you know, as on top of other things that the implementer has to do that gets pushed down to local partners in the field, but that's something that gets built in at the strategy level within the agency with the right people involved. So just a thought in terms of how this could be operationalized in a way that you go from that sort of vague consensus to clarity about who does what.
Thanks, that's very helpful. And I will say the idea for the call for action of donor governments is to allow individual governments to be able to think about within their own internal legal structures and processes and strategies what commitments they might be able to make that are concrete, that are kind of bringing the principles down a level to concrete commitments and actions. And one of the things that we talked about in the drafting process was the potential for building out toolkits as part of the next year implementation under the Freedom Online Coalition. And so curious if anyone talked about that or has ideas around what kind of toolkit might be helpful. You know, there was a suggestion for different pieces of guidance that was more concrete, that speaks to specific tools for different stakeholders, like maybe civil society for advocacy, or diplomats or development actors who are doing the work out in the field. So any ideas? Did anyone have those kinds of conversations? Online as well, feel free. Zora, is anyone from online wanting to participate? Okay. Go ahead, Brett. It's not working.
Hello, hi. Brett Solomon from Access Now. Thanks a lot for the principles and for the donors who have worked on it, and for civil society as well. I just wanted to your point, and I think also to David's as well, it's just, if these principles serve as a tool to focus donors' minds on how to get more money out the door and into the hands of the beneficiaries, then I think that's a real plus. If what actually happens is that they become a bureaucratic roadblock to the delivery of money, then that's a backfire. And I think in terms of the toolkits and the processes and the briefings and all of that, like the starting point should be, and I'm speaking from the perspective of civil society, is, or from my perspective as a civil society member, is that civil society is currently so under-resourced and so under attack and so on the front line, particularly organisations in the global majority. And so whatever we can do to leverage these principles to facilitate the transfer of funds from those who have it to those who need it, then the better. And I would think that should be the starting point of any of the briefings or the processes for implementation.
It's very helpful, thank you. Anyone else want to speak to that? Go ahead, Quinn.
I'm sorry, I'm speaking too much, but taking off of what Brett just said, there's something that all of us in civil society, particularly working on digital rights and these issues, are acutely aware of, which is the big hanging question over all of us, particularly in global majority countries, of what is going to happen with open society foundations. There's very strong indications they will be pulling away from funding a large number of the organizations they have supported in the past. And so the question is, what is going to be the response of the donor community if they think it's very important to have these organizations at the local, national level in the global majority countries be strong? What is going to be the response from, as Brett was saying, those who have lots of funding? I mean, statutory donors typically provide larger grants, but it's often harder to get them to smaller ones. And while these donor principles don't necessarily talk about that in terms of that issue, I do think, because this is a forum for donors here, I just thought it was useful maybe to reflect that there is a huge amount of uncertainty in the community because Open Society has funded at the human rights level so many organizations broadly and at a small level, but was very useful for sustaining and securing. And with that question, there is, as Brett was saying, there's a huge amount of uncertainty in the field about how are we going to sustain the momentum that we've had. And so in these donor conversations, it'd be very useful to think about that level of how do we sustain and build the networks that are there when the funding environment is so uncertain at present. That's all.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Changing landscape for sure. So I wanted to bring it back to the question that Daniela raised about private sector. See, are there any private sector partners who maybe could comment on how private sector organizations who do have even more money than donors do, oftentimes, could potentially partner with donors on digital security or any of the other issues raised in other principles. Invite those online or in the room. Michael, I don't want to put you on the spot, but if there are no other private sector partners who want to speak, I will, because I know you are one.
Thank you. Not appreciated. So I think this your question speaks to a broader challenge, frankly, which is that in low and middle income countries, as they undergo digital transformation, that expands the cybersecurity threat landscape. And so there absolutely needs to be more effort, as some are already doing. For example, the GFCE, the ITU is looking at this as well, among others, Microsoft too, the government of Sweden. How do we mainstream digital security, cybersecurity into the digital development arena? And as we start to now look at the post-2030 agenda, we need to be much more acutely aware of that than when the 2030 agenda was created in the first place, where digital transformation was undervalued as a means for achieving the SDGs. It's kind of a conversation that's happening now, which is a bit too late. And so how do we think about cybersecurity in the post-2030 agenda is absolutely a critical component of that conversation, which is starting now. The GDC process must be part of that, whatever happens with the new agenda for peace as well. But yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's much bigger than just what we're looking at in these principles today, I think.
Well, that raises a good point about some of the other fora through which these conversations, and particularly the human rights and democracy affirming kind of perspective, could join forces with some of the more traditional cybersecurity conversations that have been occurring in the ITU and GFCE, et cetera. And so would love to hear if anyone is engaged in those processes currently, if there are any concrete recommendations for next steps for trying to engage in those spaces and networks that have thus far not been connected that well, at least from the space where I sit in the DRG, Democracy, Human Rights and Governance Bureau at USAID. And I know from talking to other donors as well that the democracy and human rights issues on the technology side have been siloed oftentimes from many of these other technology conversations that are happening at the global level. So any insights from anyone in the room, or Michael, feel free to also respond. Or anyone online as well.
May I?
Yes, please.
Yes, I don't know where to start. Thank you for being one of the participants in this launch. But all that I want to say, my name is Honorable Ratile from Botswana. It's around 3:05 in the morning. All what I want to say here is when you are talking about the civil society, indeed, the civil society can play a critical role. But at the same time, we have to try to understand some few things, because in most of the country, you will realize that there's no a strong civil society in place. But the digital digital human rights violation are in place. So how are we going to try to protect those people who are living in those countries? Very strong civil social who can try to protect the interests of the ordinary people or the community. But at the same time, the donors cannot reach that because they have not registered a society in the respective country. But at the same, keep on telling them that no, I will decide, because I'm a member of parliament, I keep on telling them no, once the violation of the human rights take place on the issue of digital, I will take the government to court. But at the same time, I don't have enough financial muscle to protect the interests of the ordinary people before the court of law, simply because of the financial muscle. Now I want to pose a question. How are we going to assist those type of the countries that are not really vibrant in the issue, in the line of the civil society? Thank you.
So I think if I'm understanding right, the question was in spaces where civil society doesn't have that kind of leverage with the government or doesn't have the resources, how it is that we can support them in order to hold governments accountable when human rights are being violated. If you wanted to put something in the chat, we couldn't hear. Some of the audio was breaking up. I think that's an excellent question, and I think that's something that donors can heed the call on to support civil society, and these principles certainly provide a foundation for doing that on these critical human rights issues in particular. So thank you for that. I will right now turn it over to Sydney to close out the session, and he will introduce the last speaker.
Yes, time flies when we're having fun. And so we're a bit late, but I'll introduce maybe Adrian Di Giovanni, our team leader on democratic and inclusive governance at IDRC, and he'll be providing some closing remarks. And he's online from Ottawa. Adrian, over to you.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Perfect.
Okay, so I'll just dive in, and it's really just to say a few words of thank you. It's bedtime here, so I managed to join in for the plenary discussion right now, and I have a flavor for the richness of your discussion. So really, to our distinguished guests and panelists, ladies and gentlemen, it's an immense pleasure for me to join you from Ottawa, Canada. We're on the unceded, unsurrendered territories of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe people. We just passed our third annual National Truth and Reconciliation Day in Canada. So we always recognize the traditional custodians of the territories we're on. And it's a wonderful event, the launching of donor principles on human rights in the digital age. And really, we're really delighted to have been part of this effort. And the principles couldn't arrive at a more critical time. I don't have to talk to a group of experts like yourself about the fast pace and ever accelerating pace of change with technology, and how it can be a double-edged sword. And we always grapple in our work, do we talk about things as an opportunity or as a challenge? And we see it both, and especially for democratic values and human rights for the most marginalized and vulnerable communities in the majority world. And digital technologies, yes, powerful tools for information sharing, self-expression, and organization, but they can also be used to deny or diminish people's human rights. And again, I think within the room, it's probably come up quite a bit, a lot of the threats. And we've seen how digital technologies can play a key role in the decline or backsliding of democratic processes. And this, Vera, from what I understand, and I read her opening remarks, mentioned how most often where you see stresses online in the digital space, it reflects a broader decline in human rights and freedoms across the world. And we see that work. We're the Democratic Inclusive Governance team at IDRC. We see both the online stresses on the ground and actually how they may feed one another. It's something we actively try to think about and understand. And so that's why at the International Development Research Center here in Canada, we're a funder and a champion of research for sustainable inclusive development. And we've been supporting work to improve evidence and understanding of all these critical phenomena like information disorder, technology facilitated gender-based violence, and the online shrinking of civic space. For more on that, see Rahia in the room there. She's definitely a resident expert. And really for us at IDRC, we focus on the experiences of populations and communities across the global majority. We have also aimed at strengthening the capacity of research institutions and civil society organizations to build global self-knowledge networks and to better enable cross-learning and scaling of policy solutions. And so a couple of examples are the Feminist Internet Research Network and the Data for Development Network. And so many of the discussions just now definitely ring true about trying to reach local organizations, actors, flowing our funding directly. We're nimble enough, we often get to do it. And it's really where colleagues like Sydney and Rahia find great joy in the work. We also see the power. And for us, this is part of our contributions to a localization agenda. And on technology, we definitely see the gaps and opportunities, especially in terms of ensuring that strategies are tailored to context and even in non-European language, where from what I understand, most of the action can be when it comes to some of the distortions we see for democratic governance. So just to say collectively as donors, we have a responsibility to ensure that the actions and investments made in digital initiatives do not contribute to an erosion of human rights protections and democratic institutions, processes, and norms. So in other words, to echo the introductory remark, donors must do no harm. And that's something, because we're a research funder, we take seriously do no harm across every single project we fund. And so it's not an impediment to funding. Just to echo a comment earlier, it's actually something we take very seriously, and it's becoming harder to understand how to ensure we do no harm with many of the threats out there to democracy around the world. And this is why the donor principles are such an important step. They provide both a safeguarding and accountability framework to ensure an alignment between investments in digital innovation initiatives and commitments to human rights and democratic values. So I'll also emphasize the importance of inputs from government, civil society, and private sector throughout the consultation and drafting process of these principles. IGRZ, we're kind of a public institution. We're close to civil society. We engage with a variety of actors. And so these kind of multi-stakeholder settings we really see as key. And I want to take this opportunity to thank all colleagues who have taken the time to provide feedback and really to improve the principles and to arrive at the version that you see now. And of course, the adoption of the principles is just the start. And that's why together with US colleagues, we have wanted this launch to be not just about presenting and discussing the principles, but already to begin to dive into the critical question of so what, or now what, and what next, especially through the breakout groups you've had. And, you know, I've had the pleasure to just really hear your debriefing now. And so this idea, again, it reflects our mix of what we think is needed for effective change going forward. So as you've all just done in this session, you've started to address the issues around what the principles actually might mean in practice, what kind of internal and external change is required, how to go about implementation, who do we need to engage with, and how can we measure progress once it is made. This is vital into translating the principles into action and impact. And I have to say the large majority of the work that we support on human rights is about the implementation gap. Can have many great principles and frameworks and constitutions around the world. It's really then ensuring that they get implemented in the spirit of human dignity, as was mentioned in the opening remarks. So if you do have further input to provide, we really encourage you to share any comments or suggestions you have after this launch, including through the dedicated email address colleagues from the FOC have created. I imagine someone in the room can point you to it, but it's donorprinciples@freedomonlinecoalition.com. And so let me just conclude by thanking again all of the panelists and the presenters who came before. I believe that they have already been thanked. And also really to end on a note of gratitude to our US colleagues who've shown incredible dedication and commitment throughout the development, consultation, and negotiations of the donor principles. It's with a debt of gratitude that I'll end and blame Sydney if I've gone over time.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Adrian, and thank you to everyone for the lunch, and thank you very much, Lisa.
It's fine. Keep it cozy.
So they already kind of shown up in the video. Yeah, this meeting is supposed to start. Yeah.
Well, I think we're ready to begin.
Okay.
Can we have our speakers on Zoom on the screen? Perfect.
Can everyone turn their cameras, please?
Yeah, we see you now.
Okay, here's Daniel. Okay, so good morning, everyone, and welcome to our session on cybersecurity regulation in the age of AI. I'm Daria Tafrir, currently a legal advisor at the Israel National Cyber Directorate, leading legal aspects of AI, cloud computing, and international law. Unfortunately, due to the current situation in Israel, my colleagues and I were unable to attend the session on site. So our colleague, Dr. Weiner, who is already there, offered his help in moderating on site. So Asaf, let's start and then get back to me.
Yeah, great. So my name is Dr. Asaf Wiener. I'm from the Israel Internet Association, which is the CCTLD manager of the IL, the Israel National TLD. And also we are the Israeli chapter of Internet Society, promoting digital inclusion, education, and cybersecurity for citizens in Israel. Among other things, working on digital gaps and other initiative for the public. So I'm not originally part of this panel, so I won't take too much time to present myself. But I invite everyone who will have any questions or want more details about our activities at Internet Society IL to approach me after the session, and I'll be happy to introduce myself and our work. And now let's go back to the original participants of this panel.
Thank you. So let me ask you, let's start by introducing yourselves. Let's start with Dr. Al-Dushi.
Hello, good morning, everyone. It gives me a great honor and pleasure to share the stage with the great panelists and with everyone here today morning. It's 5 a.m. in Dubai now. So my name is Bushra Al-Boushi. I'm the head of research and innovation in Dubai Electronic Security Center. I'm also the Director General Senior Consultant in the center. So basically, it's the center that sets the rules, regulations, standards, and also monitor the cybersecurity posture here in the city of Dubai. I'm also the founder of Dubai Cyber Innovation Park, which is an innovation arm for Dubai Electronic Security Center. I'm the official UAE member in the World Economic Forum Global Future Council in Cybersecurity. I'm also a member of many advisory boards nationally and internationally.
Thank you. Mr. Zarouk? Mr. Zarouk? Okay, so Mr. Hanja is there?
Yes. My name is Hiroshi Honjo. I think I'm only the one based in Tokyo, Japan. But I just come back from Germany, so I still got jet lag. So I'm the Chief Information Security Officer for a Japanese-based IT company called NTT Data. with the employee of the 230,000 globally. Japan is only a small part of the employees, so we have more business in more than 52 countries, except for Japan. So as a private company, we kind of running so many generative AI projects to our clients. So it's a very hot topic. Pleasure to talk with you. Thank you.
Ms. Galia Daor.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Galia Daor. I'm a policy advisor in the OECD's Digital Economy Policy Division in the Directorate of Science, Technology, and Innovation. Our division covers sort of the breadth of digital issues, including artificial intelligence, including digital security, but also measurement aspects, privacy, data governance, and many other issues. But for today, we'll be focusing on AI and digital security. So I'll stop here, and I look forward to the discussion.
Thank you. Mr. Lomanic?
Morning, everyone. I'm Daniel Löwenich. I'm the AI and Data Standards Officer at German Federal Office of Information Security. And I'm very much concerned on AI cybersecurity standards. Let me just stress that I appreciate to share the stage with you, and congratulations to a great event up to now. Thank you very much.
Yes, everyone, I think we can hear you now. So if you could present yourself.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Abraham Zarouk. I'm the SVP Technology of the INCD, the Israel National Cyber Directorate. I manage the technology division, so I'm responsible for day-to-day operation, such as project implementation, IT operation, and providing support for national defense activities. I am also responsible for preparing the INCD for the future by creating R&D activities, promoting innovation, establishing national lab, and building national level solution. I have 8 kids, and they always ask a lot of questions, so I'm already know how ChatGPT feels. Thank you.
One will be about the current state of affairs. And the second one will deal with, is there more to be done in the domestic and international levels? So let's get into it. Now, we are all familiar with the Cybersecurity Regulation Toolkit, breach of information, mandatory requirements for a critical infrastructure, risk assessments, info sharing, etc. And the question is whether this current toolkit is sufficient to deal with threats to AI systems or to the data used for it. Now, our goal in this session is getting some insights of what governments can do better and where they shouldn't be at all. So now please note that when we talk about regulation, we mean not only regulations, but also government, we mean it broadly, also government guidelines, incentives, and other such measures. for everyone's benefit and so that we can be on the same page, let me turn to Mr. Zarouk and ask you, can you please map out for us, from what you learned, the different cybersecurity risks and vulnerabilities related to AI? Mr. Zarouk?
Again, you hear me now?
Yes, now we can hear you.
Thank you. The INCD focuses on three main domains when addressing AI. The first domain is protecting AI. AI-based models are increasingly being deployed in production in many critical systems across many sectors, but those systems are designed without security in mind and are vulnerable to attacks. Since the average AI engineer is not a security expert, and the cybersecurity experts are not domain experts in AI, we need to find a way to establish and improve AI resiliency. INCD approaches this issue from several angles. One is examining weaknesses in AI algorithms, infrastructure, datasets, and more. This is done as an ongoing task. The INCD promotes R&D projects for testing AI models. Unlike ASM, attack surface management, in the IT world, in the AI world, a tailored approach is needed from each algorithm. INCD focuses on common libraries, model, and dedicated attacks. Another angle is building a robust risk model for AI. We attempt to define metrics and the models to measure risk in AI algorithms as a mean to measure and test the robustness of AI as we do with another IT domain. A third angle is the National Lab for AI Resilience. INCD has established a national lab which develops an online and offline platform for self-assessment of machine learning models. Based on risk model we develop. The National AI Lab is collaboration between the academic world, the government, and the technology giant. INCD collaborated with the Cyber Center at Ben-Gurion University, which is a leader in research, and with Google, which brings cloud knowledge in cyber protection and AI. A second significant domain is using AI for defense. Today, most tools and products use from of AI, some more and some less. If you don't have a logo AI insight on your product and you don't say AI 3 times a minute, no one will buy it. We understand the power of AI and what it can offer. And as an ongoing effort, we make sure our infrastructure and products support the latest AI-powered technology. INCD, much like many other nations, is promoting innovation and the use of AI-powered technology. This is since we don't want to be behind when it comes to the technology. Our role as a regulator is mainly not to interfere, but to see where we can assist the market in order is promote implementation and the use of advanced technology. We use a variety of tools and capabilities to support our day-to-day operations. This include tools to help researchers in their system, cyber investigation, various automation to assist in analysis and response for incident as a part of our collaboration with Google in the Cyber Shield project. A smart chatbot for our National Cyber Call Center 119, it's a reversed 911, to provide better service to citizens, collect relevant contextual information, provide more focused responses, and support additional languages. A new tool under development aims to help investigate network traffic pickup in an easier, faster, and more human way. AI helps us scale and takes care for routine tasks. So in the time of war, AI allows us to direct manpower to critical tasks. We use AI to assistance and mediation between the human and the machine. Last domain, but not the least, and maybe the most complex subject, which is currently in design, is the defense against AI-enhanced, AI-based attacker. We see an increase in the use of various AI tools among the attackers. And we understand that in the future, we will see machines carrying out sophisticated attacks. We are currently in the process of designing a way to approach this threat scenario, which will probably be built from several components working together. In the future, we will see attacks and defense fully managed by AI, and the smarter, stronger, and faster player will win. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zaruk. Dr. Al-Blushi, I'm going to turn to you now. Based on your vast experience in your past and your current work in promoting innovation and shaping policy at both domestic and global levels, what do you make of AI risks? How do you frame it from a cybersecurity regulation perspective?
So I think in a city like Dubai, we are always at the forefront of technological and transformation revolution. Our role as cybersecurity regulator is to enable those critical national infrastructure to use the new technologies, but use it with the right controls around cybersecurity, and it shouldn't be perfect from the first place. So it's gradual, incremental cybersecurity rules, regulations that we work together with the business developers just to make sure that the business objectives are being met and also security is being considered. So I will divide what I'm going to speak about into three main points. So the first one is the AI model security themselves versus the security of the consumers of those AI models. So when it comes to the AI security models and the developers of those models, so the rules, the controls, the standards, and the policies are totally different when I'm speaking about the consumers of those AI models. For me, when I'm talking about the AI security itself, the AI model itself, AI at the end of the day is like any other software that we were using in the past. But what makes it different is the risk that it might generate, the way it has been deployed, how it is being implemented. So, for example, an AI model that is deployed in an IoT bulb shouldn't have the same security controls like an AI model that is deployed in a connected vehicles, where any risk or any issue in that AI model might impact the human lives. So at the end of the day, it's where that AI model is being deployed, how it is being used, and why it is being used that makes it different than any other software development tools that we get used to develop in the past. This is how AI model itself became different than the normal software development. Then the second point is the security of the AI consumers. So those people, those government entities, the consumers of the AI themselves. I think in our scenario, in our case, we are more worried about the consumers than the producers, because we have main players, as we can all see. We have very main players, specifically when it comes to generative AI, that are attracting lots of attention or lots of customers to use them. So when it comes to the AI consumers themselves, I think we need to consider many elements. So how that AI will be used, where it will be used, will it be used in a critical national infrastructure? And what about the data privacy of the data that is being used over there? And then also why I'm using that AI model. So I can categorize it as the previous speaker was saying. So I can categorize it into three main areas. How we are using AI today. We might use it to protect as cybersecurity professionals, using it in the new defensive methodologies that we are using, or it can be used by the malicious actors to harm, or the third category, it can be used by normal users, or it can be used by government entities. And in that case, we will be worried about the data privacy of the data being processed in the AI model. So when it comes to the policies and regulations, so I talked about AI security itself, the consumers, and the last point is the policies, standards, and regulations that we need to put around the AI models. I think there has been lots of efforts globally and internationally, having OECD AI principles, NIST AI security standard, and then the great bunch of policies that were issued recently in June by EU. I think we are creating progress towards that, having, let's say, standards or having specific policies around the security of the AI. But as I said, at the end of the day, it's like the previous software models that were being developed in the past. So if we will think about it, how we should deal with the AI when it comes to the policies and regulatory point of view, I think we need to develop, first of all, the basic best practices and principles, like any normal software development lifecycle, secure by design, supply chain security. So those basic principles should always be there. And then develop one layer on top, and that layer can be specific to the AI itself, how AI should be developed, should be maintained, should be trusted, should be, so another layer which is specific to AI. And the third layer that can be added, as I said, at the end of the day, it depends where I'm going to use it. So it's a sector-specific layer, so we can add banking layer controls, transportation layer controls, medicine layer controls. So this is the third layer where we need to work with the business owners or the business sectors themselves in order to make sure that the third layer also contains enough controls that will enable them to use it in the safe manner. I strongly believe that risk-based approach is the best approach, where we should all consider, because having too much controls will limit the usage of the AI, and having too loose controls also will take us into other security issues. In our case, for example, we developed an AI security ethics and guidelines back into 2018 that can still be applicable to generative AI. We are also developing an AI sandboxing mechanism for government entities to test, to try, to implement AI solutions that they would like to implement at the city level. And also we have clear guidelines about data privacy. So as we are saying that most of the AI models now are hosted in the cloud, so we have a clear model how information can be dealt in the cloud, and that will include AI models that are hosted in the cloud environments. So I don't think we should reinvent the wheel. We should develop on the basis of the things that has been there for a long time now.
Thank you, Dr. Alushi. You've raised some very important points. I'll turn now to Mr. Anjo. Mr. Anjo, you're representing the private sector. So from your organization's point of view, how are you currently dealing with AI risks and cybersecurity?
Yes, so pretty much close to what Dr. Belushi said. So as a private company, we kind of state the AI governance guidelines within company, and that include the privacy and ethics and technology, everything. So basically, what we do for generative AI as a company, basically we do everything for client asks. So many client ask for the, let's say, application development, for instance. So what we say automatic code generations using generative AI. That's obviously include a lot of problems, include IP, intellectual property issues that if you learn the, the code from whatever source, it may be including the commercial code or non-open source code. So that's privacy protections. Well, intellectual property protection is the very important things for company as well. So, and also the frameworks include OECD or NIST AI frameworks that helps the defining risks for what the AI project is. So that went pretty much well for the define the risks within the AI project. The thing is, although we kind of state the risks within project, it's all come up with what's the purpose of projects? Was it important infrastructure? Was it the banking transactions, or is this the more like the what's on the display is a transcript? So it really depends on the what are risks there. So the older projects are not really the same. As a more about privacy issues. So a lot of the large language models in market is learning data from somewhere, and you have to learn a lot of big data. It's not small data. It's a huge data, and the question is, where is that data resides, and who owns the data? It's basically it's more like the cross-border data transfer issues that, what's the data source, what's the use of the data. That's basically, it's more like the international transfer. So question is, which laws of regulations will be applied to that data? So that's a bit of cloud issues, same as the cloud issues. So it's not easy resolutions for that. So basically, we have to deal with all the data along the generative AI. So that's basically a lot of privacy or protections or anything about the cybersecurity. What around cybersecurity also apply to the generative AI. So basically, when you talk about this AI and security or AI guidelines or whatever you state within private company, it really depends on the includes the data privacy. When you get the data compromised, the data source compromised, or the result of the data was compromised, or any breaches happened within the large language model that has been attacked a couple of times. So that's really the our kind of lessons learned. The cybersecurity also applies to the not all, but part of the generative AI the projects. So as a private company, it's not the single company with country level. We just need to deal with the lot of multinational, multi-country level projects that have to deal with the all data, privacy issues, and also the need to protect the models or data where that resides in. So it's pretty risk models, risk-based management. So it's all about money, but basically due to the multinational projects, that's not easy resolutions. But we kind of, with the guidelines and some of the lessons, things we kind of apply to cybersecurity things into the generative AI, that kind of resolving some of the issues residing the generative AI projects. So, but as I said, we have to deal with the lot of the different countries. So that's our challenges right now. So not technology itself, it's more like cross-border, multinational, different regulations. That's the really challenges for private company. I think I stop here.
Thank you. That was very interesting. Ms. Daur, I will turn to you now. The OECD was the first, if I'm not mistaken, to publish clear principles for dealing with AI risks. Could you share with us the OECD's policy from today's point of view, with an emphasis on the robustness principle, and maybe a word on where we are heading?
Sure, thank you. So indeed, in 2019, the OECD was the first intergovernmental organization to adopt principles for artificial intelligence. These principles sort of seek to describe what trustworthy AI is, and they have 5 values-based principles, and that apply to all AI actors, and they have 5 recommendations for policymakers specifically. And so within these principles, like you said, we have a principle that focuses on robustness, security, and safety, which sort of provides that AI systems should be robust, secure, and safe throughout their life cycle, which I think is a particularly meaningful aspect. And the principles also note that systematic risk management approach to each phase of the AI system lifecycle on a continuous basis is needed. So I think it gives sort of the beginning of an indication of how we can apply a risk management approach in the context of AI. So these principles have now been adopted by 46 countries and also serve the basis for the G20 AI principles. And since their adoption in 2019, we've worked on providing tools and guidance for organizations and countries to implement them. And so we sort of took a set of 3 different types of actions. So one focuses on the evidence base. So we developed an online interactive platform that brings, called the OECD.ai Policy Observatory, that has a database of national AI policies and strategies from over 70 countries, and also data and metrics and trends on AI investment, AI jobs and skills, AI research publications, and a lot of other information. We also work on gathering the expertise, so we have a very comprehensive network of AI experts, now with over 400 experts from a variety of countries and disciplines that help us take this work forward. And we also develop tools for implementation. So we have a catalog of tools for trustworthy AIs, or I should say, we don't develop the tools, but we compiled them. So we have this catalog that sort of different organizations and countries can submit the tools that they have, and when we process that, and anybody can access and see what is out there that can be used. And in that context is where also our increasing focus on risk management and risk assessment in AI. And we already last year, we published a framework for the classification of AI systems, and others have noted that the risk is very context-based. So the system is not in the abstract. We don't know what risk it may pose. It depends how we use it, who uses it, with what data. So this classification framework is really there to help us identify the specific risks in the specific context. And we will soon publish a mapping of sort of different frameworks for risk assessment of AI and what they have in common, and sort of the guidepost, the top level guidepost that we see for risk assessment and management in AI. So that's sort of the main focus is AI here, but I do want to say a word about the OECD's work on digital security, which is our term for cybersecurity in the economic and social context. So we have an OECD framework for digital security that looks at 4 different aspects. So it has a sort of the foundational level, which is the principles for digital security risk management, general principles and operational principles for how to do risk management in the digital security context. It also has a strategic level, so how you take these principles as a country and use them to develop your national digital security strategy. We have a market level of sort of how we can work on sort of misaligned incentives in the market, including sort of information gaps, and to make sure that both products and services are secure, and also that in particular, and others have mentioned that AI is now increasingly used in the context of critical infrastructure and critical activities. So we have a recommendation on the digital security of critical activities. And the last level is a technical level where we focus on vulnerability treatment, and including sort of protections for vulnerability researchers and good practices for vulnerability disclosure. And I think so that this leads, and maybe I'll stop here, but I think that the others have said about the intersection between AI and digital security, which is really the heart of today's conversation. And we sort of see that, like the first intervention by Mr. Zaruk said, so we see that we need to focus both on the digital security of AI systems. So what do we need to do to make sure that AI systems are secure? So in particular, sort of looking at vulnerabilities in the area of the data that is used, so data poisoning and how that can affect the outcomes of an AI system. But we also need to think about how AI systems may themselves be used either to attack. So generative AI is maybe somewhat of a game changer in this aspect too. So we know, for example, that generative AI can be used to produce very credible content that can then be used at scale in phishing attacks, for example. And also, there's less work that we have not yet done, but sort of how AI systems can be used to enhance digital security. So I'll say just one word on that we have at the OECD, we have the Global Forum on Digital Security, which is for Prosperity, which is an annual event where we bring different stakeholders from a very large range of countries to talk about the sort of hot topics in digital security. And the event that we did earlier this year, jointly with Japan, focused exactly on sort of the link between digital security and technologies, and with AI obviously being one of the key focus. And that was exactly one of the themes of our discussion there. So I'll stop here, but thank you.
Thank you, Galia. I can share with you that Israel has adopted the OECD principles into its guideline papers on AI. At the moment, the guidelines are non-legally binding, and the current demand is for sectoral regulators to examine the existing need for a specific regulation in their field. But I imagine we will be soon looking into the AI Act as well. So now I'll turn to Mr. Lovenich. Could you share with us Germany's policy regarding cybersecurity and AI? How, in your opinion, will AI Act affect Germany's policy and regulation? How will you implement it into your law system?
Yeah, it's a very difficult question.
Challenging.
Since AI Act is, as you know, it's brand new, but indeed, we in Germany are very much concerned with the European perspective of AI. And just let me stress the fact that especially on the EU level, the union and the standardization organizations like Senelec, JTC, Twin One, as you know, do a great job on that. They very much focus on the 10 issues addressed in the AI Act standardization request. And we in Germany are very much looking forward to implement procedures and infrastructures based on our conformity assessment and especially certification infrastructures to implement the technical basics for conformity assessment of these standards. But first of all, let me stress the fact that if we say AI risks are special risks to cybersecurity, then we always have in mind the technical system risks, like, for instance, a vehicle. And we address especially for embedded AI in such a technical system, we address all these risks based on our experiences with engineering and analysis of these technical systems. Or in case of a distributed IT system with the whole supply chain in the background, we have special AI components or modules as, for instance, cloud-based services that play a key role for the whole supply chain. So we address the risks in terms of the whole supply chain of this application. And it's very important to be aware that when we in Germany consider AI risks, we have to concentrate on these AI modules within that complex systems. And we do that just by mapping down these application or sectoral-based risks, which may be regulated, of course, by standards, down to technical requirements for the AI modules that are building. And of course, we have a lot of stakeholders being responsible and being competent to address these risks. And they are responsible for implementing the special AI countermeasures, technical countermeasures within their modules during the whole life cycles, as we heard from the speakers already. And this is where we do concentrate, especially in Germany, but in the EU. The overall issue is to build a uniform AI evaluation and conformity assessment framework, independently of who's responsible to implement the countermeasures effectively working than for the cybersecurity risks. And this is a European approach. It is number one key political issue in the German AI standardization roadmap. So if you ask me what we do next, yes, on the basis of existing cybersecurity conformity assessment infrastructure, like attestation, second party or third party evaluation, certification, and so on, we try to address these special AI risks as an extension to the existing frameworks, implementing the EU AI Act standardization requests. Does that answer your question, basically?
Thank you. Thank you so much. And well, you actually brought me directly to the second round of our session, which is what's missing and what we can do better. And as some of you mentioned already, one of our major concerns as government is the protection of safety and safety of critical infrastructures. And as a result, chain supplies, and recently we are also looking into SMEs. So I have two questions, if you could address it shortly. One is, what should governments be doing in the regulatory space to improve cybersecurity of AI systems? And when we talk about regulation, I think we need to address two subjects. One, we need to consider the risks of over-regulation. And we also need to think, is AI dynamic? Maybe it's too dynamic for regulation. And the second question is, how much of the challenges should be addressed within international forums, including maybe binding treaties? So if you could address these questions and maybe an idea or an advice for the future, if you have one, then I'll be glad to hear that. So I think we'll keep the same order. So we'll start with Dr. Al-Blushi, and we go on.
Yeah, I think I will take it from the international perspective. So as we can see today in the current landscape of many AI acts being developed and being issued by different countries, and it's totally fragmented. And it's very difficult for both providers and consumers to adopt at the end of the day. So assume that I'm providing those services or AI models in 100 countries and I'm having 100 acts. To which one should I comply with? Shouldn't we harmonize, or shouldn't we come at least with the minimum requirements for conformity assessment or for compliance that will make it much easier for the producers to comply? And at the end of the day, will give also the consumers that confidence that this AI tool is being internationally recognized by multiple countries. So that fragmentation, as I said, it makes it really difficult for both consumers and providers to comply with. The international collaboration and the harmonization of AI standardization, the compliance to the requirements, it will address those challenges. And actually, this was one of the papers that we published last year with the World Economic Forum, calling for a harmonized international certification scheme for different things. AI was not part of it, but at least it addressed the idea how the harmonization should be done, what are the minimum requirements. I'm not saying that it's the full certification that the country should rely on, but at least it's the minimum requirement certification or the minimum requirements conformity assessment. That will make it easier for the providers to comply with, and will make also our role as regulator much more, let's say, less than having different standards, different requirements, different, let's say, acts in different countries. This is in a nutshell. I think harmonization of international requirements is very important in order to move forward with the different AI acts that we have today.
Thank you. Mr. Rangjao?
Yeah. Dr. Barushi said almost what I want to say, but basically, as a private company, we want to need international harmonizations for all the regulations. On this keynote speech of IDF, our Japanese Prime Minister Kishida said there will be AI regulations guidelines be in G7 countries. It's okay, but that's not enough. So there are more countries. So we need at least minimum requirements, minimum harmonization to run the business across that multinational countries. So I'm kind of looking forward for that. But what I don't like to happen is what happened to the data protections, GDPR. Some countries have very strong regulations. Other countries have very soft law, and that's as a private company that costs a lot. So I hope all the things harmonized within AI. So I stop here.
Thank you. Ms. Daur?
Thank you. Yeah, so I think we've heard a lot about the fragmentation issue, and obviously that's a serious issue. I think it's difficult to talk sort of in the abstract about whether we should or shouldn't have regulation or because these things are happening. So I think it's also to talk about what we do with this, and I think from the perspective of an international organization, I think we can talk perhaps about sort of 3 roles of intergovernmental organizations and what they can do to help countries and organizations in this situation. So one thing is sort of looking at mapping the different standards and frameworks and regulations and all these things out there, and sort of trying to identify commonalities, I don't know, perhaps minimum standards, and sort of to develop some sort of a practical guidance from that. But I think another important role is the ability of intergovernmental organizations, and we see that here today, to convene the different stakeholders from the different countries and from the different stakeholder groups to sort of flag their issues and have that conversation. And perhaps a third aspect is to advance the metrics and measurement of some of these issues that are very challenging. And so in the context of our work on AI, we're developing, and we will launch next month, an AI incidents monitor that sort of looks at real-time live data to see what actual incidents AI systems cause in the world. And I think that's maybe one step to advance that issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lovnich?
Yeah, we in Germany want to open markets to new technologies. We want people to be creative with AI technologies. We want SMEs to be on their way to use these technologies and even to develop new ideas with these technologies. So we really don't want to prescribe things. We just want to recommend people and organizations to do special things. So basically, and obviously the first and overall instrumentarium for this is international standardization, so that people can decide on different issues and their own risks and requirements to use technologies in special ways and not to use them or to misuse them in other ways. And please allow some remarks on that standardization issue, especially on the ISO level. My experience is they are a lot of people involved. Many of them are AI experts, but I can distinguish 3 schools of thought. Technical, sectoral means application specific, in contradiction to the technical application agnostic view, and the normative and ethical things on the top. It's nothing new. It's 3 different aspects of AI technology, since they are data driven. We have data in these systems, and they are used as machine understandable data, not readable data, but understandable data. So people are very much responsible in using these technologies for specific purposes. Now then, if you have appropriate standards, and speaking of harmonization, you can do this on the technical level, like ISO does, like Sensenelec does, like other people do. It's very easy. If you come to application specific requirements, you can standardize that. In Europe, we have ETSI, for instance, or ITU for the healthcare sectors. Very effective. You can do that. And you can do it even on the application and sectoral specific levels. You can do regulation if you want, but let the market do it. Let they decide this is use of our AI-based systems, and let the market and the customers decide, I want to use these technology in that way that is regulated by blah, blah, blah. The third school of thought or level is very much specific on value-based things. There are society and you know, all these kind of organization and digital sovereignty and other aspects that play a key role on that. In the EU, for instance, you have 27 nations, if I'm right, with probably 27 different value-based governmental positions on that.
Yes.
So it's very difficult to.
Our time is coming to.
Yeah, time is running here, but this is.
It was Yeah,
the
it was very
difficulty.
interesting. Yes, thank you. I did steal back our 5 minutes, I have to say. But well, anyway, time flies when you're having fun, and our time is unfortunately up. So I would like to thank you all for participating. And I know some of you had to wake up very, very early in the morning, so I really appreciate your effort. It was very interesting and very enlightening. And I hope to see you soon, maybe on the follow-up session. Well, you know, we have an AI week in February in Israel, so we'll be in touch. Thank you very much. And I would like to thank again Asaf, Dr. Wiener, for helping out. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. It was a pleasure.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was planning to ask, either you and, the thing about language, if we're focusing on generative AI, it's really, large countries, when we have models that trained on enough data, I have the same security, I don't know, worries or threat as in languages or countries when there are no models really trained on such amount of data. So, for example, Israel, is it the same worries as in Germany or France or China when the models have enough data to work on? Because no, we did. So I think maybe it's for the best, maybe for the worst, but automatic fishing, it can't do that because it has not enough data in Hebrew. It's also a matter of supply chain, like, if you need to buy an external model, which, major language, or someone did it, or you have to train your own model, and then it's a whole different kind of worries. Yes, thank you. Yeah, I ordered a direct flight, so I think it's going to be okay. Israel, if I come to still flying regularly, so I don't have the connection. No, no, I was figuring, where should I stay? Should I stay here? Should I go back home? But at least, be with people I know. That's probably the best thing. Thank you. It was a pleasure meeting you and hearing you.
Technical DNS community, Baltic region. Yeah, it was also visiting.
I don't know, into somebody's speed though, because there are huge storms. So this is one potential scenario for this event. I don't know whether probably the case.
Where's home for you? Where's home for you? Oh, nice. Genève? Sorry? Bern.
Oh, you just found out. No, he told me, no worries.
My wife and I, when we planned our vacation, she had always wanted to go see Annecy in eastern France. And I said, okay, this is perfect. We're going to fly into Genève, we're going to rent a car, and we're going to drive all throughout Switzerland, getting lost, as many roads we can find, and we'll wander our way slowly through eastern France and enjoy. And that was planned for April 2020.
Yeah.
Oh.
So we
Yeah.
Because April, perfect time to drive through Switzerland. Put the windows down, just enjoy it. Washington, D.C. So we have to re-plan that. Absolutely.
Doesn't matter. I guess how we are. Yeah. No, but it's I enjoyed this conference back. Yeah, I think they made a good job with yeah. It's funny because I had the session here at 8:30, so probably I forgot it. Yeah.
I think I will start with you, David.
Are you going to start with me?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah, I planned my remarks with the
response.
With everything. No, with everything already, with the table already set. But okay, no worries.
Because I
no
was
worries.
talking to Nele and she was asking me if somebody explains the technical layer of the internet.
You got
I
it.
said you can do it.
Sure.
So I start with you.
Your introduction is going to touch on.
My introduction is just going to touch on the topic of conflict. So in both dimensions,
Okay.
short-term, immediate, violent.
Okay.
Long-term, strategic.
Okay, got it.
And then I will raise these two questions. What is a threat stemming from these conflicts to internet governance and to the global internet? And what can we do about it? And then I would ask you, and then the next one would be Roman. And then Roman. Lele is third. And we move from the technical layer to civil society's interests, to digital cooperation, government's interests, then to humanitarian or international law, humanitarian law, as also something that keeps us together. Rules of the world.
Moderating this one.
So tell me about yourself. What do you do?
I'm a digital ambassador for Estonia. So I work also in the foreign service, but I am not focusing on cyber that much. We have also cyber ambassador. So I am looking at this global technological needs, the instruments that we currently have. Global data compact, everything around AI and so forth. So. But also a little bit less complex. Also, actually, global digital cooperation is quite strong in my agenda, especially with global partners, because there is a lot of interest on Estonia's experience. So we use, let's say, digital cooperation as a tool to keep dialogue with as many countries in the globe as we potentially can, well, with the exception of very few countries. Yeah. Regina, I wanted to tell that we discussed this about council.
Yeah, so that's a bit of
And we have now the
So, welcome everybody to this session with the title Shaping Internet Governance in Times of Conflict. My name is Regine Grimberger. I'm the German Cyber Ambassador, and I'm going to moderate this session. One of our panelists is still missing, so let's see how we manage, but we will start with somebody else anyway. So, when we look at what we have now, a global internet, the question that we are going to pose in this session is, just let me look up my notes. Where is it? We live now in times of conflict, and this conflict is both imminent, sometimes even violent, a violent conflict like the Ukraine war, like the terrorist attacks that we've seen in Israel these days, like the military coups in the Sahel. But there is also a strategic competition between authoritarian and liberal systems, and there is also I would call it a redistribution conflict or a conflict over global justice issues between the global north and the global south, and also within societies. In these conflicts, people take sides. They are forced sometimes to take sides. They want to protect what they regard as theirs, and sometimes they lash out to push back others who are threatening their interests. Even institutions and conversations, sometimes also conversations that we have here at the IGF, are becoming increasingly politicized. You have seen or heard and remember, of course, that Ukraine in March 2022 requested from ICANN to block Russian internet domains. There are also requests from governments in a more general way to take back control of the internet, to shield societies. Here he is, Rahman. Welcome. To shield societies, for example, from disinformation, from hate speech, from fake news. And sometimes governments do this even in good faith, unintentionally breaking what they actually want to protect, which is the global free and open internet. In this conversation that I'm going to have with my four partners here on the panel, is we want to describe the pressure on internet governance in times of conflict and the dangers of fiddling with the architectural characteristics of the internet. But we would like to also highlight what keeps us together, what are the elements that help us to maintain this global internet, which tools can we use to stabilize cyberspace in times of conflict. I would like to start to my right with David Huberman from ICANN. I would like to ask you to please introduce yourself first, so that we know where you are from, your affiliation, and then perhaps share your experiences with what happens to internet governance in times of conflict from your point of view. What is the issue, or what is the tissue that keeps us together, and what does ICANN do to protect this tissue? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Greenberger. So good afternoon, everybody. My name is David Huberman. I work at ICANN. I am based in Washington, D.C. And I have spent the last 24 years of my life, building internet and ensuring that people around the world and societies around the world, from the richest to the poorest, to the newest and the oldest, have functioning internet. And what do I mean by that? Well, when you pick up your phone, and you pick up your mobile device, and you launch TikTok, and you watch a video, to me, that's not the internet. When you open up your laptop and you send an email, to me, that's not the internet. What we are talking about are two very different layers. There is the layer where all these platforms exist, where your social media, walled gardens exist, where your government ministries have their intranets and their information, and the information for the society exists, where your email and where your videos exist. But all of these run atop a different layer, and this is the technical layer that underpins the entire internet. You mentioned a global internet, and that's very important because the entire world, the entire internet works because it uses common standards. Every time you do anything in an application, anytime you do anything on your computer, underlying it is a system of routing and a system of the DNS, the domain name system. They're a system of protocols that everybody in the world has chosen to voluntarily adopt, and they've adopted the same standards. And what that buys us is something called interoperability. Your internet in your country, in your home, works the same as my internet in my home, and the same internet everywhere around the world because of common standards. A very smart person told me yesterday that it is this system that is designed to unify the world in times when conflict tries to divide us. And I want to give you a really interesting example of it. There is a system on the internet that pretty much none of you have ever heard of that is the most important system on the internet, or one of the most important things on the internet. You rely on it every time you do anything, and you don't even know it. It's called the root server system. And it is essentially what allows every DNS query to work. And even if you don't know what it is, a DNS query is what allows you to get to every site you visit and allows your application to get to the places where it wants to deliver the data that you're asking. And everybody in the world relies on this root server system to work 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, for the 40 years that it has existed. So here's the thing. It's in a time of conflict where, if you think about a region, chaos has erupted, violence has erupted, people are being killed. And you think, okay, between the bombs and the sabotage, we can take systems like this down, right? If the root server system here in Japan were to completely disappear, all of the different servers in the root server system in Japan disappeared. Or in the Middle East right now, there's a lot of chaos, there's a lot of war. If all of the root servers in the Middle East were to go away, do you know what would happen to all of the internet users still connected? Nothing. Nothing would happen. They wouldn't notice it at all. And that's because the governance system behind this technical layer has been designed, has evolved, and has been hardened to ensure that jurisdictional concerns, no. Application concerns, data concerns, no. It's about the engineering, the interoperability, and the promotion of open standards that every developer can use to create whatever it is they want on the content layer, on the second layer. At the technical layer, the internet is not fragmented. The internet works because engineers in China, and engineers in Japan, and engineers in South Africa, and engineers in Israel, and engineers in Palestine, and engineers in Ukraine, and engineers in Russia all come together on mailing lists and sometimes at face-to-face meetings to create these standards upon which the internet is built. And they do so with an emphasis on quality engineering, openness, and interoperability. And so I'd like to close by remarking that in times of conflict, this is when the governance model of the technical layer actually shines, because the output of this governance model is what keeps the internet online for everybody, even as systems go off.
Thank you, David. I would now turn to Roman from Access Now. Please first introduce yourself, and then what are your observations from your professional experiences with internet governance in times of conflict, and what does your organization do to maintain this open, free, global internet that is an important means for the civil society.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ambassador. And I'm very happy to introduce myself partly because I think it relates to this conversation and what my organization does. My name is Ramanjeet Singh Chima. I am Senior International Counsel and Asia Pacific Policy Director at Access Now, where I also coordinate our work on global cybersecurity policy. Access Now is an international civil society organization that seeks to defend and extend the digital rights of individuals and communities at risk. And we are born from this basic understanding that tech can empower, tech is critical to enabling human rights online and offline, but technology can also place people at risk. And that's a very important reason why we believe this community needs to engage in this conversation and why we exist. Access Now was in fact born as a digital security organization. In 2009, Access Now's co-founders during the Iranian Green Revolution protests and many other moments after that realized that technology was helping activists, mobilizers, this wide civil society sphere that many of us depend on in autocracies, democracies, and everywhere in between. That the tech was enabling them but also putting them at risk. People's devices were being attacked, compromised, people were being monitored. So that requires digital security assistance, but also public conversation around what is acceptable when it comes to recognizing how to prevent tech from doing harm. And what that means is today is we are a global digital security provider. We run a 24/7 digital security helpline that receives every day, as I speak, requests from civil society, journalists, and others, requests for assistance from basic things on what sort of device should I use to prevent myself from being attacked, or I believe I'm seeing something malicious here, or my friend who's an activist or a journalist has been detained. I'm worried about the information they may have on their device or in their online accounts, to many more complicated requests. Alongside that, we do public policy work and advocacy, and we also convene. I work in the advocacy arm that tracks and manages this. But why I mention this is that it's therefore important to recognize that if tech empowers, and it also puts people at risk, how do we approach the question of the internet governance questions that we look at, or the internet governance architecture? How does it address issues of contestation and times of conflict? And I think it's very important to recognize that we specifically are so clearly aware that technology can be used to oppress and attack people, whether it's in moments of general peacetime, in terms of political contestation within countries, but also during moments of protest, of activism, but also conflict, whether it be internal armed conflict or cross-border situations. We particularly there been just interested in the rapid growth in the number of surveillance-related measures and spyware attacks that we have seen, and this global hack-for-hire industry that exists, but also the sort of more weaponized usage of cyber attacks more generally. And I know that some of my other panelists will go further into this in detail, but I did want to talk about this very briefly. It's very important in the internet governance space as well to sometimes bridge it to the cybersecurity conversation that you, Ambassador, and many others are at very often, about what rules apply when it comes to human rights generally, and many of us are very intimately aware on how human rights law already applies to what governments and corporations and other actors do every day when it comes to technology, and the importance of internet governance coming from a human rights framework. But also, how does humanitarian law apply during peacetime, internal armed conflict, and moments of general warfare? And why I mentioned this is that it leads to interesting moments. We've had such an interesting, robust conversation in the UN system when it comes to what sort of cyber norms should apply, and the work of the UN open-ended working group on state-related ICT behavior, as well as other processes. But you still see those interesting moments pop up in the internet governance space, for example. And I think it's important to address the sort of conversation that came up in relation to the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and then the conversation around the role of ICANN there, where many actors, including actors that we work with on digital security, actors directly involved in the situation, said it's important for groups to take a stand. And it is our belief there, for example, that the internet governance ecosystem should not be making those sorts of decisions of taking entire entities out. And part of that comes from our own existing human rights work. We work on the issue of internet shutdowns, working together with the global community, the Keep It On coalition. And we know the danger that happens when you decide to try to black out the internet. And if these decisions go into the technical administration of internet resources, we believe that was a very dangerous precedent that would cause problems. That does not mean that internet governance should not be accountable or should not be having conversations around who is in these spaces and what takes place. And I thought I would share this based on my experiences in the Asia-Pacific region, where civil society groups in countries which have gone through coups, which have gone through dramatic moments of transition, have asked which government bodies, for example, would ICANN recognize as legitimate or not? If officials are there who have sanctions or human rights measures applying or human rights claims against them, should they be allowed into meetings or not? And this is an important conversation that we think can happen further, because conflict and human rights violations, unfortunately, are growing day by day. I just did want to end with noting this. It is very, very crucial for us to recognize that when it comes to these conversations, they are based on what is happening every day. So the ultimate reality is that we see a massive increase in the number of attacks targeting civil society when it comes to the use of cyber weapons and tools, and I know others may also speak to this. Why I mention this is that it is therefore critical to recognize that there are certain areas that we should even more strongly say so. The work of cyber policy experts to say that the public core of the internet, okay, including the domain name function, should not be targeted, is something that we must apply here. And I would end with noting this, that there are certain things we can agree upon further. Cybersecurity incident response teams, within government, in civil society, or those who work in technical administration, should not be targeted during times of conflict. That sort of idea that there are emergency response actors who should never be targeted, you don't try to target the fire service, is something we need to understand more. And these basic understandings that are there between these different communities need to be synthesized further, which is why I'm very happy that we are having this conversation here.
Thank you, Roman. I would like to turn now to Nele, my dear colleague from Estonia, Digital Ambassador. Please introduce yourself, and then I would like to ask you, because you are working closely with Ukraine, and Estonia has itself also experiences with attacks on the internet in cyberspace, I think it was in 2007. So that would be one aspect I would like to hear from you about. And then the other one is, you're also working, you're looking at the bright side of digital technology and all the possibilities and opportunities that governments with, government applications can build on the internet, and the potential of digital cooperation also with your partners. So I would like to hear from you, what do you think should internet governance bring also as a contribution to this kind of overcoming of conflicts and providing for opportunities for example, achieving the Sustainable Development Goals in the long run?
Hello, everybody, and thank you, Regina, for nice introduction. So I'm a digital ambassador from Estonia, and indeed, when I started in my position, I thought I would only deal with the bright side of digital technologies, because we also have a cyber ambassador whose task is to deal with all the dark side of the internet and technologies. But over time, unfortunately, some of these grayer and darker issues have also, I would say, merged on my table, and increasingly so. So I would say that this is has become also part of my everyday job to make sure that that technology is used for the good and for the bad. And there are several, I would say, global and multilateral and multi-stakeholder processes. One of them is why we are here, IGF. There are several others that are merging. So our task as tech ambassadors is to make sure that that the internet remains, as it was stated, open, free, interoperable, and accessible to everybody, but also that the technologies wouldn't be misused. But before I go to the second part of Regina's question, I would really perhaps point to some of the takeaways or something that we have seen in the current war in Ukraine and also beyond. And I guess we can conclude that actually both layers that you refer to, the technical layer and what is on top of it, is actually under attack and is also very fragile. And we can see that clearly that digital or the cyberspace has become part of the war. The war in Ukraine did not start with physical missile attacks. It actually really started with cyber attacks at Viasat that really affected telecommunication in Ukraine, and actually had a huge spillover effects to several other countries, including in the European Union, We also saw that data centers in Ukraine were attacked, and also the internet service provider Triolan was also attacked during the very first days of the war that started on the 24th of February. So what has resulted, we of course also know that the connectivity has been vital, and has been actually dependent on very few actors in Ukraine, if not to say currently mainly only one actor. And this brings in also other players in our I would say our diplomatic fora that perhaps used to be mainly focusing on the negotiations with states. Now the big the private sector and the big tech, of course, is big part of it, because they have an enormous power over the both layers. But of course, we have also seen several good practices coming out from this unfortunate war. Both governments and private sector have actually also joined their forces to help Ukraine to keep the data, but also to keep the services running. But the other takeaway from the war in Ukraine is that and this is what we have seen also in Estonia, when years back the cyber attacks were mainly targeted at critical infrastructure, government databases, perhaps government websites and services and so forth. This is changing. So increasingly regular people's services that they use every day are being under attack. Is it data attacks to hospitals, kindergartens, schools? And this means actually that the cyberspace is no longer actually about cyber security per se, but it's also about how we digitalize our society. So for us in Estonia has been really useful that every single person in Estonia uses, for example, a secure digital identity, because it would be almost impossible to protect every single medical practice from these attacks if they were not using a secure digital identity. And I think this now finally comes to Regina's second question about the importance actually around digital cooperation. So we have had indeed a long-term cooperation with Ukraine over the past 14 years, building their digital infrastructure, building data governance, data centers, helping to introduce secure digital identity, helping it to be incompatible also with EU regulations and standards. And this has also very clearly helped Ukraine to provide services to people under very extreme circumstances. People in Ukraine can access to their documents even if they live somewhere abroad and so forth. So this I would say long-term cooperation and really focusing on your digital society has become actually more crucial in times of conflicts than perhaps we would have thought before. I have some other comments, but I guess we can keep them for the second round. So.
Thank you. And now to Mauro, here to my left. You're from ICRC. I'd like to ask you also to introduce yourself. I wanted to have you on this panel because I wanted to highlight another element or another means that helps us to keep, the world together and unified, also in times of conflict. And in my understanding, that is also the role of international law, and especially international humanitarian law, which are basically rules of the road for societies, for governments to minimize harms to civilians in times of war, and to perhaps also solve conflicts in peaceful ways. So please, could you explain a little bit where you stand, what you observe as threats to the global internet, and what can be done to prevent this harm or this damage done to the internet.
Thank you, Regina. My name is Mauro Vignati. I'm a senior advisor on digital technologies of warfare at the International Committee of the Red Cross. I'm based at the HQ in Geneva. I think there is no need to introduce the ICRC. So I would like to start with two remarks. First one, what you said, Regina, at the beginning. So we have armed conflicts from one side, and then we have political and economical tensions that are going to impact internet. So what we see logically is that the two are influencing each other. So we have armed conflicts that are increasing the polarization of political and economical tensions, and we have also the opposite situation. This is the first comment. The second one is about what David said in the introduction. So we should talk about internet governance, and we should talk about digital governance. So we should talk about what is the infrastructure and what is built on top. So referring to the infrastructure, so what we see at the beginning of each conflict, one of the first infrastructure that is disrupted is the ICT, information communication technology infrastructure. So it could be antennas, could be cables. So those are the first piece of the infrastructure that are taken down and disrupted. And here we have a first consideration. So internet has never been built with the idea to split what is to be used for military purposes and what is to be used for civilian purposes. So when we talk about that, so we receive immediately a reaction, say, hey, internet is like that, you want modify internet, and no, it's not our goal to think of having two internets, but we have a consideration on that. So internet is not just a bubble, internet is 77,000 autonomous systems that are connected to each other. So those are autonomous because they can work without interconnection to the other. If they want to connect to the other, okay, and then we create the internet. But just to be aware that we are talking about independent systems that are connecting each other. And with the fact that the military armed forces are using more and more civilian infrastructure, we have a situation where logically the civilian infrastructure will be taken down because it's used by armed forces. So this is the first consideration. In terms of international humanitarian law, there is a principle that is called the principle of distinction, that every time civilians and civilian objects must be distinguished to combatants and military objectives. So in this case, we have an intermingling situation where the infrastructure is not clearly defined and split among combatants and civilians. This is the first part for the what we can call internet governance. For the part of the digital, so what we see is that during armed conflict and after armed conflict, and even before the armed conflict are starting, we have a disruption of what we call the global digital supply chain. So this disruption of the global supply chain is done through sanctions, restrictions, even we see lately self-exclusion of companies from territories that are in conflict, and this is a huge has huge impact on civilians and also on the relief operations that an international organization like ours is doing. So when we talk about self-exclusion, we see companies that are exiting specific territories and not providing any more services that the civilians are used to use for several reasons. So for keeping contact with families, to be able to understand and receive information about relief operation that we deploy in the territory. And by them, they will be isolated in terms of information, so they will not receive any more information coming from outside the territory of the conflict. So this is the first consideration about the disruption of global supply chain. So international organizations like ours, we have to work on both sides of the conflict. If the technologies that we are used to use in those territories are no more there, how we can operate in the two territories and being able to coordinate our relief operations if those technologies are no more available in those territories. So, and this increases the difficulties for NGOs or for international organizations like the ICRC to operate in conflict zone.
Thank you. I would like to put now a second round of questions to my panelists, but while I do this, please think about questions that you might want to raise. And my first question goes to David. You've heard about, you know, the roles that other players in the game take for themselves, so like governments, you know, international law organizations, in civil society. What do you make of this, you know, burden sharing for maintaining the global internet? And perhaps you can also give us a little bit your take on the role of international law in this, because we were having a conversation about that before, and it was interesting what David said about that.
Thank you, Regina. For 30, 40, 50 years, when we were building the internet in the 1960s and the 1970s, the 1980s and the 1990s, this was an engineering endeavor, okay? These were smart men and women from engineering backgrounds pursuing an engineering pursuit. But it's 2023, and the internet is a matter of national security for countries. Just like you said, the intermingling of both military and civilian purposes over the same wires, over the same routers. My friend from Access Now talked very pointedly, very passionately about the public core of the internet and how we must maintain this neutrality, right? We can't do this as an engineering endeavor anymore because there are the real world implications of what happens and how we build and how we evolve internet and internet standards. It's too much part of our lives today. And so it's never been more important that civil society, that government policymakers, that engineers work together to develop standards, to build internet, and today, equally important, more important, I'm not sure, harden the core of the internet to help prevent attacks from state actors, from bad actors, from terrorists, from whomever it is who wants to lower the quality of our lives by interrupting our digital lives. It is so important that we now start securing, or better secure, what we have built and what we are building. This is what ICANN does. The actual mission of ICANN is to increase the security, stability, and resilience of the part of the internet that we are in, the unique identifier system. And we do so through this multi-stakeholder model. And the multi-stakeholder model is only enriched through the spirit of collaboration, cooperation, and the shared expertise of governments, of civil society, of academia, and engineering to better build this internet that we all rely on.
Mm-hmm.
As for international law, she's making me uncomfortable on purpose. You can see her smiling. ICANN is an organization. It's based in the United States, okay? ICANN respects international law. The ICANN ecosystem is made from stakeholders all around the world. And of course, we hope they respect international law. But that's really easy for us to say, because I'm an American, and you're a German, and you're an Estonian, and you are Swiss. And we live in this global north, where we're in very advanced societies, where we believe in and want to progress our values that comport with what our idea of international law is. But the truth is, when I go into countries, economies in transition, many of which are in the global south, many of which are remote, many of which are found in remote corners, in oceans, what we're trying to do is build internet that works for their people so that they can connect and get information and share information with the rest of the world. And in these economies, the priority is on the initial construction, the initial development, and then the focus becomes on securing it. So these do not become vulnerable islands on the internet. And these discussions about international law, that's not in the discussion. It's not part of it, because we're just trying to get connected, stay connected, and build connectivity that is secure. So it's a very North-centric, it's a very, very Western and European-centric type concept. And while ICANN strongly believes in these precepts, we have to understand that in the end, we are building this public core and trying to make it good for everybody.
Thank you. And of course, Mauro has to respond to this.
Thank you. So the ICRC had during 2 years a so-called global advisory board of high-level person worldwide, and we're going to publish in a week a report, the final report of the consultation we had with those persons. And one of the so we have prepared recommendation for competence for states, for tech companies, and for humanitarian organizations. So one of the recommendations that we have for states that the state should, to the maximum extent feasible, segment data and communication infrastructure used for military purpose from civilian ones. So I fully understand the argument that you are doing in the principal goal is the connectivity and guarantee the connectivity. But the connectivity is subjected to a state voluntary basis of the state. If the state decided to disrupt this connectivity, they can do it. So what we recommend to state here is to start to think about segmenting and segregating the communication systems and the data that they are providing on their territory. The same we ask to tech companies to start to think about it. When satellite companies, when cloud infrastructure are providing services to military or to civilians, they should start to think how to segment those, how we would like to have the internet in the future, how we would like to the digital being structure in the future. Do we want to go on with the distinguishing what is military from what is civilian, or we would like to think now to evolve on a new level where data and infrastructure are separated between what is civilian and what is military.
Thank you, Mauro. I saw Roman nodding, and you were mentioning the cyber norms in your initial statement. So I would like to hear from you, what role do you see for the international law in comparison to the other elements of the connective tissue that we have mentioned?
Thank you so much. I think it's important when you go into this conversation to just recognize governance and law are linked but not the same topic. So for example, when you mentioned that many countries in the majority world may not want international law, I would dispute that some do, but many of them do want international governance conversations. In fact, the IGF in a sense exists because they brought up these conversations through the WSIS process and elsewhere. And why I mentioned that, it's very important to recognize where that imperative comes from. So that's the first part. I just want to note that. So I think that's what we also see in many of these cybersecurity conversations. We see many countries, sometimes countries that may not always be fully informed or maybe asking for something counterproductive to other elements of national strategy, but say, we want it discussed in the UN system, we want more clarity. And I think it's been useful that the cyber processes have been slow, very evolutionary, but have outlined certain things, that there is an applicability of the UN Charter and international law to cyber behavior. It's not a blank slate. There are elements there that are further clear and more clear than perhaps other parts are, including some of the conversation on the public core, which I acknowledge is not a fully recognized principle by every actor in the UN system, which is unfortunate, and perhaps we need more clarity there. But I think what's really important there to recognize is that fundamentally, we do need to acknowledge that we need more evolution of this. I'm a bit cautious on the idea of saying that we need to separate and create different standards there. And I want to step back a moment to the conversation we see domestically in many countries around internet shutdowns. When many countries have conducted internet shutdowns, and the position from Access Now and many of our colleagues in civil society is that internet shutdowns are never acceptable, full stop. They are not legal in our view under international human rights law, and they ethically and principally and in terms of efficacy are also ineffective. But the argument that some governments have taken is, look, we know that internet shutdowns disrupt public services, access to critical care. Maybe let's create different layers. We'll have government systems that are not shut down during the internet and other systems that are shut down. And I was just thinking about it when we're discussing this now in the context of conflict, and I recognize very importantly the principles that the ICRC is proposing here about careful targeting. But in a sense, the main principle we actually have is that this nature of cyber conflict per se is never acceptable. And just thinking about that, Regina, I know that that's the tension we see in the UN processes itself. Many states, they are saying we actually do not want cyber conflict to regularly take place. We do know that is already happening, and if we don't acknowledge certain rules of the road, operators will go and conduct all sorts of problematic behavior. But this is why I was just thinking when it comes to this concept of internet governance and separating layers and doing other parts there, the basic principle is we want to reduce conflict rather than encourage more of it. I think we therefore need stronger standards saying that all sorts of cyber disruptive activity by states or by state-linked actors or non-state actors is problematic. I think one of our challenges as we apply traditional humanitarian law in this space is we are trying to make sure that when conflict takes place, it is very limited and targeted, but it's also giving a permissive nature to certain actors. And I acknowledge that when states sometimes say this, they don't always mean it. There are other political reasons why they're saying this there. But this is the tension I see because, for example, I've seen so many actors within Global South countries who say, we know shutdowns are problematic, but we can never stop doing them. So can you let us say that, okay, certain government systems will always be accessible, the rest will shut it down. So I just thought that parallel that came in, and I know it's a crude parallel, it's perhaps in many ways does not recognize the sophistication of many of the conversations the ICRC and others have had. But I thought I'd just mention that as a sort of like challenging reality check of how many governments may actually take these rules and apply them.
Thank you, Man. I would like to touch briefly on something that Nelly mentioned before, and that is what is built on the internet is, public infrastructure. And I would like to invite you to elaborate a little bit on digital public goods and digital public infrastructure, digital commons perhaps also, as elements that could also be seen as connective tissue on the basis of the internet.
Thank you, Regina. Now you opened a very entirely new big conversation. I don't know how many of you are familiar with these terms that have merged over the past years, digital public goods and digital public infrastructure. And in the EU, we use mainly the term digital commons. But I would perhaps summarize it from two different angles. One I would say is more philosophical, and the other is a little bit more practical. And actually, the first one is really related to how we see the role of governments, but everybody in building a digital society. And it started actually in Estonia really with rebuilding our state, with really democratizing our state, where we were in the understanding that whatever the government does, it does not do it first alone, and it does not do it for itself or just serving certain stakeholders in a society. It started more with access to information. It moved then, I would say, to open data movement, reuse of data, but ultimately also to the technological sphere, to open standards, interoperability, and so forth. But the other part of this is actually very practical. We really realized, for example, in Estonia that the needs that governments have, but also civil society has, and the private sector has, are quite similar. For example, in digitalization, we would all need to authenticate ourselves virtually at some point, either to provide a service, either it's a bank, it's an electricity company, or it's a Ministry of Interior. So what we did, we sort of combined our forces, and there are some aspects of this, I would say, digitalization that we really do together as a government, as a private sector, as every other participant in our society. And this, in a way, has also helped us first a habit to work together and share what we have done and reuse what we have done. So ultimately it comes back actually to resources. But I think it is now maybe related also to creating a global good that the internet allows us, but also digital technologies allow us to create and for everybody to use. So there are several examples from different countries around different solutions or products that have been made available for everybody for reuse. We have several of these products from Estonia that are used globally, also in Ukraine, that actually help us to to save resources. And this is something that we would actually like to see perhaps more taking place. We have some systems created in Estonia, for example. We are working together with Finland and Iceland. There are some digital solutions that we develop together, we maintain them together. It allows us to save not only money, but increasingly actually human capital. It's very challenging to find data architects or specialists, but surprisingly we don't see that much yet. But we are starting to talk about it. I think the movement on DPI, Digital Public Goods, Commons, is another push towards this. So I am a little bit positive to perhaps start sharing more of the good things we do.
Thank you, Nelly. So now the floor is open for your questions. We have 2 microphones at both corners and also a hand mic here. And ask your questions. Who's first at the mic? Okay, then it's your question first. No, Milton, let the gentleman ask first, and then it's your turn.
Hi, thank you. My name is Jarrell James, and I have some questions just specifically on governance and actual action. I think there's been an attempt to try and get some kind of discussion going on this, but I think there's just a lot of fear around it, and I think that that's kind of doing a disservice to those of us in the room who have lost family members or friends due to internet shutdowns, which I'm not sure if there's anyone else in here, but I have. And so I do think that there's like not a seriousness that's taken into account with the idea of an internet shutdown, and I think that they are often like an ancillary feature to society for a lot of different cultures, and it's often something that we don't actually necessarily give to everyone. It's certain countries, like we mentioned Ukraine, we mentioned Iran, where we have interests from a global Western perspective. Those people we drop internet to. We get them satellites and we make sure to take care of that. But I wonder, where do we actually see governance action around sanctions on internet shutdowns? If you shut down the internet, why is that not a sanctionable offense? And especially if you are a UN member state or an IGF major stakeholder country, why would we endorse in any capacity like your shutdown? And so I think like that would be my first question and like the bulk of my question. And then going forward, I guess the next part is, how do we relate the actual damage that's done to women's safety, to family safety, to health infrastructure, and show the whole world that that is something that's kept in place by the internet and by freedom of access to information, and when it's turned off, people freely abandon their humanity. That is something that I'm very curious to hear about, and I don't necessarily think that there's a lot of parallels being drawn between the actual dangers to people and the way that the internet is used to ensure those dangers.
Mm-hmm. Roman, would you like to talk about internet shutdowns once again? And I can then add something on sanctions.
So just want to acknowledge, firstly, that I think I'm in complete agreement on the fact that internet shutdowns are period not acceptable. I think the problem is we've outlined that international legal or human rights position. The follow-through and application of that from member states and the international community is incredibly lacking. The purpose, for example, the Keep It On Coalition has to exist is not to track the number of internet shutdowns, is to prevent internet shutdowns from happening at any point of time. Because any internet shutdown is normally not just disproportionate, is used, as you mentioned, as a cloak for impunity, for violence, for targeting, and very often, in fact, the claims made for internet shutdowns to prevent violence or for some other state purpose are actually exactly the opposite reason. They're actually conducting problematic things. I think the challenge is that, as we've discussed and recognized, the shutdowns are unacceptable from comments from the Freedom Online Coalition, from the UN Human Rights Council and elsewhere, we don't see enough consequences. And being very honest here, I think we also say that even like-minded states, whether in the West or across Western alliances with colleagues in the majority world, there needs to be a much, much stronger position taken on this, which means that there should be consequences for discussions around digital public goods, around people's participation in the internet governance ecosystem, if they are consistent perpetrators of internet shutdowns, not just in terms of numbers, but in terms of intense active effect. So it's definitely a conversation where we are seeing changes, but I'd say, in fact, sometimes the best prevention of shutdown has been international media attention domestic challenges, not enough, of course, in, say, multilateral processes. And we do sometimes need to see more of that happen. In fact, I'm worried sometimes in a cyber context where people have said disinformation is a cybersecurity problem, because I can see that legal argument being constructed to say shutdowns are therefore a defense against disinformation, which they aren't, by the way, and I'm happy to share more data on that. But we do now need to go from defensive conversation on shutdowns to actual action, literally a consistent, I hesitate to use program of action because that means something very specific, but a clear political action planned from strong states taking positions on this to say there will be consequences if you consistently shut down the internet, and it's just not acceptable. And I do want to just note that the tracking of violence and impunity due to shutdowns, the initial steps being made, but there's much more that in terms of political mandates or resources could be given even in the UN system to the OHCHR and other actors to do more of that. They're right now trying to do their best with a very limited set of resources and no actual mandate to track the effect of shutdowns.
Mm. I would like to give you also an answer so from my government's point of perspective. Sanctions, of course, are part of the diplomatic toolbox. But they are a rather complex instrument, and it's certainly not the first thing that we are going to use. But, for example, the German government is both part of the Freedom Online Coalition that Rahman mentioned, and also of the Declaration for the Future in the Internet, and both initiatives, alliances contain this commitment to go against internet shutdowns in the diplomatic relationships with countries who use this instrument. And I can assure you that I'm not timid about speaking about that with partners, with my interlocutors about this issue. But what I wanted to add to this is that what we also have to understand is that, you know, that there is a need to have an understanding as internet shutdowns not as an isolated event, but we would like to integrate it in our early crisis warning, in the forecasting procedures that we use to take informations that we get from organizations like Freedom House, for example, on internet shutdowns as a crisis indicator for a specific country or region, so that we can step in earlier with the diplomatic measures and not only after the social upheaval, the riots or civil war or whatever has happened. So this is also something that I'm working on, to kind of bring these informations to the people who should hear it. But now to hear.
Oh, I thought I was next.
Yeah.
Oh, but
let him be. Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, Milton. So
I do want to contribute something very important to the discussion, which I think has been overlooked. And it really relates to this business of why aren't governments who shut down things sanctioned? And that is, to put it bluntly, there is no such thing as international law. There is international anarchy. Governments are sovereign, and there's no world government that can impose sanctions upon them, although powerful governments try, such as the United States. And how is this relevant to ICANN and to the so-called public core of the internet? Well, what we've done in order to get global governance of the public core, we have removed that whole governance problem from nation states, and we've put it in the private sector. And that's extremely important to understand. This is how we have internationalized governance of the domain name system. So David described ICANN as a multi-stakeholder organization. Everybody likes that term, so he's probably trying to make ICANN look good. But the point is, it's not, multi-stakeholderism is not the key characteristic of ICANN. The key characteristic is it is a private corporation that has multi-stakeholder representation and participation, and that gives it the ability to do things like say to Ukraine, sorry, we're not going to remove .ru from the root, or we're not going to, participate in U.S. sanctions on countries that the U.S. doesn't like, or we're not going to make the Iranians, succumb to their particular political agenda. So I think it's really important to understand the role of private sector governance in this kind of protecting the internet against subordination to military and political ends.
Thank you. David, let's take the other question, and then I give you a possibility to answer. Yeah.
Thank you. My name is Farzan Abadi, Digital Medusa. So I wanted to ask the panel about how can we actually approach conflict so that we leave no one behind. So we talk a lot about Ukraine, but Afghanistan, I have not heard a lot about Afghanistan and the situation that's going on there. And Sudan is in conflict as well. In Afghanistan, the digital transformation project that was funded by World Bank stopped after the Taliban took over. Taliban is a sanctioned entity. And if they become government, then there will be a lot of problems providing internet access to them. So how can we actually come up with an approach that we have a more inclusive approach, that we do not leave anybody behind, because they are struggling and they have nowhere to go to. And then another thing that I just wanted to mention, a lot of the times in various countries, the internet service providers are owned by the military. So if you want to like divide this and kind of like maybe sanction the military later on, then it will be a very, very difficult task to do. So I suggest thinking. And also another point, and that's the last one, using sanctions. And I think we need to come up with better mechanisms for resolving conflicts, especially when it comes to internet governance. Sanctions just cannot be so targeted on the internet. And I have done some research on that, especially at the infrastructure layer. We need to have measures so that they can function and they can operate. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's take the other two questions and then close and give the panelists an opportunity to answer. Please be brief.
Yeah, Dan Ornato from the National Democratic Institute. I guess it's kind of an extension on the private sector point. Just looking at the role of kind of social media networks and platforms. I'd be curious to hear from the panel, but we've developed guidance around crisis management. A key component, I think, is actually working with different stakeholders, civil society coordinating with, say, a Meta or a X in terms of that aspect of dealing with critical situations. And I mean, for better or worse, these platforms have become a component of the infrastructure. People are going to the app; they're not going to a website anymore to report something or to follow the news or to communicate with someone about a critical issue. So I think we have to consider the specific role of the platforms and those specific elements of the private sector in these considerations. So I would be curious on your perspective there.
Okay.
My name is Chantal Joris. I'm with Article 19, Freedom of Expression Organization, and we've also been looking into many of these issues and where the gaps are. And one of the things I would be curious to hear your perspectives on is with international humanitarian law, in terms of a gap in international law, it still seems very much more clear when it comes to attacks in terms of involving kinetic force, involving physical force, but many of the methods of warfare now involve, again, the cyberspace, use of spyware, internet shutdowns, and there seems to be like much less clarity around whether the rules of distinction apply in the same way, the rules on targeting, or how proportionality and humanity principles can apply in this context. So perhaps also a question to the representative of the ICRC on the process to further clarify also how these rules should be applied to also by digital companies and states. Thank you.
Thank you. We start with David, and then you pick the questions you would like to answer.
Thank you. Well, I mean, we're just about out of time. So I really I wanted to thank Dr. Mueller for very eloquently stating what I was trying to get across about how the governance model at ICANN really shines during these times of conflict.
So it's Mauro.
Yeah, I want first to give a brief answer the person that talked about other conflicts. So at least from the ICRC perspective, so we are working on more than 100 countries and working in so many conflicts that we take care of all the conflict where we are working in. We are not focusing specifically in one or the other conflict. So And this is something that we are working on. We opened a delegation for cyberspace in Luxembourg to research and develop, and doing research and development exactly in this respect, to understand if we are able, as the ICRC, to develop technologies and capabilities that can be deployed in conflict territories and provide connectivity to population that is no more able to have this connectivity, or to safeguard the information that they are transferring, because privacy is very important for the beneficiaries of the ICRC. So this is something that we are working on. We started this R&D last year. And about the sanctions that are not the right method, I'm not saying that I agree or disagree. I mean, we're neutral, but what I say is that among the recommendations that we are delivering next week, one of the recommendations for the tech companies to understand that they have this major role in managing the infrastructure and the digital solution on top of that. And what we recommend to them is to understand if they are not under a sanction of a state and they want anyway to do their own decision, to consider to keep up the fundamental functioning and maintenance of the network and the communication. So this is something that we strongly try to advocate with tech companies. So we reach out to them, and we would like to stress the fact that we are working also with them in this regard. Apropos of the intervention of the representative of Article 19, so IHL already consider some of the points that you raised in the way that even with the recommendation to follow IHL that we're going to publish and re-stress next week. So for the states is to respect IHL. IHL already foreseen the respect of critical infrastructure of civilian, not taking down them, keeping up, and not targeting civilian objects that are fundamental for the operation of the ICRC and for the civilians in this regard. So we think IHL is already covering these aspects, even though there is not a common understanding about the data. If data is protected, we think it is. In terms of international maritime law, some position of other states do not go in this direction. So what we try to go is including data in this respect. So if data could be considered also by all the states as an object to be protected, we're gonna reach out what we would like to have with in respect to shutdown and another new, let's say, new topic that are not the classical cyber operation for disruption. But we think also exfiltration information that can cause harm to civilians or accessing those kind of information. So the work that we are doing is that we try to convince states to recognize data as an object to be protected during armed conflict. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we have.
I think I took too much time.
Yeah. Okay. So Nele, briefly, and then we have to wrap up.
I just would like to respond and maybe have a little bit positive note also at the end, but still starting with negative. It does not only what you mentioned is not only, of course, the issue of a conflict zone. The digital divide is increasing and not decreasing, and in 12% of SDGs we have gone backwards, not forward. But regardless of everything, I do believe that digital is actually one of these areas where we can cooperate with almost every country, because it brings so many similar issues, but also similar solutions. So from Estonian side, we do cooperate in digital with almost every country through different partnerships with UN, EU, different banks and so forth, and including actually also Afghanistan, where we have some digitalization initiatives going on. So I end with a more positive note.
Thank you, Nele. So time is out. We have to conclude this session. I thank you very much, people on the panel, for your contributions. It was very interesting, and also for your questions, some of which we will also have to take home. to think about it more thoroughly. And I hope to see you again outside of this room. Thank you.
Uh, uh, eh,
can speak.
Would you like a stand mic?
I don't have to hold it then?
Yeah, you don't have to hold it if it's Thank you for asking.
Yeah.
Is that good for you?
Yeah, it's fine.
How close do you want me to be and video to the mic? Because every mic is different.
Actually, this mic
Yes.
takes in everyone's voice more clearly than the wireless mics.
Oh,
So
yes.
even though you sit at the back,
Sitting
this
back can
it
touch
keeps
you.
me, yeah.
May I
But this one you
appreciate.
have to speak in quite directly.
Closely. Okay, so video, you have to be fairly close to it.
Okay.
Maybe you want to move it a bit more in front,
Yeah.
and a little bit more higher, maybe.
Yeah, higher might be a good idea.
Whoops, I locked it. Which was easier? This
Is
mic.
is that
Yeah.
easier?
Yeah, it's on. It's on.
Yeah, I
It's
think
on.
it's turned on.
Okay, shall we turn it off for now? can you help her turn it on when she's speaking?
Yes.
Yeah.
Or
We'll
look,
just
video,
have
you can
to-
probably do that yourself.
Okay, sure.
So there.
This is a switch.
Yeah.
So if
Okay.
you
So you just move
it to the
away from you to turn it off.
Which switch? Where?
this is the switch.
You have to take my hand and show. Oh.
Oh, that's your turn on. And if you push it,
Hello. Yep.
I think we can start. We can start? Yeah. Okay, I would like to say good morning, good day, good evening to everyone here in the room and also online. This session is entitled Disability, Gender and Digital Self-Determination. What's the missing link? And this is the session on the Dynamic Coalition on Gender. So we are delighted to have a number of excellent speakers from different parts of the world who will be joining us online, and also there's a speaker here on site. And so I will pass on to the organizer of this particular session, Debarati Das, point of view, and also the person responsible for the Dynamic Coalition on Gender. So please, I wish Debarati was here in person, but welcome Debarati online. And Debarati will give us a context for this particular session and introduce a little bit more about the topic. So thank you, Debarati.
All right, while we're waiting for some of the online panelists to join us, I will, well, there's the concept of digital self-determination, and that's what the framing of this particular session is all about. And it relates to our digital footprints, and we know how much they are growing. And society is grappling with new concepts, experiences, and understandings of the relationships between our lives and the technologies that we use. And who are we as digital beings? Are we able to determine ourselves in a data-driven society? How do we locate ourselves as empowered data subjects in the digital age? How do we reimagine human autonomy, agency, and sovereignty in the age of datification? Self-determination has been a foundational concept related to human existence, with distinct yet overlapping cultural, social, psychological, philosophical understandings built over time. Similarly, digital self-determination, DSD for short, is a complex notion reshaping what we understand as self-determination itself. DSD fundamentally affirms that a person's data is an extension of themselves in cyberspace, and we need to consider how individuals and communities can have autonomy over our digital selves. So this panel session will center on the intersectional feminist perspectives with women, queer and trans persons with disabilities, and experts working in the intersections of digital rights, gender, accessibility, and technology. We will explore the idea of DSD through the lens of gender and lived experiences of persons with disability. So this is drawing from a first-of-its-kind series of DSD studios organized by Point of View, and Point of View is the organization in India headed by, the project is involved with this particular topic and headed by Debarati Das. And it's been done in 4 cities in India, and the panel will focus on the theme of digital divides and inclusion, and also delve into the ability of women, gender, and sexual minorities living with disabilities to digitally self-determine themselves using current emerging digital technologies based on lived realities of individuals from different geographies and contexts. And secondly, it will deepen understandings of the need and potential to work with persons with disabilities in developing new and emerging technologies. Thirdly, it explores the collaborative and learning opportunities to make DSD actionable and a reality for women, queer, and trans persons living with disabilities. So we are going to look through the lens of gender, sexuality, and disability, and explore a bridge between access points and so-called pain points, and think of inclusive ways of determining the self in new digital life spaces, going beyond accessibility, and also thinking about personhood, agency, choice, autonomy, rights and freedoms in digital spaces for persons with disabilities. We will draw from our experience of DSD studios and as outcomes, articulate an exploration of a root concept of DSD and its key components through the lens of disabilities and gender. We'll think about how we can co-create DSD through theory, practice, lived experiences, and concrete examples. And finally, operationalize DSD via a set of core principles and policy recommendations centering the intersections of gender and disability. So we are still waiting for the online speakers. So I will pass on now to Vidya, who is here with me, and ask Vidya a little bit about your experiences of being a digital person online, and any barriers and enabling factors around this thing about accessibility, autonomy, choice, and potentially what are the implications for a woman with a disability. But before I do that, I will introduce Vidya, who is from an organization in India called Vision Empower. And Vidya is a co-founder. Vision Empower is a non-profit enterprise incubated at IIITB in Bangalore to bring education in science and mathematics to students with visual impairment. She's a research fellow at Microsoft Research India and has authored several papers on issues concerning people with vision impairment, such as improving programming environment accessibility for visually impaired developers. Vidya has received numerous awards and scholarships such as Thai Aspire Young Achievers Awards, Reebok Fit to Fight Award, and the Dhirubhai Ambani Scholarship for Academic Excellence, and many more. So please, I'll pass now over to Vidya. So I look forward to hearing your particular experiences. Please go ahead, I've turned it on.
Yes, thank you so much to the organizers for having me here, and also to Gunilla. Yes, we make STEM education accessible for children with visual impairments, and I am born blind, so I have experience of growing up in India, which is one of the developing countries, and also I have experiences of going online, the digital space as a blind person, as well as I am a woman with a disability, so I have that experience as well. So today I'll be talking more from a lived experience perspective, and also I'll also be sharing some of the observations that I've had with children as well as women with disabilities from my friend circles, and things that people talk about generally online. So firstly, digital space, when we talk about it, it is really huge, because whenever we say technology, that's the only way as a blind person I can communicate with the world. I can be more efficient. It has opened up so many opportunities like never before. But I always mention this thing that, growing up in a village, I didn't have access to technology in the growing up years, and I missed out quite a lot. But as soon as I got onto the online platforms, there was like so much that I could do. Like, even I didn't have to ask somebody to read out news, what's the news. Even to see the time, you don't have to go looking for a braille watch. Even when you take something simple, like something so obvious like written communication that everyone has on a daily basis, it was never possible for me till I learned to use email. Because till then, if I had to communicate with somebody who can see, it was verbally, or someone had to write it for me, or I had to write it in braille, which majority of the people don't understand. Now, this actually compromises so much of what you have to say, because if I were to send a message and if I were to ask somebody to type it for me, that means I don't have privacy. What I want to say, I cannot say it. But digital platforms have opened up so many opportunities and definitely have given a lot of privacy to individuals with disabilities, which we don't have mostly because someone or the other is always there, and the more severe disability you have, from what I have observed, the lesser privacy you have. And as we know that a lot of people are not able to get on digital platforms, are really good, as we all know. They have enabled so much that was not possible before. But definitely there are so many challenges in general for persons with disabilities. Like firstly, the accessibility issues that we all generally talk about. The websites are not designed in a way that people can access. There are a lot of images, a lot of the things that are so obvious for other people. I'm talking from a visually impaired person's point of view. They're simply inaccessible because they're not labeled, they're image based. But when you talk about women with a disability, the barriers are many, too many. From what I have observed, it's an irony. Actually, digital platforms, as I mentioned, they have given a lot of privacy. At the same time, you have to be so careful because when I started using a computer, for example, I was not using a lot of video calls. It was not necessary for me. But when COVID happened and when people were trying to get on to online platforms, then video calls were a must. So for me, first I assumed that in the computer, the camera will be the whole of monitor. That was my assumption because I did not know. And then I would put my screen a bit down, thinking that okay, if I don't want myself to be visible, I can put it down so that people are not able to see. But once when my sister took a look at it, she was just saying that the camera is just on top of the monitor and it's just your finger size. If you put it down, actually people can see you much more clearly. So from then, it's really difficult without taking a second opinion to do anything digitally because you really don't understand. You really don't know. I feel that I have too much vulnerability and I'm missing out a lot of things which the world outside knows. So I feel like taking a second opinion for everything. Uh, but once you learn the basics, once you learn the game, then it will definitely empower you. But at the same time, something new would have come up and there'll be something that you're missing out compared to someone who can see, for example. So these are some of the constraints that I face on a daily basis. And also, one of the other issue is when you're using a screen reader and typing something, sometimes it when you're in places where it's crowded, so whatever it is reading for you, it, for example, when it's reading B and D, so you might not make out the difference, and you tend to send some other word instead of some other word. Or when we say voice communication that you'll have to use, um, sometimes it's really confusing because again there's no privacy when you're in a place. When suppose I'm in a conference and I'm not able to type everything because it's touch screen, when I'm trying to use voice based communication, there's no privacy. So all of these are there, and one of the main barrier that I have found whenever I have to join online in a lot of meetings, everyone finds it, whether you have a disability or not. It's like you cannot type. At least if there's some other disability, maybe typing may be easier if, say, you have a hearing impairment or things like that. But if you have a visual impairment, typing is a huge issue, especially on phones. But you cannot send out voice messages on some of the WhatsApp groups, for example, the ones that you have for visually impaired, because the fear that someone will reach out to you and message you and things like that, it has happened so many times in the past. So though it is empowering, it's still restricting, and it's not empowering in the true sense, actually. So these are like contradicting points, but this is the reality. This is what happens with most people.
Thank you very much, Vidya. There's so many different experiences that you have explained to us, and that's so important to understand what a person with a disability goes through in becoming more and more online and becoming more active online. I'd like to tell a story about a young woman in Malawi in Africa. She was, just as Vidya, supposed to be here, but unfortunately there were visa issues and so forth. And through a sister dynamic coalition on accessibility and disability, we have provided travel support for persons with disability to participate here at the IGF. And I'd like to explain about Grace Salange from Malawi. She is a wheelchair user. She has a speech impairment and she has limited use of one hand, and she comes from a poor family in a village. But she was determined to study IT, and so she went through school. She went to vocational college, and she got through that with very well. And now she sometimes tutors other students. And the way she uses a smartphone or a laptop is with her knuckles. That's the way she can communicate with her digital tools. And what is important when a person with a disability is online? Who knows? There's no like oh, they're different or something like that. We are together a digital being. And that is important, that we are then feeling like we are on the same level with anybody. We communicate in the same way on superficially, even though there might be tools that are needed. But the recipient of an email or a text wouldn't know that. And I think that's very important. But obviously, those tools, they need to be there. They need to be workable. They need to be designed with accessibility in mind. So we're talking about tools in a general sense. We're talking about websites based on the international guidelines, the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines through W3C. We're talking about making sure that apps are accessible. And it's so important when any tool, any e-learning platform, anything is developed, that it's done together with persons with disability. So there is that saying in the disability community, nothing about us without us. And that is part really of digital self-determination, that we as persons with disability are able to be part of a development, or part of the community as such, and we are respected for that. So I just wanted to pass back to Vidya to talk a little bit about some of the privacy and security issues, because we can imagine that as a person with a vision impairment, there are additional concerns about privacy. We all have concerns about privacy and security, but there might be some additional factors that Vidya can explain to us. Thank you.
Yes, actually, digital tools enable you to do a lot of things by yourself, which was not possible. For example, these days there are a lot of color recognizers. There are, if you have a currency, there are apps which can tell you what the currency is about. Then there are apps like Be My Eyes. You know, Be My Eyes is an online app which visually impaired people can install on their phones, and persons who can see, sighted people can sign up as volunteers. So if you want any help, suppose you're not sure if the light is on or not, and one of the huge constraints that we have is solving captchas. Captchas are designed for not being readable by machines, so that the internet the privacy is not compromised. But these can be huge barriers for persons with visual impairment, especially when you don't have audio capture. It can be very frustrating because though you know how to use a computer, you cannot use it. So though you can navigate the website, actually you cannot without taking help, and always there will not be somebody around you. But if you use tools like these, you can anytime, any part of the day. Of course, there's a constraint that if you know English, then any part of the day you will get somebody to assist you. Even if you don't know English, you can set up your local language. Whoever is volunteering can set up their language as the local primary language and can assist in that language. But for example, in India we have a language called Kannada. So if I want to get help in Kannada, then I will not get a lot of users in Indian time, night time, because obviously Kannada speaking population, for them morning is Indian time morning. But if you know English 24 hours, there'll be someone to assist you. But really, sometimes I use these tools because you cannot expect someone to be always around with you, and you need quick help. One of the things is that always people also may not be willing to help you, or even if they're willing to help you, they may not have the time. So these tools are very good actually, because you can call and you can ask them. In fact, I conducted a lot of digital literacy trainings, and as I'm working with school teachers, so I actually guided them on installing these apps and taking advantage of them. We found really good uses, apart from the CAPTCHA example that I told you. So how it works is you can call them, and the volunteer who picks up the phone will tell you to take the phone and point it to the computer. Now, if you're blind, you may not know whether the CAPTCHA is visible or not. So they'll tell you move right or move down. Now I can see it better. Now I can tell you. But when I conducted these trainings, teachers, actually the women teachers, found innovative use of those technologies. In fact, somebody was using it to match their dress. We call it sari in India, with bangles. So whether the color is matching. So these are some of the innovative, but these were very much needed for the teachers whom we are working with, and they started finding these uh, tools very helpful. But now, talking about the privacy concern, it's like you don't want to depend on somebody too much because they're not there or they may not have the time, but you're forced to depend certain times. And at the same time, you're very concerned about where you're pointing the camera towards, whether it is safe, whether you don't know what's happening, who is picking it up. You can just know the voice, but you don't know what data is being collected. For example, there will be just take for example banking transaction. Now at the end of the transaction, if you have to enter your captcha, it means you have to enter all the details in the beginning itself before pointing your screen towards the computer, which means the person who is at the other end can figure out what you have typed. So that is a huge compromise actually. I mean, people are well intentioned, but at the same time, it's huge compromise. You're not very sure. But if you were to enter the captcha in the beginning itself and then type your data, then it will time out. So the captcha will have only 40 seconds or a minute. By then, you have to enter and submit. So that kind of privacy concerns are there. And the privacy concerns about how much of you should be visible to the other person, where are you pointing your camera, whether it's safe, whether you're very unsure actually, like apart from the voice you're not sure of what's happening. So these issues are there specifically for women with a disability, and even on simple platforms which everyone uses on a daily basis like Facebook, Instagram, all of these. We talk about accessibility issues, those are definitely there. But for example, now if I were to upload all the photos that I have taken during this conference, if I have to make a blog, or if I have to put all of these on Facebook, Now, what I do is I generally tell somebody to, so my cousin has come with me, he's going to give me the photo with the caption. But that's all information I have. Now, I don't know whether I want those photos to be there or not because you're not seeing them in the true sense, right? You're just depending on the caption, and sometimes you might miss it. There may be 4 or 5 pictures, and there may be one caption that is there. Always, there won't be somebody to give you those captions. So, always it is risky because sometimes people have told me only half of your face is visible, or this photo shouldn't have been there. And everyone so much relies on visuals that sometimes you're forced to take screenshots and share, and then you really have no idea of what you're sending. So these concerns are there. They are very empowering. At the same time, all of these concerns are there. You just need a second opinion most of the times.
Thank you very much, Vidya. There was a lot of very good examples there of particular privacy and security concerns. We did have some technical issues with the Zoom link, and I'm very pleased to say that our online speakers are nearly all there. So we are switching back to the introduction to Debarati Das, who will explain a little bit about the project in India when it comes to this particular topic. So over to you, Debarati.
Hello, everybody. Sorry, there was some technical issues and some confusion with the link. Thank you all very much for joining. I'm Debarati from Point of View, and we are a feminist non-profit in India working primarily in the intersections of gender, sexuality, disability, and technology. So to set some more context for this session today, as our digital footprints grow every day, we are really grappling with new concepts, new experiences, and understandings of the relationships between our lives and the technologies that we use. And it's become really important to understand who we are as digital beings. What does the self mean in data-driven digital spaces? And how do we imagine things like autonomy, agency, choice in today's age of datafication? So digital self-determination is an evolving concept to consider some of these critical questions. And it fundamentally affirms the fact that a person's data is an extension of themselves in the cyberspace. And we need to consider how individuals can have autonomy over our digital selves. So today we'll unpack some of these very critical questions through the lens of experiences of persons with disabilities from different countries and regions. I'm very pleased to introduce our moderators. Sorry about the delay because of the technical issues. Our moderator on site is Gunella Astbrink. Gunella has been very active in the disability policy programs and research for 30 years and chairs the Internet Society's Accessibility Standing Group, and has also served on the IGF's Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group and is the vice chair of ICANN's Asia Pacific Regional At-Large Organization. Our moderator online and our partner in this is Padmini Ray Murray, who is the founder of Design Beku, a design and digital collective that is based in Bangalore, India, that works to shift how we can think about design and tech as processes of co-creation and participation, centered around feminist values, design justice principles, and ethics of care that advocate also for designing with communities and not for communities. With this, I hand it over to Padmini to maybe share in brief a bit more context of how today's topic relates to disability rights and justice. And then over to you both, Padmini and Gunella, to take the conversation.
So, yeah, good.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, great. Thanks for the introduction, Devarati. It's nice to be here, albeit virtually. So I think actually Vidya, the first speaker, has already kind of set the scene quite well because I think as they mentioned that digital self-determination, of course, is something that we are all at kind of currently positioned in a way that we all have to think about quite deeply because of the implications of surveillance capitalism. Every single device we use is compromised by some form of surveillance. And it is very difficult for even non-disabled people to wrap their head around the implications of being online, using these devices, and thinking about how to keep themselves their privacy safe. And I think obviously this burden is doubled for people with disabilities. There are two reasons for this. Largely because most devices or apps, even if they are made for disabled users, might not be taking these concerns into consideration when they're being designed. Some of our work over the last few months with Point of View has been actually speaking to designers and technologists and putting them in conversation with people with disabilities so that they can understand their needs better. Because I think something that we all kind of come across when designing technologies is that while there are accessibility guidelines, for example, those set forward by the W3D, those are often just a baseline, and there is much more nuanced requirements of disabled users that need to be taken into account. I think the second issue is that in any kind of case around privacy and surveillance, it is always the marginalized who are the most vulnerable, and there is often the least kind of opportunity and options for recourse for them. And so it becomes even more important that we look specifically at disabled users and how they might be able to pursue self-determination as a use case. So I'll just stop there and I'll hand back to Gunella. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Padmini. And just for those participants and speakers online, we did start over half an hour ago. So it means we have about 25 minutes left. So we will move on to talk a little bit about, let's see, we're going to talk about imagining digital tech that works for everyone. And so I'm keen to hear examples and stories of digital tech that provides accessible, safe, joyful user experiences. So if Manik Gunaratna is online, I'd like to pass the floor over to her. Manik Gunaratna is the manager of a specialized training and disability resource center of the Employers Federation of Ceylon. She has promoted inclusive economic development centering on persons with disability. And she also acts as a vice chairperson of a South Asian Disability Forum and is a founding member of a South Asian Women with Disabilities Network and a member of the Asia Pacific Women with Disabilities United. So if Manik is there online, please go ahead and talk about how digital tech, how it can be the best we would like it to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Gunala. Yes, the technology is very important for people with disabilities because that's how we survive in the society. Because we as people with disabilities, we have a disability which we have to admit. So through these assistive devices and technology, it's easy for us to work equally capable as people with non-disabilities. And also, what are if we imagine a world of technology which will assist people with disabilities, for example, right? If there is a world where the technology through the movements of people with disabilities, which they can inform the caregivers what the requirements of the person with disabilities, then the lifestyle would be very easy for us, and especially with now with the AI, artificial intelligence, AI technology. There are so many technologies available, but the problem is the cost factor. So it's very important that they have, because for example, for hearing impaired persons, if someone comes, say if someone rings the bell, hearing impaired persons cannot hear. Or if a dog barks, a hearing impaired person cannot hear. But when the technology is there, or through a smartphone or any device, if a dog is barking, a picture can be provided a dog barking, or when the doorbell is ringing. Through the smartphone, if they can indicate that the doorbell is ringing. So it will be very easy for hearing impaired persons to make life easy, and also for vision impaired persons. The smart glasses, right? If we are through the eye gestures, and when we walk with the smart glasses, if we can identify what is around us and give a description, so it will be very easy. And also for people with physical disabilities, they are the people who have the mobility difficulties. So through apps and technology, they can find out places which they can access. It may be a restaurant, it may be a movie theater. So those things are important. And also there are people with disabilities where their movements are limited. So through hand gestures and facial expressions, if they can operate the computer, they also can be equally capable as people with non-disabilities, so that they can be employed and economically active. And also, if there may be technology through brain functions and the way of thinking, if they can operate any devices, so those are very important. And also, entertainments, it's not only for people with non-disability. We as people with disabilities also need entertainments, maybe playing games through smartphones and over the computers. So any accessible games and technology, it's very important. And also, if technology is there to give emotional recognition, people with autism, and also people with intellectual disabilities, that would be very grateful for them. And platforms which are accessible, so that all of us can equally use platforms which are accessible. And if we can imagine of a world where a smart home, if you want to cook something, if you put all the ingredients and press the buttons and say, I want fried chips, or anything, cooked rice, whatever, if the end product is there. So for people with disabilities, the home can be very smart. So, and we as people with disability use lot of devices. I'm a vision impaired person. If you can just imagine a world full of darkness around you, and that is my world. So we do work equally capable as people with non-disability through various apps, the smartphones, the laptop, and we use the Be My Eyes app, which gives assistance for us, and currency identifiers, color recognizers. A lot of apps are available through the smartphone and other devices. So world with full of technology, especially for women with disabilities, is very useful for us.
Thank you so much, Manik. Wouldn't it be wonderful if all of those technologies were available so that persons with disabilities could live seamlessly and independently, and that's what we're all aiming for. I would like now to ask Judy Okita, if she is online, to speak a little bit to this particular imagining topic, but also talking generally about her experience of accessibility and potential barriers. And Judy Okita is from Kiktanet in Kenya, and is the founder of the Association for Accessibility and Equality. and she's been advocating for many years for better access for persons with disability, both in regard to physical infrastructure and online content. So I'll hand over to Judy, please, if she is there.
Hello, Gunilla. Thank you. Good to see you. It's an interesting topic that we talk about accessibility for persons with disability. And yes, I will be excited to see all inclusive technology or inclusive, physical spaces, because that's the one that really affects me the most. I know for a long time we've been advocating for physical accessibility even within the IGF. I hope that this year it's much better. And the little things that we don't get to think about, we don't get to look into, are what really brings the barriers, and so enables, or rather puts the people into the spaces of you have to request for assistance every now and then. So one of the things that probably I'll just mention that we have been able even to do with KicToNet in this year, we were able to evaluate the government websites. We did that on 46 websites, just to be able to see how accessible this information for persons with disability is. Unfortunately, the highest was got an 80%. Of course, we were using the POA principles. And it was interesting, the feedback from government was interesting, because people felt if you are at 80%, then you are at a good space. But no, if you're at 80%, that means 20% of your content is not accessible, meaning that your content is still not accessible for persons with disability. Another thing that we found from the research that we did was that more emphasis is placed on the persons who are blind when it comes to digital content. But you will find that a person with cognitive disability is actually more disadvantaged if the content is not understandable, if the content is not perceivable. Then you've lost this person. They're not going to be able to interact with your information as much as you'd want all of them to. And looking at it from the Kenya perspective, it's only a few years, maybe 2 years ago, that the cognitive disability was recognized as actually as a disability. Then you can see how far we still are on inclusion, on ensuring that everyone is included. So I would really like to see if there are these little things that we can ensure that the persons with disability are part of our change. Yes, we want to make change, but we need to include them, not because they want to, but because they have to be part of the process. If I can just quickly give an example, most recently I was in Dar es Salaam, in Tanzania. We were having the Forum for Freedom in Dar es Salaam. That is an annual event. And we've worked with them before, so they know my very specific needs when it comes to the physical platform. So when I got there, they had the ramp, yes, but there is the big pavement before you get into the ramp. So my question was, how does this make sense? So yes, there is the ramp, but I will still need to be lifted up to get to the ramp. So that's not the access that we are talking about. They had a really beautiful, accessible room, but they have this very small cubicle for the washroom. So I decided that this time around, I'm not going to say much about it. I'm just going to demonstrate. So I had to call the guys from the reception, and I was like, could you please come upstairs with the wheelchair? Is there a wheelchair? So they were like, okay, yes. So they came to the room with a wheelchair, and I requested them, could you please push the wheelchair into the bathroom? You know, and the guy is asking me, how do we do that? I'm like, that's an excellent question. How would you expect me to use it if you cannot push it in there? So it's not that the persons with disability want to be part of the process. They have to be part of the process. We need to empower the persons with disability to really be able to know their rights. You know, I mean, I have the right to say, this is not working for me. It's not for you to tell me, no, this is the accessible room, people use it. No, I tell you, if it is not accessible, then it is not. And I just kept telling them, if you had included a person with disability to be part of this process, the ramp would not have been this bad. I mean, the washroom would not have been this bad. It's not about having a wide, beautiful room. It's about having it accessible. So I would really love to see if we can do that and be deliberate in that. It's not something that we are requesting. It's a right. We need to be part of that. We need to be part of the move of the change. It's not about we are going to disturb them or we know what it is that they need. It's about ensuring that they are part of that process, that they are there, that they have a yes or a no, and we are able and we are ready to listen to the yes and no and make those necessary changes. Thank you very much, Gunilla.
Thank you very much, Judy. And I think it just shows that we have this beautiful imagining of what accessibility is and what technology can do. But then we come to Earth and realize some really fundamental things still need to be fixed. And I think Judy also made suggestions there about nothing about us without us. We need to be involved in those decisions on how something is built, if it's in the built environment or in the online environment. So I now just wanted to ask the audience if there were any particular questions, comments, and first of all, Padmini, are there any online questions or comments before we go to any in the room?
So actually, Gunilla, since we just managed to get Nirmita in the room, it would be really nice if we could also include her in the conversation. So I think you might have a brief biography for her, but Nirmita is kind of widely respected and known specialist in disability rights and policy from India. And so Nirmita, maybe we could have, since we're running a little short of time,
Sure.
I'll just skip to the question, which is that how do you feel policy and regulatory processes can kind of ensure the inclusion of disabled people in the creation of or the making of technologies, just like Judy was suggesting?
Yeah, first of all, apologies for coming late. I was facing some technical issues. So let me get to the question. I think it's important to have policies because otherwise it ensures that people are aware that there is a need. It is mandated. It is recognized by law. There are standards to comply with. Otherwise, it is just a personal request of somebody to somebody, right? And the fact that there is a legal and a social requirement and a responsibility to comply with standards, I think that is very important. To ensure that accessibility is there where we see. So if you look at the DARE Index survey, it shows that countries which have policies are more likely to have accessibility implemented. And so starting from the policy, I think I would like to say that now either we need to have policy, or where we have policy, we need to focus on implementing the policy. And that gives us guidelines on what to do, how to do, and where all to do. So I think that answers your question in brief.
Can I just very quickly add a follow-up question, which is that how would you advocate disabled people lobby for this kind of policy? Because it's quite labyrinthine, right? Like getting these questions to a policy level. So if you can just maybe share an example or maybe advice as to how that might be done.
Sure. So, see, I think by and large, a lot of countries have implemented the CRPD and are, have ratified and signed and are implementing it in their legislation. But clearly, domain-specific policies have to come from within, and persons with disabilities have to do that. It also depends on, different strategies and different situations. For example, in India, when we had to lobby for the global and the national level copyright law, we did a whole lot of research on what are the legal models available everywhere. We ran campaigns, we had meetings, we had signature campaigns, we had whole kind of campaign stuff happening. On the other hand, when we look at electronic accessibility, we had meetings with the officials of the electronic and IT department, and that's how we worked with them to develop a policy. On the another level, when we look at implementing the procurement standard in India, we worked again with the ministry, with an agency, and there were nationwide consultations with experts and with different academic groups and industry on what the standard should be and how it should be implemented. But clearly, the one thing that is there everywhere is that we need to be involved, and we need to be motivated and get other people to be responsible for this. It's not something which is only applicable to us. It's something we want the country as a whole to implement, and it depends on situation to situation, who the people are we are in touch with. Whatever it is, we need to be proactive, and we need to be ready to do more than we think it's our job to do.
Thank you very much, Nimita, and I'm so pleased that you got online in time to make your comments on policy. I think they are so essential. I will now ask Lydia Best to have a question or a comment, please.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to add my voice. And as we speak about nothing about us without us, therefore I would like to disclose that I am deaf and I use cochlear implant. And when we talk about the technology and how it empowers us, it does, but it also disempowers. And in this case, for example, when during pandemic, the situation happened when everybody has gone online on the telephone lines, Google Meet was an excellent tool where we could very easily connect with each other, and while not perfect, we were able to communicate, mostly one-to-one. Text messages also help. For deaf people, sign language users, we know that we've got the WhatsApp, with video calls, we can use sign language, great. When we meet, and Zoom has been mentioned today, when we meet at Zoom meetings, usually it is multinational meeting, because I'm representing European Federation of Hard of Hearing People, and I work globally as well. And when it comes to accents being involved, automatic captioning unfortunately fails us. And often we are finding difficult to participate because we cannot follow what the discussion is about. Another issue is when the users are actually switching off the videos, because the auto captioning, if it's used, is not correct enough, we need to support ourselves lip reading. And that causes a problem. We need to actually disclose as well that we actually need someone, everyone, to have their face shown correctly so we can follow. But the latest invention of Zoom is causing the biggest consternation. So Zoom has rolled out quite a few languages now in automated version. Great. Any user who is participating in the Zoom call can actually click the language they want. But do you know what happens? You suddenly have, say, someone using English language, someone else wants to actually follow Spanish language. And suddenly, both of us see both languages suddenly showing up as the captioning. It creates massive confusion, and lately we are forced back into using only human captioning in the international meetings because we cannot rely on the technology which actually disempowers us. Unless everybody uses just one language, usually it has to be English. So there are a lot of issues, and to me, this demonstrates the latest thing with Zoom, that Zoom did not work with persons with disabilities, with expert disabilities, and did not do the user research enough before actually putting this new feature out. And that's something what is really distressing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lydia, for those important comments. Is there any last-minute comments, questions from anyone else, please? And Padmini, is there any comments or questions online?
Gunal, this is Nirmita here. Is there a minute?
Yes.
I just wanted to add some more thoughts on previous discussions. And when we're talking about nothing about us without us, and we talk about accessibility, and I just wanted to quickly mention that I think increasingly we feel the need for mainstream products to be more universally designed. I mean, even simple technologies around us that we can use. And what we need to understand is that just because it's accessible, it's not usable to everybody. There are different levels of users, and maybe somebody who's an expert in technology can use something, but another person using the same screen reader or same captioning or same technology cannot. And we need to have that user-centric approach when we are talking about accessibility as well. So yeah, with that, I just conclude.
Thank you, Nirmita. I think that is a very good point to end on. And I wish to thank all our speakers online, in the room. And again, we unfortunately didn't have our online speakers there from the beginning because of some technical issues with the Zoom links, but all the information is captured, and I'm sure that Point of View and everyone else who have participated in this session will have some very useful information to take home when it comes to digital self-determination for people with disability, and especially for the gender focus on this topic. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Gunilla. Would be great if Padmini, you could share your concluding thoughts, comments.
Great, thanks so much. So yes, I think one thing that, as somebody who is both identifies as a designer and technologist, I think the biggest challenge that we struggle with is the fact that when we design and develop technology, we always tend to do it at scale. And this means that much more nuanced and individualized use is much harder to provide. And so I think this does require a kind of a paradigmatic shift in the way we think about creating customized products. And I think something like AI might actually be the way forward. But we need to be able to kind of layer user interaction in such a way that individual users can toggle between different kinds of way of using and experiencing technology, rather than foisting the same technology on everybody, because that's not a tenable solution. So I would urge those of you who are working in the field, and of course people with disabilities who are affected by this, to start those conversations and advocate for kind of more individualized and customized experiences, rather than something one size that fits all, because we know very well it doesn't. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Debarati, I think we've finished then. So thank you very much for this session, and I think we'll conclude there. Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Hello? Yes. You can leave the door open. Yeah, so welcome everyone today, the audience in the room and also joining virtually for our open forum on how to retain cyber professionals in the public sector. My name is Laura Hartmann. I work for the German Development Agency, GIZ, specifically on cyber capacity building, and I'll be moderating the session today. We are very privileged to be joined by a distinguished panel with speakers on site and joining virtually from the public and private sector, who will bring in various perspectives and share national, regional, and global insights, and also present very concrete initiatives on how this issue could be addressed. For the audience on site and online, you'll have the chance to actively join the discussion after our speakers' inputs. And before we start the session and before I'll give it over to the speakers, I'll give you a few framing points why we are here today to discuss this. So I think we are all aware that our digital economies are expanding, technologies are getting more sophisticated, and the number of cyber attacks and incidents is rising. What is not rising to a required extent is the number of cyber professionals protecting our infrastructures. So according to the Future of Jobs report published by the World Economic Forum this year, there's a shortage of 3.4 million globally in cybersecurity. And yeah, to support our global economy, and the number is only rising. Secondly, organizations are currently competing for talent mainly by paying more and more to the same pool of people. So one could argue that this exacerbates the staff shortage, and also the public sector cannot compete here because of a lack of funding. And thirdly, the whole topic is particularly important with an eye on developing cyber capacity building initiatives. So as GIZ, for example, we are commissioned by the Federal Foreign Office of Germany to implement cyber capacity building initiatives with partner countries from different contexts. And since the start, since we started implementation, all partners voiced the same issue, that they fear that reskilled, upskilled people will just leave the public sector. So our panel aims today to find answers to this challenge and how to close this gap in cybersecurity professionals, especially for the public sector. I'm happy to introduce you to our first speaker of our session now, which is Yasmin Idrisi Azuzi. Yasmin is a cyber program officer at ITU and works in the Bureau of Development. She's been leading cyber capacity building projects mainly for women, but also in the field of child online protection. She's involved in national cyber policy making, strategy development, and capacity building. So Yasmin, over to you.
Thank you very much, Laura, and for this very timely and very important topic as well. Thank you for the invite to share. So what I think is that it really boils down to making the field attractive. And the way to do that is twofold. Of course, quantitative measures are important to attract people. In fact, many communities are underrepresented in the cyber workforce, including women, including youth. And people often just don't envision themselves in cybersecurity jobs. They're not aware of the many opportunities that are present in the field in this important and growing workforce. There needs to be a need to raise awareness on the types of roles that are needed. Cybersecurity is just not technical, it's highly multidisciplinary. And we often forget that the public sector is also schools, securing hospitals, securing ministerial departments, and other key critical infrastructure for some countries. So the need is really there to focus on attracting marginalized communities as well. One way of doing that, the public sector can do this as well, sometimes better than the private sector, and that's offering some benefits like gender-sensitive work arrangements, childcare, parental leave, etc., so that there's also a better inclusion of women. And so that's on attracting people on a quantitative point of view. But also, it's important that once they're there, they need to stay. And the idea is to be able to retain them. And the best way to retain them is through some qualitative measures. One of them is to offer opportunities for career progression and leadership roles, even for people that have technical profiles. Be able to offer them that capacity to jump from a fully technical role to one more of leadership and maybe policy. And there needs to be this accommodation in a way for multidisciplinary roles. What is often observed is that there is a shortage among upper level positions as well. So we need to just acknowledge that there is a revolving door between the public and the private sector and really invest. So the investment should be twofold. Obviously, investment in people is key, but also investing in technology. I mean, cybersecurity professionals in the public sector are often very overworked, doing the job of several people sometimes. So sometimes investing in software that can automatize some aspects can help, can be, certainly of help. But of course, I think the most important is really to invest in people. The idea is to, have people in your institutions be encouraged to take part in capacity building programs. And at the ITU, we do offer them for the public sector, for example. And I would take a little moment to explain a couple of them. So one is the cyber drills. And these are these comprehensive, holistic exercises that are cross-country, cross-regions, that are for people in the public sector taking care of national policies and national incident response as well. And these are usually 4 hours also for exchange between countries and trying to understand the lessons learned and the common challenges. Another project and program that we have for people in the public sector is specifically for women, and that's her Cyber Tracks, in which we are collaborating with the Foreign Federal Office of Germany, with Regina here, and the GIZ as well. And the idea of this is to, of course, allow for women not only to participate in national cyber policy making and cyber diplomacy at international level, but also to do it meaningfully through obviously training in understanding better the diplomacy, better the policy for the technical profiles, but also having a holistic approach of providing mentorship, providing role models, and networking, which is something that is definitely key in this field, trying to understand that the challenges that you are going through, other people have gone through, and that you're not sort of alone on this. So, as introduced by Laura at the beginning, there are, of course, the salary motivator that often is an issue between public sector and private sector. But what the public sector can do is offer what we call long-term motivators that are not like a higher salary, which is a short-term motivator. So one thing that we can focus on is really to promote that this is an opportunity for working for something that is challenging, try to appeal to people's sense of purpose, which of course this is not only the case in cybersecurity, but in the public sector in general. Trying to see if you believe in a mission where you are contributing to something that is for the betterment of your overall country and society. And one thing that we can do, and that is often overlooked, and in the cybersecurity community, we always sort of have this echo chamber, but it's important to look at other fields. There are a lot of studies on turnover rates and maintaining sort of employee engagement in the public sector. And so the public sector does have some strengths. Obviously, job security, stability of income, some non-financial benefits, as I mentioned, parental leave, paid leave, pensions. Also, of course, the prestige for working for one's government. So meaningfulness, definitely accomplishing something of real value, satisfaction and pride of the work that has been performed, and the possibility to progress as well. But one thing, and that's last but not least, I will really conclude on that, that's the recognition. Because with all the training in the world, I think I like this sort of metaphor of a plant. You know, you can give it all the water, the nutrients it needs. In this case, obviously, it would be education and training, but it will not grow without sunlight, without, you know, shedding the light on it. So shedding the light on people's accomplishments and giving them value as people, not just, of course, numbers, is definitely something that can be helpful in attracting more people and retaining them and making them also proud to be working in the cybersecurity workforce for their government. Back to you, Lawa.
Thank you, Yasmin, for the input. So I think the key points that we heard from Yasmin was that we should pay more attention, or in the public sector, more attention should be paid on promotion strategies. So really shifting the awareness of people that are maybe not so attracted to the field, cybersecurity, as a working field. So underrepresented groups, marginalized groups, women, so that we can give them the possibility with cyber capacity building initiatives to join the workforce. Also, I think the opportunity for technical staff to switch to leadership roles, managerial roles, and vice versa. I think these are some key points that we should keep in mind for the discussion later. And I would now give the floor to one of our speakers online, Martina Castiglioni. She's a program officer of working in the ECCC, which is the European Cybersecurity Competence Center and Network. Before joining the ECCC, she was the head of training and advisory services at the Italian Cybersecurity Competence Center and was heavily involved in the development of cybersecurity training campaigns at national level. She worked in cybersecurity advisory services and supported operators of critical infrastructures. And her expertise includes cybersecurity risks management, governance, cybersecurity auditing and assessments, and crisis management. Thank you, and over to you, Martina.
Good morning, everyone. Could you hear me? Could you confirm?
Yes, we hear you.
Okay, thank you. Could you also see me?
We cannot see you at the moment.
Okay.
Maybe that still changes.
Okay, so by the way, good morning, everyone, or good afternoon. Firstly, thanks for inviting me here. And in this really short time, I will try to bring here a glimpse of what is going on in Europe regarding this topic, and in particular, what is going on under the competence of European Cybersecurity Competence Center, ECCC. As mentioned by Laura, indeed, I'm working for this new center focused on cybersecurity. I'm indeed calling from Bucharest, where the European Cybersecurity Competence Center is located. And let me introduce in few words the role of this center. The center was established in 2021, but is operational from this year. And the center, together with the member states, together with the industry and the cybersecurity technology community, has the aim to shield the European Union society from cyber attacks, maintain research excellence, and reinforce the European Union industry in this field, and also boost the development and deployment of course, advanced cybersecurity solutions. The center, the ECCC, will play a key role in delivering on the ambitious cybersecurity objectives of the DEP, the Digital Europe Program, and the Horizon Europe programs. And these two programs, of course, have also the aim to narrow the cybersecurity skills shortage of Europe, both in public and in private sector. I would like to explain better that this center, the ECCC, of course, is operating in a new framework, European cybersecurity framework, because it's working together with the so-called network of NCC, so National Coordination Center. So in this way, each member state will have a contact point a contact point for the European Cybersecurity Competence Center, and we receive fundings from a European program, and will develop cybersecurity capacity building activity at national and regional level, and promote cybersecurity educational program programs at national and regional level under the big hat of the European Cybersecurity Competence Center. In this way, we aim to facilitate the collaboration and the sharing of expertise and capacities among Europe, in particular among the research, the academia, the public authorities, under the so-called cybersecurity competence community, that is the third player of this new European Union framework after the Competence Center and after the NCC's networks. So, of course, the initiatives that are going on in Europe to tackle the topic of this agenda, based on the fact that the security of the European Union cannot be guaranteed without the most valuable asset, our people. So, and as shown by the latest report at European level, mainly published by ENISA, a larger number of cybersecurity incidents have also targeted public administration and governments in member states and public bodies at European and national level. So we need professionals with the skills and competencies to prevent and defend the Union, including its most critical infrastructure against cyber attacks and ensure its resilience. But also we need skilled people that are needed to implement the cybersecurity legislations to deliver the cybersecurity legal and policy requirements. Otherwise, those pieces of legislations will not achieve their objectives. So in regarding the initiative the initiatives that are going on so far in Europe, of course, we have many public and private investment initiatives in focusing closing the cybersecurity skills gap also in the public sector. Of course, these initiatives already existed, but the situation shows that the cybersecurity skill gap still represents a huge issue, and it might be referred to the lack of synergies and coordinated action to close that have been taken so far to close this cybersecurity skill gap. Indeed, the Europe's Digital Decade Policy Program 2030 has set the target of increasing the number of ICT professionals by 20 million by 2030, and also narrowing the cybersecurity skills gap that we have in the public sector, but the cyber gender skill gap that we have in this field. I would like to mention this concrete initiative that is going on, that has been established in particular this year, the so-called Cybersecurity Skill Academy. The Academy, I will refer to this with the word Academy, that will be our single point of entry and synergies for cybersecurity education and training. And will offer also funding opportunities and specific action for supporting the development of cybersecurity skills. Of course, the main focus will be skilling the cybersecurity professionals in Europe. And the implementation of this academy will be supported by 10 million funding from the so-called Digital Europe program. And the European Cybersecurity Competence Center indeed will implement the strategic objective cybersecurity under this program. The Academy so far has its concrete representation in a dedicated website that is available, is public available. But strategically and operationally, the Academy refers to 4 pillars. The first one is fostering knowledge generation through education and training by working on a common framework for cybersecurity role profiles and associated skills. And here I would like to mention that ENISA has defined a specific European cyber skills competence framework that defines roles, profiles, competencies of cybersecurity professional. And this will be our first basis for the Academy to define and assess the current skills, the skills that we need, and monitor the evolution of the skills gap and provide indication of specific new needs also for the public sector. Another important pillar will be, of course, design a specific cybersecurity education and training curricula suitable for these specific roles. And here I would like to mention the project CyberSec Pro, funded by the DEP, which brings together 17 higher educational institutions and 13 security companies from 16 member states in order to collect the best experience and become the best practice for all cybersecurity training programs that will be developed under the Academy. Then I would like also to mention that this is a responsibility of each member state. Indeed, the NCCs, so the National Coordination Center, are invited to explore how to set up the so-called cyber campus in each member state. The cyber campus would aim at providing pools of excellence at national level for the cybersecurity community, and the Academy will help their networking and the coordination of the activities of the different cyber campus in each member state. And this responsibility that each member state has, it refers to a specific piece of our legislation, European cybersecurity legislation, because each member state in Europe, according to European legislation, should adopt as a part of their national cybersecurity strategy specific measure in view of mitigating the cybersecurity skills shortage. Then I would like to mention briefly the last important pillar of this Academy initiative, and then I will close. I know that the time is running out, of course, we understood that we have to better gain visibility of the different initiatives that are going on in Europe. So for another important pillar of the Academy will be ensuring a better visibility over the available funding opportunities for skills-related activities in order to maximize their impact. And in this, with this objective, I would like to mention that there is going on a specific working group managed by the European Cybersecurity Competence Center in collaboration with the NISA and with the Commission that has the aim to map all the initiatives and all the cybersecurity training initiative and all the cybersecurity funds opportunities related to the narrowing the cybersecurity skill gap. In this way, with a better overview and an efficient overview of the current cybersecurity funds related to this specific topic, of course, this will help to better define the priorities in terms of fundings of this Academy and of the Digital Europe program broadly. Then I will close this overview of the Academy. Of course, mention that another important pillar of this Academy will be defining indicators to monitor the evolution of the market and be able to assess the effectiveness of the actions of the Academy. So under the Academy, a specific methodology will be developed that we will allow to measure the progress of this the progress to close the cybersecurity skills gap. Will be defined specific cybersecurity indicators to monitor the evolution of the cybersecurity labor market in order to be able to assess and to re-elaborate and to adjust funding opportunities and the activities that are going on. There will be specific KPIs on cybersecurity skills by the end of 2023 that will be elaborated by ENISA. And in this way, with this KPI, we will be able to collect data on indicators and also report on them with a first collection by 2025. Because another issue that have been revealed so far is that we didn't have a specific report about cybersecurity skills gap based on common indicators, common KPIs. And of course, this has been so far it has been an issue to then better identify the priorities and to take a look with this with the issue of cybersecurity skills gap, in particular also at public sector. So with this new advancement in terms of elaborating KPIs and elaborating report, we, in this way, of course, this will be an important pillar for the overall achievement of the Cybersecurity Academy. I will come back to you, Laura, and sorry if I take more time.
Thank you, Martina. So to, so highlighting what you just said, just two highlights. Thank you, first of all, for giving us an overview of what the EU institutions and agencies do. And I think it's really interesting what you said on the lack of synergies between them on regional level. So this highlights the need for even more coordinated approaches on cyber capacity building again, also to retain, reskill, attract, and upskill people. And it's reassuring that the ECCC takes initiative on EU level. And then also, I think what came clear is that we need to really focus on the concrete roles. So what kind of professions do we want to have in the jobs market? So these have to be first identified, pointing to the need of conducting studies on that. So what kind of job roles are really needed? Because if you Google that, if you research for that, it's always about the workforce gap in cybersecurity, but never about concrete roles. And coming back to the panel and the speakers, happy to give the floor now to Komitas Stepanyan on my left. Komitas is the Technology and Cybersecurity Director at the Central Bank of Armenia, and he's part of the team working for national level digital transformation, including cybersecurity in Armenia. He's a short-term consultant for the World Bank for Digital Transformation and GovTech activities, and also works partly for the IMF for cybersecurity initiatives and programs. Komitas, please have the floor.
Thank you very much. Much better. Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak in this very important panel. Actually, you have already mentioned a couple of important things, like there is a huge shortage of cyber professionals and how to fill this gap. And another thing, that cybersecurity is quite wide. Everyone talks about the cybersecurity skills shortage, but what kind of special shortage do we need? For example, if you Google, you can find that right now almost all companies, including public sector, they need database admins, network admins, people who can really understand how the entire technology server infrastructure works. These are a little technical, but these are part of cybersecurity. Overall, let me explain what we how Central Bank of Armenia is a public institution, and how my country overall, what are we doing, how we are trying to fill this skill gap in the public sector. First of all, we need to increase the pipeline. To do that, there was an interesting initiative and campaign run by the leadership of the Central Bank of Armenia. Imagine the Deputy Governor of Central Bank of Armenia was leading the team, and we met most recognized universities in Armenia, top 5 universities in Armenia, to talk with the management, first of all, and to see what kind of programs, what kind of specific subjects or syllabuses can be developed for different universities. And secondly, we met all students to promote this activity. I was dreaming that when I was a student, somebody could come to my university to talk about this initiative, that, for example, being a young student in the, I don't know, 2nd or 3rd grade, I can have chance to join to the public sector and work for the Central Bank of Armenia or Ministry of Finance or other public institution. So it had a huge impact, and we had a great response from different universities. We continued this campaign. We collected more than 300 CVs, then did an interview to identify 30 talents, to torture them for 6 months, to have a team working for cybersecurity. Currently, it's very important to have incident response team for any public institution. This is our one of the main strategic objectives. 2 years ago, we established an information system agency who is responsible for 3 main pillars. First is digital identification, national level. Second is the interoperability of the public institutions, and not only public institutions. And the third pillar is cybersecurity. So this institution is responsible for working with the academia, with different universities, to create specific subjects based on our needs to fill this gap. After that, we work with the international recognized organizations to provide specific training for 25 people, which has been carefully selected from different public institutions, from different ministries, agencies, including central bank and a couple of commercial banks as well. We had a special training for incident response, for forensic research, and for compliance and audit of cybersecurity incidents. Because once again, if there is not enough capacity to recognize that there is an incident, then it's gonna be end of day. And according to the statistics, cyber breach identification, on average time for cyber breach identification is over 200 days, according to the statistics. So imagine cyber criminals are hacking your environment, and after 200 years you can be able, and some institutions unfortunately are not able to identify that their systems are breaked. So this was the second initiative, and right now this process is going on, and I'm waiting to the results. The exam will be at the end of October. It's an ongoing process, and I hope a couple of my colleagues will get certified, will become certified for cybersecurity incident response, which is really very important. And we would like to continue this training program, and a couple of them who already certified can become like trainers, or they can share their experience with others. We also closely cooperating with the private sector, because we all know that lots of good professionals work for private sector. We have already heard that public sector cannot be attractive if you are looking only salary. Private sector pays more, but public sector has its own beauty, because we are working for a mission. Mission and challenge is more important for many ones. So during your career, mainly at the middle of your career, you may rethink that, money is a very short motivator, as Yasmina already mentioned, and I'm fully agree with this. But the objective, what are you doing? And when you empower your young colleagues that, whatever you do will have an impact on thousands or maybe million people, it can be the most great motivator for them. So we are continuing this program, and I hope after another year we'll have more certified professionals. Also, we are working for setting up a national cert, and it's also an ongoing process. And after that, we would like to have a recognized national cert to work with the international other certs, and after that we'll apply for being a member of FIRST. At this moment, I hope this helps as a concrete examples. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for your points, Komitas. I think the most, or what became clear is mission and purpose, right? That you mentioned, that can account for maybe the lack of funding, or just so private companies are paying more. It's the top one argument for the lack of cybersecurity skills in the public sector. Happy to take this into discussion later. So just to speed up a bit, because we're running a little bit short in time, I'll give the floor now to the second virtual speaker that we have today, Marie Nde Sene Ahuanshde. She is a digital specialist with 22 years of experience in the field of information systems and digital transformation. And in August last year, she joined the ECOWAS Commission, where she works as a program officer for e-applications and e-government, and is there responsible overall for coordination and the driving of the digital transformation efforts on behalf of the Commission in ECOWAS. The floor is yours, Marie.
Thank you, Laura. Good morning, everyone. I'm very delighted to have this opportunity to join the panel. So thank you on the behalf of our Commission Infrastructure, Energy and Digitalization of ECOWAS. ECOWAS is the economic community of West African states. I'm not the main resources in cybersecurity, but I will try to share with you during this panel ECOWAS approach and perspective on cybersecurity,
Marie,
and more especially on the workforce. So ECOWAS.
One second, can you try to switch off your video so that we also have the chance to see you in the room? Thank you.
Can you see me, please?
Yes, we can. Perfectly.
All right. So ECOWAS region and widely Africa face growing cyber security challenges. I'm sure that you are aware of that. And this is a result of the digital transformation that has given rise to new opportunities for malicious cyber activities. Many studies have pointed out the urgent need for a skilled workforce capable of effectively answering the growing cyber threats that the region is facing. Globally, in digital skills, it was announced in 2023 at the 12th Assize for African Digital Transformation in Madagascar that the need for digital skills in Africa will reach 230 million people by 2030, while just 5% to 10% of their needs are covered depending on the country. Specifically, if we talk about cybersecurity, the KPMG's 2023 Cybersecurity Outlook mentioned that the fact that the percentage of government and public sector organizations with appropriate cyber resources to meet their needs is only 29%. Given the persistence of the critical needs for cybersecurity professionals, the coordinated regional approach of ECOWAS, the ECOWAS Cybersecurity Agenda, aims to increase cyber resilience in the region and to support member states in strengthening their capacity building, which certainly require the availability of a skilled cybersecurity workforce. The supply of cybersecurity specialists in ECOWAS region, I can say, is under capacity in the face of the exploding demand. To address this concern, ECOWAS Commission and West African government are multiplying efforts in cybersecurity education and training initiatives, identification of cybersecurity talents, capacity building, cooperation, partnership, and awareness. For example, at the regional level, in collaboration with EU, the OSIWASI project is the West African response on cybersecurity and fight against cybercrime was set up. As a means of building a sustainable cyber workforce in the region, under OSIWASI, the ECOWAS Commission launched the ECOWAS Regional Cybersecurity Hackathon. This hackathon helped to build a regional pool of cybersecurity youth to assess the level of the region's maturity in terms of skills in cybersecurity and fight against cybercrime, and also to increase the interest of youth in digital security. To upskill professionals, still under OSIWASI, the ECOWAS Commission and its partners are supporting the judicial authorities of the region to tackle the need through global capacity building initiatives. In the same dynamic, I can say that the advanced training was provided in 2023 to member states with the computer security incident response team in order to enhance capabilities for handling cyber incidents and managing threats. As part of cooperation in cybersecurity, a joint platform G7 ECOWAS for advancing cybersecurity was launched also in September 2023 to increase partnership for the continued implementation of ECOWAS cybersecurity agenda for a resilient cyberspace in West Africa. At the national level, the country in West Africa have adopted a series of cybersecurity measures, including the development of cybersecurity education. As an example, I can cite the National Digital Academy that was being launched to offer advanced training to Beninese trainers and managers in ICT, artificial intelligence, and cybersecurity. This is the outcome of the partnership between Benin's Ministry of Digital Affairs and Smart Africa Digital Academy. Despite the efforts I just mentioned, African countries are facing a real brain drain. To attract digital professionals, the public sector generally apply a specific salary policy, such as a bonus founded on the base salary. This remains insignificant in a global context of digital talent shortage, and the major consequence of which is a brain drain. Aware of the inadequacy of the public sector to compete with the private sector and of the attractiveness of the market for cybersecurity talents, education and training are now recommended to be included in the national strategies. The public sector is also exploring a multi-stakeholder approach involving private sector and international partners. A good example of collaboration in Togo is the Memorandum of Understanding signed with UNECA, the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, to collaborate on establishing the African Center for Coordination and Research in Cybersecurity. And I know that efforts are ongoing to fast-track the realization. I wanted also to share the following best practices of public-private partnership is the specific case of the strategic partnership between Togolese Republic and a company named ASECO Data System is in Poland. This partnership gave birth in 2019 to Cyber Defense Africa. Is a joint venture company that offers cybersecurity services mandated by the Togolese Republic to ensure security information system in Togo and beyond its border. The partnership combined the CERT with a national SOC. Given the limits of the public sector in terms of its ability to keep its talent and the global shortage of cybersecurity, the way out that I see for our region are to elaborate national cyber workforce and education strategies, develop cybersecurity capacity building and education plan, introduce gender diversity by getting girls interested early, revamp the public recruitment process and condition, expand the talent pool by collaboration, invest in training and development program to promote cyber certification, to develop the talent inside the public sector. To finish, the last way out I see is to follow ITU guideline when developing the national cybersecurity strategy, especially on the capability and capacity building and awareness raising. Thank you, Laura. This is what I wanted to share with you, what is going on in our region. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Marie. Your input is very well noted and appreciated. I think you've had, just to highlight one point that is specifically important is the the note that you put forward of the brain drain. So you're facing challenges that go well beyond the cybersecurity workforce gap. So I think we should be aware when working in cyber capacity building initiatives in partner initiatives with countries from the global south, that this is a multi-challenge LA, and that we should be aware of that. So I think now over to the fifth speaker of this panel, which is Ms. Regine Greenberger. She is the cyber ambassador at the German Federal Foreign Office and a career diplomat. Her professional path has focused on EU foreign relations, EU economic and financial issues, and common agricultural policy. And yeah, dear Regine, as the FFO has been increasingly involved in cyber capacity building for the past years, what would be your we're very happy to hear your lines of thought on the topic, please.
Thank you, Laura. First of all, I want to say I appreciate very much what all the other speakers on the panels have said, because it is really highlighting the very complexity of this problem of how to retain the cyber workforce in the public sector. I'm speaking as a civil servant who is both working inside a public institution that has experiences this shortage of experts, but also as somebody who is engaged in cyber capacity building, and it has been mentioned cyber tracks. Marie mentioned the ECOWAS action plan and other projects that we think or we hope are helpful to kind of establish a new or a better substrate for cyber experts with our global partners. So one thing I wanted to say before I go I advance with my notes is a discussion that I often have with my counterparts, and that is, does the public sector really need cyber experts, or can everything be outsourced to the private sector? And we have a discussion going on both within Germany but also within the European Union, and I think many of you will know this perhaps from home, the discussion about what is digital sovereignty, this ambition to have a digital sovereignty as a government or as a state. What does it demand from governments? And certainly having control on our own networks as governments is one important part of digital sovereignty. And so I would answer this question, is it possible to outsource cybersecurity to the private sector? Yes, we've seen very good examples where this works very well. For example, in Ukraine, that is relying heavily on the private sector to maintain government networks in times of war. But you also have to take care of covering your own needs with your own experts. Our cybersecurity agency gives the recommendation to set 15% of your digital or digitization budget aside for cybersecurity measures, including personnel and also training. And I think this is also a good benchmark if you are thinking about how much will this cost me. So 15% is a good rule of thumb of how much it will cost at least. Martina described the demands or the requests stemming from the new NIS directive, so our updated European cybersecurity regulation. In Germany, we assume that the number of cyber experts needed for critical infrastructure will be ×8 what we have now, because ×8 institutions will appear on the list of entities that have to follow or have to comply with the standards of this new regulation. And you can imagine that this means about 10,000 of cyber experts missing within the moment that this regulation enters into force. This can only be dealt with if we take it really seriously, also as public sector, that we have to really find and also build these experts. I have two immediate remedies perhaps to propose. One is pooling. We recommend this also, for example, for, you mentioned schools and universities. I would say also municipalities. Perhaps they are too small to afford their own cybersecurity expert, but certainly not too small to join forces with other municipalities in a similar situation and pool cybersecurity services for several public institutions. And the other one, and that is also a lessons learned from Ukraine, is moving things to the cloud makes it also much easier to take care of cybersecurity. So I'm not recommending a specific offer from a specific corporate company, but we have seen that this helps because it's then well protected by the most advanced and sophisticated tools. A third recommendation that I would like to make is make it a little bit easier for the few cyber experts you have by raising the digital and cyber literacy of your workforce in general. So we are, for example, conducting a cybersecurity month in October, actually these days, to inform our colleagues about cyber threats, how they are themselves high-value targets for cybercriminal organizations and state actors conducting espionage operations, so that they know a little bit better how to protect themselves with easy means, because, I mean, that's a cliche, but the weakest link in the cybersecurity chain is always the human. So my recommendation, make it easier to by increasing the cyber literacy of your workforce. Okay, then now what kind of experts are actually needed? That was also been mentioned already. So I would say, and I see it in contact with my colleagues also from our IT department, you need technical experts, and you need also people who are able to speak the language of management and hierarchy, so that the higher up levels of management of a ministry, for example, understand the need and the requests, understand also the need to invest and to raise these costs, because it's a costly exercise to improve cybersecurity. So I think by hiring one person that can actually speak the language of management, you might be able to free money to hire 10 more experts who then do the groundwork. And then in exchange with my colleague from the IT department, I also learned that they're basically always hiring people that are not up for the job that they are meant for. So they are always hiring people who have more generic knowledges than needed, but then are upskilled or reskilled on the job, or so by their colleagues, or by short-term cybersecurity reskilling or upskilling programs that we buy from the market. So then there was this issue of competition with the private sector. Of course, mostly it will not be the case that money and salary offerings are adequate to attract the workforce, but purpose is really an important thing, and purpose is not only the recognition by the higher levels, but also understanding at which part of the machine you are actually working. So a more holistic view of cybersecurity might also help to retain people in this sector if they understand that in the public sector they are allowed to really contribute to a bigger picture that they also understand. Plus job security, flexible work arrangements, I think, especially for women, also the particular protection that perhaps civil servants have in the public sector is something interesting. Of course, this is not for all workplaces, but for some, for example, for our ministry, that is an argument for women to join the Foreign Office and not a private sector company. Then there is also this idea, it's not worth training experts in the public sector because they will be stolen by private companies afterwards, so I don't invest. So I would recommend, don't think in these terms. Think of it in terms of job rotation. So you train the people as public sector, you release them to private companies, and you gain them back at a later stage of their career. I think this is particularly true in all the field of IT experts. They have so many opportunities and usually are also curious people, so you should let them look at other opportunities and perhaps gain them back. And my last point is, we are in a very transformative period of time with regard to IT, digitization, and cybersecurity. So our job profiles and the educational profiles, and somebody mentioned it, was it Marie or Laura? These curricula that we have in high schools and graduate schools and universities and business schools are perhaps not up to date. So we should work with our, for example, in our case, Ministry of Education and Ministry of Labor, to update also the job profiles, educational profiles, so that the institutions are really also able to produce the kind of knowledgeable people that we need. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this comprehensive input, Regine. And I will directly give it back to our last speaker joining virtually. She's Lara Pace. Lara has just under 15 years of international experience working in building cybersecurity capacity across the world. And she has worked for multilateral and national government academia and is now working for PGI in the private sector, where she's the head of the capacity building practice. Lara, it's my pleasure to hand it over to you.
Hi, Laura. Good afternoon. It's been fascinating listening to my colleagues and understanding all these initiatives that are on the way. I guess you're quite tight for time.
Yes,
yeah.
That's correct. Can we do overtime by 5 minutes, please? Yes.
Okay, so I think I'm gonna leave you with a couple of points. So essentially, I've been working internationally for 15 years, and the beginning of my career really focused on developing governance structures and cybersecurity strategies, and really creating plans at the national level. And now, having done that for so many years, I'm focused on essentially doing the same, but in helping governments really build the human resource to implement those strategies. There were a couple of points that I picked up on, which is now the ambassador's point about jobs rotation, which is fundamental, I think. This might sound a little bit controversial, but I think if you have skills and expertise in the public sector that suddenly moves into the private sector, that could fundamentally be seen as a positive. I'm in no way encouraging brain drain here, but essentially responding to cyber attacks and cyber incidents requires a whole ecosystem approach. So suddenly you're sat in the civil service and you are working with private sector individuals that have been trained by the public sector and also understand the challenges of the public sector. So are now sat in the private sector thinking about the challenges for the national perspective and can offer interesting solutions. So that's one point I wanted to make. I really agreed with Yasmin's contribution in terms of retention of skills in the public sector, in terms of really creating an inclusive environment, having very clear career pathways, so people can understand where they can progress, because as human beings, we all want to progress and better ourselves, both personally and as an organization or as a national institution. And the last thing is incentivization, and that does not necessarily equate with more money. The last point I wanted to make was, I think, and sometimes I'm guilty of this, as a cybersecurity professional working internationally, I think, cyber is the ultimate priority at a national level. And actually, we really need to consider, if we are going to make interventions in terms of skilling up and training, that there is also a similar initiative happening to ensure that the jobs are being created to retain that talent, especially in emerging markets. We get a lot of requests and we see a lot of RFPs for governments to have like skilling programs. But sometimes that happens in like a silo. And what happens is you have this very intense sort of skilling up program, and then the expertise does not remain within that geography. So I think it's really important that it has to be a two-pronged approach, or maybe not a two-pronged. I think about capacity building as a 1980s hair comb. You know, each tooth has to come all together, like in a national coordination effort. Yeah, I think I wanted to leave you with just those key points. We work from Latin America and the Caribbean all the way to the Pacific, helping governments scale up. So yeah, I think somebody mentioned academies, which is one of the things that we do. But I thought I would just leave you with those two comments, because I know you're very tight for time.
Thank you very much, Lara. So if we have some more minutes, can we allow for a question from the audience? Or is there even a question from the audience? Please come in. Yes.
I'm from the government of Sri Lanka, and we closely got many benefits from EU and some of the partner countries in capacity development, and including of the development of the cybersecurity strategy and the policy. So we developed the policy for the 5 years. So then now the challenge is to implement it. So we failed. I'm a civil servant for the past 23 years. So by the time the word ransomware came to media, so we just grab it, but nobody in the public sector had hardly heard about it. And we got the private sector experts to explain. So time to time we have the collaboration with the private sector, and we have also in a separate track the military and the forces, armed forces. They have their own kind of cyber defense, but we keep it in a very strategical way to bring that knowledge to the normal civil service work and other work. Somebody mentioned about the capacity building and curriculum change. I think the remote speaker, I think we gave this into the most of the ICT or digitalization related curriculum school and the academia. But we as a country face a challenge of losing the talent from the market to going overseas. Private sector itself, so we are a small country of 20 million. We have currently the IT industry has about 30,000 vacancies for the graduates. So that there's a challenge for the private sector itself. So without a collaboration, the capacity building within the government itself won't be a sustainable solution. That's the way I see it. And yeah.
Thank you very much. Any of the speakers would like to come in or leave it with the note? Okay, so then I would like to thank you all for listening. Thank you very much to our speakers joining virtually at the very early morning in Europe and in Africa. And thank you very much to the speakers here on the panel. And you want to make note? Yes, please.
Hello. Hi, thank you. We are hearing to you lots of things you have discussed, but we know that many of the time government and private sector has hacking, but I want to know how to fully save any government or any private sector by hacking. Can you tell me something?
So the question was, if I understand correctly, how to fully secure the government system from hacking attacks.
I can try being very technical. I started my career in a very technical level, and now I'm at the leadership level. There is nothing which is impossible to hack in the world, and there will not be, because digital world is imperfect. Always there will be weaknesses which can be used to hack systems, different types of systems. Maybe Pentagon, I don't know, White House will see such kind of activities, and will see in the future. There is nothing 100% possible to be safe, and technology always has weaknesses.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we need to close the session now to give the floor to the other session that's coming, that's about to take place here. So yeah, I think let us just all agree that really a holistic approach is very, very important. So beginning from the education, and then an ecosystem approach that our last speaker has voiced. Lara, I think that's fundamental. So cross-industry initiatives, really, so that we go from a nice to have to public, to really raise the awareness that it's a public safety issue as well. And ultimately, yes, we need people that can talk to management, that understand that there's the need for investment, and that translate this. So thank you very much, everyone, and happy IGF. You're an inspirational talk?
Yeah, tonight at 9:30.
Oh,
from here, yeah.
But here at the venue?
No, no, it's online. So I'm
You have a very tight schedule.
Yeah. Hi.
Thank you very much for great moderation.
Yeah, well done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. You're such a good public speaker.
the left of the chair, two speakers to the right of the chair, then the monitor on the left.
So where will I sit?
Oh, you are the first person to speak. Speak, sit next to me. I think the honorable will speak, sit, and you will sit on the.
So I can sit here. Huh?
Yeah. You can sit there. You are going to do the keys. Okay. The chair. This thing is going to affect the chair. Yeah, we move it a little. This is your chair. The honorable will sit down.
Okay.
There.
Honorable, please down. Doctor. Hold on. Yeah, very well. Ah. Very, very good. Short night. Russia. Anybody see that? Oh, US about to. They'll just revoke your they just revoked your visa. One more minute, madam. Yeah.
I think we have people online, so. I can't unmute myself. Okay. Hello, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you are connecting. This afternoon, we have the Nigeria Open Forum session, and is on data governance and trust. I will hand this mic over to the chairperson, and we have the privilege and honor of having the distinguished Senate Committee Chair on ICT and Cybersecurity, Senator Afolabi Shaibu. Over to you, sir, and you introduce yourself, and maybe you allow the speakers also to introduce themselves. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Madam. I'd like to join you as well to welcome everybody, both physically and online. Today's Nigerian Open Forum on IGF Kyoto 2023. As I've been introduced, my name is Senator Shoaib Afolabi Salisu. I'm the chairman of Nigerian Senate Committee on ICT and Cybersecurity. I'm not just chairing this committee, I'm also an IT practitioner for almost close to 4 decades. So I'm here both as a legislator and also as a practitioner. I'm proudly Nigerian too. So today, we'll be looking at the issue of data governance and trust. And we have a panel that will do justice to this topic. We have an array of people from both private sector, from the regulatory organization, as well as also from the legislator. Let me just ask the lead discussants and the panelists to just introduce themselves briefly, and then we'll start the ball rolling. I'm going to start from Dr. Bernard Ewa, please.
Thank you, distinguished Senator, and a very great welcome to everybody who has joined us today. My name is Bernard Ewa. I'm the Acting Director of E-Government Development and Regulation at the National Information Technology Development Agency.
All right, thank you, the moderator, and then good afternoon or good morning to everyone watching. My name is Dr. Chidi Diugu. I'm from the Nigerian Communications Commission. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Honorable Adedeji Stanley Olajide, also rep member for the Nigerian National Assembly, the chairman House Committee on ICT and Cybersecurity.
Konbanwan Okini Arigato. And that is saying greetings to everyone listening in Japanese. And welcome. My name is Jimson Olufuye. I have the privilege of being the chair of the Advisory Council of the Africa ICT Alliance, which is made up of about 40 countries, private sector practitioner in the IT industry. I'm also the principal consultant at Contemporary Consulting, IT firm based in Abuja, Nigeria. Welcome, everybody.
Yeah, thank you. And talking about being contemporary, we need to have a balanced mix. Therefore, I have online Nena Nwakama. Nena Nwakama satisfy both gender as well as online participation. We cannot be talking about the internet without having panelists on the internet. So, Nena, please introduce yourself.
Hello, everyone. I hope you can hear and see me. Bonjour from Abidjan. My name is Nena. I come from the internet. Happy to be here.
Thank you so much. Without much ado, and the run of the program, we're going to have the lead presenter, Dr. Benadewa, who is going to do justice for some 10 minutes, and thereafter we're going to have our panelists who make their interventions very few minutes so that we can have some time for the audience. So at this point in time, I must also recognize that part of the crew for this program, we have Kunle Olondare, who is the online moderator, is also somewhere here, is the acting president, Internet Society Nigeria chapter. So without much ado, Dr. Bernard Ewa, you have 10 minutes to lead us through the issue of data governance and trust. How far so far in Nigeria? Your time starts counting now.
Thank you very much. I hope I can live with the 10 minutes. Okay. In the last couple of days, there's a lot has been spoken about data governance and trust. For us now, we're going to try to mirror that in the perspective of Nigeria, the journey we've taken and where we hope to navigate so in the next a few years. I think discussion on data governance and trust in Nigeria, we are approaching it from two dimensions. Of course, the commoditization of data has given the need for countries to derive value from data, at the same time protecting data subjects. At the same time providing data subjects. So, however, in the last few years, this issue has continued to be even more complex because we are seeing discoveries of new data sources, and we are also seeing data increasingly being, owned or residing in multiple residences, having multiple owners, and also the subject dwelling across multiple legal jurisdictions. So for regulators, we have to be aware of these changing dynamics. And more importantly, the fact that data has become, a highly sought after commodity, it means that there are more and more capabilities for its reuse by parties. So these are some of the challenges that regulatory authorities are dealing with. And as I said at the beginning, the critical issue focus here is how to create that balance between extraction of value and protection of data subjects. Along the line of the challenges which I mentioned earlier on, of course, is the issue of a broad set, the need for a broad set of data governance structures that recognize the increasing dynamics of data itself. A few years ago, or a decade or so ago, it was common for us to focus on a particular known organized structured set of data, but that is not the case today. We're also seeing data that is increasingly being integrated. So a mix of structured and unstructured data, while we continue to discover new data sources. Okay, so that calls for a lot of new needs for infrastructure, storage. There's also the challenge of filtering, good data from bad data. In the last few years, we've also seen the occurrence of fake news and how to deal with that. So all of these are challenges for regulatory organizations. However, in the midst of this, there are lots of opportunities for all stakeholders. As I said earlier on, the key is balancing or having a healthy balance between commodification of data, and protection, right? And that's essentially the fine line that regulatory authorities in Nigeria have been treading, so that the regulations are not to stifle development or growth, but at the same time ensure that give ample opportunities for stakeholders, particularly the private sector and other interest groups, to use data, to grow the economy. So what we've seen in terms of data governance is, a move towards regulatory instruments that are market-facing, right? Instruments that begin to recognize that, yes, innovation has to, be both sides. On the side of regulation, just as we expect these regulations to also instigate innovation in the market, right? And create new product or provide opportunities for private sector-led investments that create new provisions for new services. Importantly, in the mix of all of these is for regulations to create avenues for private sector to invest in new digital infrastructures, and data itself is one of those potent infrastructures, and that is the focus of the governance processes that regulatory organizations are focusing on. And lastly, the idea is to ensure that data can be used effectively to accelerate attainments of sustainable development goals. In Nigeria, we have taken very concrete and laudable steps, beginning with the creation of a dedicated organization for data protection, and passage of a bill that promotes the protection of data subjects and their privacy, and provides clear instruments for compliance and punishments of offenders. We've also passed the code of practice for interactive computer services and platforms. Just before this session started, we were having an informal interaction with colleagues here from Ghana, from Kenya, who spoke very favorably about Nigeria's code of practice. And that's an example of how governance instruments can be used to enhance trust in the society, and allow participants and other stakeholders to play by fair rules of the game. Now, as I mentioned at the beginning, governance has to be driven in such a way that they have clear outcomes that leads to positive changes in the economy. So that means that begins with building a strong knowledge base, for both practitioners as well as users of data. Creating necessary and forward-looking policies that catalyze investments and development in the use of data as a resource for development. Providing digital platforms or public infrastructure, such as platforms that allow for the reuse of data to extend the ideals of open government, open data, are some of these areas that data governance approach is seeking to achieve. Of course, I talked about infrastructure and the needs to allow governance to enhance innovation, allow the innovation ecosystem to tap on the potentials created by data to create the new products and services that strengthen the economy. Lastly, provide supporting trade from innovations. So in conclusion, I hope I'm within the 10 minutes mark. In conclusion, key to enhancing the use of data is the need for us to strengthen the capacity of various actors in the system, right? Continue to create awareness among users, promote engagement across levels of government, across other user communities who stand to benefit from data. An example is statistical organizations like the National Bureau of Statistics in Nigeria, the Population Commission, right? So the availability of new data sources and the potentials that they come with to strengthen existing practices, has to be followed up with effective engagements with those partners, and building capacity across layers of governments from national to subnational. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ewa. You are free to clap, by the way. Thank you so much, Dr. Ewa. And I think the important thing you have said to us is that Nigeria has progressed in terms of data governance and trust. We used to have a data bureau. Now we have an act that has established a national data Protection Commission, including the Code of Conduct, meaning that we now have a legal framework. But one thing is to have a legal framework. And then I'm coming to you now. One thing to have a legal framework from the civil society perspective. What more do you think we need to do to enhance transparency in terms of data acquisition, particularly by citizens, the right of consent? Do you think what we have is sufficient now, or what are those new elements that we think we need to introduce to ensure that the data collection, data acquisition from the civil society perspective is respected? Inena, your 2 minutes start from now. Inena, bonjour. Inena.
Hello.
Okay. Yes. Did you ask?
Okay.
Did you get my question?
No, can you repeat? It's raining here and the own sound is low, but please go ahead.
Okay. Dr. Ewa has spoken extensively about some of the framework that have been put in place by the Nigerian government, including the establishment of Nigerian Data Protection Commission, the Code of Conduct,
Yes.
and a number of some of these issues. But from the citizen's perspective, from the civil society perspective, one thing to have this framework, what more do you think we need to do to enhance transparency, accountability in data acquisition, including the right of citizens to decline or consent to the acquisition of their data?
Okay, so this is a Nigerian forum, and were it not that this was an international forum, I would have switched to pidgin English. But I think I will speak proper English.
I'll get the AI to translate.
For accountability purposes. So the first thing is, I love the presentation because it took the angle of regulation that encourages innovation. Because in most cases, when we talk about regulation, we are talking about imposing the law, we are talking about stifling, we are talking about fining people and all of that, basically scaring them away. What our parents do at home, don't do this, don't do this, don't do that. But then what should we be doing? No one tells us. But I love this because we're looking at regulation for innovation. That's my first submission. My second submission is that as Nigerians, we think that we are big, we are populous and all of that. But I don't think in the case of data governance, that really matters a lot. It is in the creating, the use, the reusing of data that value is added, not in the population of a country, okay? So I really want to put that across. It's not enough to say we are over 200 whatever million. That doesn't make any economic sense. What makes economic sense is that when the dollars come in, especially now that dollars are rare in Nigeria. So one is creation for regulating for innovation, value in the data itself for poverty reduction, for development, and for wealth creation. That is what is of importance to me. Now, governance of data cannot happen in a silo. I see a lot of brothers and sisters here. We are Nigerians, and we know how governance is in Nigeria. I don't think that the data governance in Nigeria will far exceed the general governance in Nigeria. And I'm saying this because we have senators, we have governors, we have people in authority in this room. So my feeling is that the data governance in Nigeria will not supersede the general governance that we have in terms of other things, the social, political situation in Nigeria. Now, flows follow flows. I really want to put some energy on this. As citizens, which data do we have access to? Which data are we creating? Which data is being valued? I mean, I'm from Aba, I support Enyimba, but then much of the data I will create will be on the European Champions League or the English League, because that is where much of the talk is going. So earlier in the week, I was talking about data as in travel. There are hubs. there are important things. And the question is, are we creating the data? Are we availing the data that will be used, reused for value purposes? I know I only have 2 minutes. Let me end with data dialogues. We talked about trust. Having that continued discussion. I'm happy that at least Nigeria has a framework. Nigeria has an agency. We know the who, the what, the how, and the why. Congratulations to Nigeria. Now the continued dialogue among partners, citizens, private sector is what will create that trust. We are not there yet, but we are in the right direction. And I'm happy that we're having this conversation. Though it took Kyoto to bring us together, but I hope that after this, we can continue conversation at home so that we can operationalize what we have and make it better. And once again, data for us, for me as a citizen, is for me to feel safe, but it's also for me to make money and be a better Nigerian. I'll stop so far.
Thank you so much, Nena. You can give Nena a virtual clap if you like. One thing she said that came very strongly through for me was, how do we derive value from data? And when it comes to economic engagement, the private sector is best suited to pursue it. Dr. James Olufoye, you have been in this space for quite some time, and you're into private sector. We have a population of 220 million people. 70% of them are youth. They generate data now. What are the opportunities? How will the private sector tap into these opportunities to turn this data into naira and kobo, into yen and into dollars?
Yeah, very outstanding question, because money is important. Creation of wealth, boosting income, and GDP is very, very key. I'll be speaking, of course, from the private sector perspective, and I would like to do a little introduction in regard to how this IGF came about for many that are listening to us that may not know much about IGF itself. IGF is one of the 2 tracks of activities from the Tunis agenda of the World Summit of Information Society in 2005. Internet Governance Forum is a track, Enhanced Cooperation is another track. And it was really clearly stated that all stakeholders must be involved in this. All stakeholders, the government, the private sector, the civil society, the academic, and the technical community must all be involved. So as private sector, we have AFICTA for Africa, basically. And as I mentioned, Africa City Alliance, the vision is to fulfill the promise of the digital age for everybody in Africa through advocacy. And we've been relating with many governments like Egypt, of course, Nigeria, through NCC, NIDA, very proactive in that regard. So from the private sector perspective, there's a lot of value to be derived in data. And when you talk about data, of course, talking about the internet. So the internet penetration is quite high, and we commend the government for putting proactive policy framework in place, and of course the acts, necessary acts for data governance, as Dr. Ewa mentioned. So with this framework in place, we could really achieve a lot. Not too long ago, I did a research for an international organization, and that used the data available, open data, World Bank open data. So we also use data from NCC available on their website. Nigeria belongs to the Open Government Partnership. So data needs to be released, be made available. In fact, data, you'll get more wealth. I saw something on social media. Somebody said, in 2023, Nigeria has become poorer, than it was in 1980. And so we are at the same level. I look at the data, I said, this is not true. Because in 1980, our GDP per capita was just $800. And in 2023, our GDP per capita is times 3 of that, about $2,500. And Nigeria is number 1 economy in in Africa. And that is because we rebase the economy. We can see the impact of data, the impact of the internet in boosting the GDP. And we have not gotten to this zenith. We've not gotten to our optimal position. because our optimal position should be in the range of $1.5 trillion dollars. So data has a lot of value to add, and again, commend the government with the structure that is in place. Now, there is a measure or an item of that act, and that talks to localization of data. That policy encourages the building of more data centers. In fact, my company, we do that. We do consultation for, if you want to build data center, we do that. Cybersecurity, we do that as well. Then
I will charge you for advert. You can continue. I'll charge you for advert.
Okay. Well, these are the benefits. You say I should bring the value, so I'm talking about the value. Now we know we have companies like Jumia, like Konga, e-Transact. These are companies that deal with cross-border data. And cross-border data, it's important we look at it. The government needs to look at that, and then put in framework to ensure that if there are issues with data, even in, say, in Ghana, in Kenya, we can resolve those issues, especially with regard to prosecution, okay, law enforcement, okay, and then we have banks all over Africa. We need to encourage them to move to Europe, to Africa. So we need to, therefore, be involved in endorsing, for example, the African Union Convention on cybersecurity and data protection. So with that, we have a framework to relate with other countries. So these are international values that we could also create. And of course, we have our CCTLD, okay, with NERA being our registry. So that CCTLD needs to be signed. Because once it's signed, there'll be more trust, because we're talking about data governance and trust. There'll be more trust, so DNSSEC needs to be signed. We are looking forward to that. And with that, we'll see many of our banks that will be domiciling their CCTLD, the country code top-level domain. They'll be domiciling it in Nigeria. So those are measures that are created. But we're making progress, no doubt about that, okay? And it needs to be sustained. And that's why I appreciate the organizer of this event, this forum at the international level, to project what the progress Nigeria has been making, and also to see the other things we need to do. Also to thanking the National Assembly for being proactive. So I appreciate you, the Senate Committee Chair on ICT and House, to being here. This is the first time we'll have you, at least lawmakers of this category, of this level here. Because I've been involved in IGF for a long while as a private sector entity. And indeed, truly, this is the first time. So it's a time to look forward to more breakthrough with regard to data governance and trust in Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Private sector can smell money. He has told us that there's money to be made. And of course, particularly because we have large database now that we need to begin to explore and exploit it for financial benefit and to also grow the economy. Dr. Judy, I'm going to come to you now from NCC. Right, we have Data Protection Commission in place. We have a number of framework. And some people will say, our problem is not about initiatives, it's about finishatives. Finishing what we initiate. Now that we have all of this framework in place, what do we need to do to ensure, or rather, from the regulatory perspective, what we organization and other organizations in this space do to ensure that the implementation, monitoring of all of this framework produce the desired outcome so that we can begin to have initiatives?
Right, so yeah, let me pull this for you. So okay, I hope my 2 minutes hasn't started. Thank you very much, distinguished Senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I was actually going to start on a different note, but I was a little bit interested in what Nena was talking about, and so as a regulator, I think it's important that I address it. But before then, I thank the lead presenter for his very beautiful job. There's a known correlation between population size and market size. So telecommunication success rate is defined by the size of the market. In Nigeria, as far back as 6 months ago, we had over 226 million subscribers. And then talking about data is basically what you get off the internet. And then we'll have about 156 million Nigerians using the internet. Out of these, about 92 million have broadband connectivity. So in telecommunications, the compounded annual growth rate is ranging anything between 12 to 14% every year. And then we're also compacting other industries like the the manufacturing and then the financial services, growing, the fintech market, every day you can stay at home now and then generate enough revenue. And there are many data sources. But that's not the subject of today. I think the subject is more or less to talk about data. And then what we should be aiming our big guns at. What is data? There must be clarity. Data in itself can mean nothing, but I think the question would have been metadata. Metadata is a structured, information, if you like, contextual information about data. And for us as regulators, that's what we're interested in. Now, let me define metadata further using a lot of applications. If you are using a mobile phone device, what are you doing? Your phone is able to mainstream your phone number, your location, your geophysical, whatever it is, the steps you take, and so on and so forth. And then if you have many applications, even it can go as far as talking about your heartbeat and so on and so forth. And then if you are using the email is able to profile how you stay on the email, how you respond to email, whom you are responding to, the time it took you to respond, the messages that you read and those that you do not read. These are metadata. And somebody somewhere is profiling this thing in the name of artificial intelligence. And these are major source of revenues. So if we begin to talk about people that are browsing, okay, fine, you are browsing about going to London, to wherever it is. But the moment you click on the internet, your information is being, generated. And then somehow, under some compelling means, you could be told that if you do not click yes, you cannot have access to further information. So metadata is, very disruptive, and then we must address it as regulators. Now, the NDPR, which essentially is a Nigerian response to how data is being used, is very effective and very commendable. However, we need to know that the battlefield is not, at the national level only. Metadata travels with the speed of light. And then you can never talk, you can know the source because it comes from the data subject. And that could be as far as you know. Data transits, and then there's a destination. So to what extent and to what speed do your data travel? These are very big questions that we answer as regulators. Now, I'll give you an instance. The NDPR is somehow localized, talking about how you behave in the marketplace in Nigeria to make Nigeria a corporate, responsible trader. That is fine. But what do you say to users whose data has traveled as far as to the United States of America or to China, all in the name of cookies and stuff like that? So these are the source of revenues that never get to be relocated to Nigeria. And then we must have to begin to talk about cross-border collaborations to understand to what extent data travel and to what extent our information is going to be used to shape the future of mankind. We have talking about algorithms, displaying artificial intelligence, studying how human beings behave. They are very fine and good. But at a very convenient level, all we say is that the consumer has the right to choose what information they want to access. The consumer has got the right to know whether to give out their data or not to give out their data. The consumer has got the right to say, I do not want to participate any longer. The consumer has the right to change their mind. But there is a duty of care on the part of both data controllers and data processors. And unfortunately, in most cases, data controllers and data processors are outside of our jurisdictions. So in the nutshell, as a regulator, what we do is that we have got a number of regulations, a number of interventions that we use from time to time to ensure that, like lawful intercept, and then child online protection, and then other regulatory is available at our website. You can go there and see. We have a robust set regime, that is the Computer Security Incident Response Team, that mainstreams data as they develop and then alert the constituency of telecommunications accordingly. Thank you very much.
You better clap for the regulator, because non-clapping can be a violation of regulation. Thank you, Dr. Chidi, for that very beautiful submission. I'm going to my brother and colleague in the House of Representatives, the chairman of House Committee on ICT and Cybersecurity. And your question is very simple. You made the laws, National Assembly makes all the laws, including the one that governs the data protection. What roles are for National Assembly beyond making the laws to ensure that these laws are obeyed, not just by individuals, but by corporate players in the space? So I have online now Honorable Stanley Adedeji to give us legislative intervention.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, everybody. I am Honorable Adedeji Stanley Olajide. Well, let's just put this in perspective, because to enact laws, there are a few things that we must understand. What are the value? I mean, data is our jewel. That's the new oil. In order for us to do what we do best, we have to promote laws that basically will make data usable. Data will also promote the integrity of the data. Also, in order for data to be useful, it must be consistent and secured. Because if you have data in the hands, for example, let's talk about the security aspect of data, where our laws must protect. You also want to make sure that the chain of custody of data is protected in our laws. You don't want data in the hands of the wrong person. You only give people rights to data that they need, not indefinite access to the data. Then also, you have to make sure that segregation of duty is built into your data structure as well with our laws. And there will be clear monitoring and evaluation of all these controls, because you build controls to help you achieve these things. And the laws must be very clear on how all these things are going to be achieved. And they will be very strict. The law is also going to provide very clear, strict rules. You break these rules, there will be sanctions, stiff sanctions for breaking these rules. So, all in all, we have to legislate, understand, because data is a moving target. It's not a static thing. When you're dealing with historical data, it's different. Historical data is static. But when you're dealing with financial data or health records or medical records, those are more like they're on the move. So you always have to constantly revamp your laws to deal with the challenges of now. So if for some reason there are new rules that says you only give your DNA structure, a certain part of it, to the users or to the government, you only restrict that. So in clear language, I don't want to go into too much technicalities. In clear language, we have to protect our data to make them usable, flexible, secured, and make sure that this is the jewel that we are going to use to, for example, we just went through COVID-19. The amount of data that researchers are going to need from this COVID-19 data, have we protected it? So we are going to have to make sure that we have laws in place to protect that data so that we can uncover the values attached to them. So that's what we are going to be doing to make sure that our laws can guide those principles. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'd like to thank my brother for that intervention. Okay. And when Dr. Chidi was talking the other time, he mentioned cross-border cooperation. And I'm also delighted to say that we have in this audience today the African Parliamentarians Network on Internet Governance, APNIC, led by our Secretary General, Honorable Sam George, who is from Ghana technically, but he's actually a Nigerian. He told me off camera that he loves Nigerian jollof more than he loves Ghana. So I'd like to welcome the members of APNIC who are here from different countries. We are from Ghana, from Gambia. Thank you so much for coming. I also recognize in the house the Deputy Chief Whip of the Nigerian House of Representatives, Right Honorable Adewumi Oriyomi Ononuga. I mean, thank you, Deputy Chief, for coming here. So I'm going to yield grant. We have some 90 minutes left. I just think we need to take interventions from audience, both online and physically here. But you cannot be talking about data without hearing the voice of the youth. I'm going to turn my moderator into an interventionist now. Kole Olorundare, you are the acting president of the Internet Society. Kole is online. Okay. Kole, if you're online.
Yes, I'm here.
You are here?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, great.
Yes.
Now, the bulk of data that has been generated is actually largely from the youth. I mean, so we can't be talking about data without hearing the voice of the youth. So for a moment, you are going to transform from being online moderator to a panelist, and that's the power of the chairman. Okay, so
all right.
Can I have your perspective, the perspective of the youth, perspective of the Nigerian Internet Society on this issue of data governance and privacy in Nigeria?
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I am very much excited to be on this call, so to say. And first of all, let me appreciate our honorables who has made it a point of duty to be on this call, even out of their busy schedule. And it's a good thing that we are having this kind of discussion, even at an international forum. And that shows that we have a lot to do together in terms of multi-stakeholderism, and that is the right way to go. Having said that, yes, back to your question. So in Internet Society, we believe that the internet, as it were, should be open. And when I talk about the internet, I'm talking about the network of networks, which of course is the place where all these most of these data are being generated. So we believe that internet should be open. And of course, we believe in what is known as digital right. Digital right in the sense that we believe that everybody has right to privacy. And of course, whatever data that I'm generating should be my data, and nobody should, eavesdrop on me when I'm using the internet or when I'm using my phone. That is what we believe in. As a matter of fact, there is something we preach every year, and I think this is the month. It is known as encryption. Encryption has to do with end-to-end, covering of your messages, of your data, in the way that nobody can access your data. Nobody can listen to your data. A very good example is when I'm using WhatsApp, I want to ensure that what I'm transmitting to another person is only being received by that person and no other person, and nobody should intercept it. That is one of the things we believe in the Internet Society, and I'm so excited that we are discussing this. And for us, we also believe in what is known as rights, to be forgotten. If I say that, okay, fine, I have done this online, and of course, I want it to be erased, and it should be erased. Nobody should go back to it and try to trace it, in as much as I've said that, okay, this has been forgotten, and I think it should be forgotten. So these are some of the values, these are some of the things that we believe in Internet Society, and we believe that the internet should be secured. And when it is secured, that means nobody can, have access to my data. The issue of privacy is personal, and we believe that we should take it as that, and nobody should have access to my data once it is my data. So that is what we believe in Internet Society. We believe in encryption. We believe in privacy. We believe that communications should be encrypted end to end. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you so much, Colin, for that very beautiful. I can assure you that your conversation with us online, we encrypted it. So, and I hope you understand that my own to you as well is also encrypted. Okay, so that just give
absolutely,
you that.
Absolutely.
Honorable Sam George, in the last few days, the African Parliamentarians Network Internal Governance, we have engaged a number of our counterparts from other continents. Earlier today, we met with some delegation from US. Yesterday, it was with European parliamentarians. And we discussed a number of cross-cutting issues, particularly because as Africa, we need to approach this issue of data privacy, data governance, with one voice. Could you like to share your perspective, what APNIG can do as an organization to ensure data governance and privacy, not just in individual countries, but across Africa, given the fact that some of our tech startups have operations across African countries? Sam George, please.
Thank you very much, and a very good afternoon to everyone. APNIG, as you rightly stated, is African Parliamentary Network on Internet Governance. It's about a year and a half old. We started in July last year in Malawi. We're in Addis Ababa in December last year, and then Abuja about 3 weeks ago, and now we're in Kyoto. Basically, when we're discussing the subject of data governance, data sovereignty, cross-border data flows, we need to look at it within the context of the AU data policy framework, because the AU DPF is the overarching, let's call it the overarching legislation or framework for the African continent. And if we use the AU DPF, then we now have to break it down to the regional levels and see what ECOWAS is doing through West Africa is doing through ECOWAS, what EALA is doing, what SADC is doing, and then we break it down to the individual countries. Now, we need to be careful not to be caught in the web of checkbox matrices, because that's what's happening on the African continent. There's a lot of pressure from the European Union, from America, from other Western powers for our governments to tick checkboxes. And so you have data protection legislation that's just been passed, but not been implemented. Because there's a difference between passing the legislation and then there's a whole different ball game implementing it. We have different levels of adaptation. In Ghana, for example, we passed our data protection law in 2012. Yes, in 2012. We passed our data law in 2012. So we've had a data protection commission running for over 10 years. However, if you ask me if I'm comfortable with the implementation of data protection, I think that a lot more can be done. And Ghana is not unique. Nigeria just passed your data protection law and created the authority this year. Egypt has had a data protection commission or authority for about 4 or 5 years, or they've had a law for about 4 or 5 years, but no authority has been set up. So you realize that you can just do the check boxes, and when you attend this international conference, they say that we have legislation. But how is that legislation impacting the lives of your digital citizens? How is it enforcing the digital rights of your citizens? Is a completely different ballgame. Now, for us as parliamentarians, one of the key things we need to begin to look at, and that as members of APNIG, is to ensure that portfolio ministries make available resources to data protection agencies and commissions and authorities, because it's extremely important. And I'm going to use the case study of Ghana, because we've done this for a bit longer than Nigeria has, where you have a data protection commission that sits under our Ministry of Communications and Digitalization and gets its resources from government. And so what you then see is when data protection commissions or commissioners begin to impose or enforce their act on government agencies, the funding for those agencies for data protection gets reduced, because you're beginning to create a problem for government. Because you see a data protection commissioner fining government agencies because they're breaches of citizens' rights, because they are processing data without being properly accredited. All of this create issues for government, and they create governance issues. So the only way government is going to handle this is either cut down your appropriation, or they bring the same level of appropriation, but it's one thing having your funds appropriated, it's another thing having your funds disbursed. So you will see a huge appropriation for data protection, but the following year, when you're doing a review of the financials, you realize that only 10% of their appropriation was disbursed to them. And so you realize that in Ghana, for example, data protection is top-notch in our capital cities. But once you step outside of the capital cities, what is the level of data protection.
Okay.
Outside of those capital cities, you see. So for us as APNIC, we think that members have to make sure that they oversight portfolio ministries and put the right pressure so that governments realize that data protection is a fundamental right. It's now become a fundamental right, like the rights of movement and the rights of free speech. And we must enforce this digital rights by putting our money where our mouth is. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Sam Joy. With this intervention, the contest about who has better jollof rice is now settled. But for the purpose of data privacy, privacy, I will comment further on it. Distinguished panelists, we've had a very wonderful time. I have just 5 minutes left, and I'm constrained. Online question. Okay. Can we have it very briefly?
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. So without wasting time, I will go into those questions that have been dropped in the chat box. And the first one was asked by Mr. Musa Megeri. He asked, how can government or international community or private sector, sorry, I'm reading verbatim. I think we'll pick out the context, but let me read verbatim. How can government or international community or private sector will continue to give more support and engagement for women in cybersecurity, professional and experts to contribute in cybersecurity strategic challenges and solutions at both the local and national level? So I think the question has to do with
mainstreaming
how,
gender into our data security and data privacy framework.
Absolutely.
So,
absolutely.
Dr. Chidi will answer that. Is there another question?
Yes. The next question is from Mr. Benjamin Ebi Ikiba. He asked, why is the digital rights of Nigerians not protected? And who carries out these protections? So I think he wants to know about the implementation and enforcement of digital rights in Nigeria. Then Chinwe Buja made a comment. She said, cascading high-level policy statement to the level of citizens' access, understanding, impact, and ownership remains one of the major indices to check the practicability of these measures. So she's trying to comment on how we are implementing the data Act in Nigeria. So these are the comments we have so far, so good online. And I believe that others has, so there is one other comment here from Timi Ambali. He commented, he says, what is government doing? Sorry, this is a question, not a comment. What is government doing about harmonizing data to remove duplication? It has been pending for a long time. I think this is a very good question, and I'm sure that all the participants will be interested in knowing the answer to this question. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Kole. So I have 5 minutes left, and because we're talking about compliance here, I'm also going to be very compliant with this timing. So I'm going to start with you. You're going to answer the question, but I'm going to go sequentially now. So you have your 1 minute, Dr. Ewa, and once it's 1 minute, Dr. Chidi will answer the question, and then I'll get back to this side, and then the Honorable here will wrap it up. Okay, your 60 seconds start from now.
Great. So a lot has been said, but to summarize most of the comments that have been made, everybody is talking about how do we enhance data protection. If there's no value to your data, if you cannot derive value from data, you will not see the need to protect it. All right. And so that speaks to how do we ensure that data subjects recognize the value to their data. All right. So, and then the key question is, what kind of data are we talking about? What kind of data can people derive value from? Governments across Africa, including Nigeria, and I'm just going to mention about 5 new data sources which can bring immediate value to our economies if we exploit them. Right. One, of course, because we are talking about the internet and so on, social media data, social media big data can be very useful, can if properly harnessed, can be a platform for creation. The number 2 is mobile phone data. we have a very huge population of people using mobile phones and so on. That data has very immense economic value, right? Number 3 is scanner data or transaction data. We all swipe credit cards and debit cards and so on. Equally very valuable for economic planners and so on. Number 4 is automatic identification systems. This is data that is generated from sensors, put on manned systems, area vehicles, and so highly useful for the military and other intelligence, particularly the Navy in protecting our waterways and even in combat.
And the last one?
And the last one is geospatial or satellite data. So these new data sources can determine how we navigate towards being becoming a data hub, Africa being a data hub, and using that to grow the participation of our youth.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ewa, for letting us into these 5 sources. Dr. Chidi, your 60 seconds start from now.
All right, Musa, thank you very much for your question. The simple answer is that the International Telecommunications Union, under the Digital Network and Society Department Development, can help in upskilling women in terms of cybersecurity. And now, in terms of your digital rights, let me just enumerate them very quickly. Right to access data, right to ratify of error, right to delete your message, right to restrict processing, right to data portability, right to withdraw consent, right to object to marketing, right to be informed of the existence of automatic systems. But these are governed within a specific principles, which means that there must be transparency, there must be explicit privacy policy stating what the data should be used for, and no implied consent and no bundled consent. And now, to help do justice to this, there are a set of regulatory tools or instruments, like the Consumer Code of Practice Regulation of NCC 2007, the registration of telephone subscribers data from NCC, the lawful intercept from NCC, the guidelines on management of personal data,
and a host of others.
And a host of others.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I hope we'll be able to meet you in Abuja.
Thank you. Dr. James Olufuye, in 30 seconds, can you wrap up your thought for us? In 30 seconds.
Okay. All this means that we're working on digitalization. That means we need to enable API for effective data harmonization. We note the Ministry of Internal Affairs doing something about this, so they need to accelerate the process. Cybersecurity is very important. Need to let us know that private sector does some form of self-control, and we know if you can't control anything, you can't manage it. So government need to speed up the issue of compliance, prosecution, and management. And then, as we do all this, we should have the African Continental Free Trade Zone in mind, because we need to enable private sector to unleash their potential in that big African market of more than 1.3 billion people. And finally, sign and ratify the Malabo Convention. Talking to our senator and the House of Rep now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Honorable Stanley Adedeji, the gavel is on, so you have 30 seconds before I put the gavel down.
Well, first of all, I want to thank everybody for all their contribution. You can see that data have a lot of versatility depending on where the source of the data is. So scrubbing, data staging is also going to be part of our lawmaking, and we are hoping that we're going to make a lot of progress in no time. Thank you very much.
On this very beautiful note, I'd like to thank all the panelists, from the lead presenter to the panelists, and I must also acknowledge our team from Nigeria, including our colleagues from the Nigerian Communication Commission, and I must recognize Madam Internet herself, Mrs. Mary Udoma, for the wonderful job you have done today together. Till we meet again next time, keep the flag flying. This is Nigeria. Have a wonderful evening.
Sorry, for records, I'm trying to do a photograph session. You can open your photograph session, please. Open your cam so that we can see your face. Thank you.
Amen. Thank you very much.
Are you done? Can we go?
1 minute, please. All right. I'm done with the first part. On the second one now. All right. Thank you very much. Have a good day. Bye for now.
Please, who will do photo for us?
Madam Internet, you are full of energy.
Don't worry.
We appreciate you.
Thank you. So we sit and take photo, please.
I think there's another session.
Yeah.
Yes, another session here.
We still have some 10 minutes.
I know, we need to prepare as
They
well.
need to prepare.
We need to prepare.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So let's do.
Please, let's take the photo outside. Let's take the photo outside, please.
We will be 3 people present, okay? 2 online. 2 online. All right. Thank you so much.
Let's do the photo outside, please.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's fine.
I think they
Doctor, are you a doctor?
Yes, I got a Japanese SIM. Oh, okay. I don't so that I can rest. So I can rest for like a few minutes.
Yes, I don't blame
from
you.
cough.
I don't blame you. I don't blame you at all.
Yes. Welcome everyone to session 111th, the Global Partnership on Artificial Intelligence, a multi-stakeholder initiative on trustworthy AI. My name is Inma Martinez. I'm going to moderate this session. I'm also participating as one of the panelists because of my role as chair of the multi-stakeholder expert group. I will make the introductions of the members of this panel. To my right, my colleague Yoichi Ida, who is Deputy Director for the G7 and G20 relations at the Ministry of Internal Affairs and Communications at the Government of Japan, and who is also the co-chair of the Global Partnership on AI Steering Committee. Welcome, Yoichi. And online we have my colleague Alan Paik, who is head of the GPAI Secretariat hosted at the OECD. And from India, we have the CEO of Digital India Corporation and India AI, Mr. Abhishek Singh, at the Ministry of Electronics and IT of the Government of India. And we're also expecting a fourth member of our panel, who is Ms. Kavita Bhatia, who's Group Coordinator of Emerging Technologies Division at the Ministry of Electronics and IT at the Government of India. And the order of the session intends to provide you with a scope of what GPay is as a multi-stakeholder initiative of international scope and running now in its 4th year. And each of the members of the panel in their capacity as co-chairs and as organizers of the next presidency will reflect on how GPay is delivering value to the world, to the member countries, and what we hope for the future. And I would like to invite our colleague, Alan Paik, who is the head of the Secretariat at the OECD, who is online to start the presentation with an overview of GPay as an organization. Alan, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Inma. And it is my pleasure to address you today. I will give an introduction to GPay as a multi-stakeholder initiative on trustworthy AI. GPay is this long-term initiative which is specifically dedicated to AI-related priorities. And it has a multi-stakeholder focus to convene experts from a wide range of sectors. And the mission of GPay is really to bring both countries on one side and experts from different stakeholder groups together to support and guide the responsible adoption of AI. And we know that especially in 2023, this becomes of a very high relevance to ground the adoption of AI in human rights, inclusion, diversity, gender equality, innovation, economic growth, and environmental and societal benefit, and seek to contribute concretely to the 2030 agenda and the UN Sustainable Development Goals. This has been GPay's mission since its creation in 2020. And as I said, in this year, it became more and more evident how important this is and how big the risks are, of course, in parallel to the huge opportunity which is given by the development of the technology. So we do have a global and inclusive membership, which is open to emerging and developing countries as well as developed countries. And this membership is informed by the shared principles which are reflected in the OECD recommendation on AI, which is today also widespread. G20 has also adopted a similar set of recommendation inspired by the OECD recommendations. So the GPay members today, we number 29 members. And as I have mentioned, we do have an increasing number from emerging and developing countries, including Argentina, Brazil, India, Mexico, Senegal, Turkey, and Serbia, for example. But we also do have, as you see, most of the major leaders in AI technology on board as GPay members from the government side. Now, how does GPay function? We do have a very elaborate governance. We have a ministerial council and an executive council, which are representative of the member countries. Then we do have a steering committee, which is the place where the different stakeholders meet. So where we do have representatives of both the member countries and the experts. And then we have the multi-stakeholder experts group, of which Inma is the chair. And this experts group accounts for expert working groups and currently 2 expert support centers in Paris and Montreal. And their work is also supported or will be supported in the future by the work of national institutes. So institutes which will contribute to the concrete projects which GPay is putting forward. Now, the GPay Council, as I mentioned, has two parts. It has the Ministerial Council, which meets once per year, and our next meeting is in New Delhi, and our colleague from India, Mr. Abhishek Singh, will talk about this forthcoming summit, which is very important. The Executive Council meets at the working level 3 times per year and gives guidance to the GPI Secretariat on internal processes, on project financing, work plan, and approves the GPI budget. So the council this year, the lead chair is Japan. The incoming chair is India, who will become the lead chair for the next year. And the outgoing chair is France, who has been the lead chair last year. The steering committee, as I mentioned, is the place where all the stakeholders meet in this multi-stakeholder initiative. So we do have in the steering committee 6 representatives of the government and 6 representatives of the experts. Within the representatives of governments, we have 3 representatives, which are the co-chairs of the initiative. We have 2 additional government representatives appointed by the Executive Council. And then we have a specific seat, which is reserved for an emerging or developing country, which is also appointed by the Executive Council. And this shows the commitment which GPI has to support membership from such countries. And then steering committee also does meet sometimes in the extended format where all the GPI members are invited to participate in the deliberations. I think one important point is the project funding. How are the projects funded at GPI? So we do have the baseline budget envelope for projects, which has been historically provided by France and Canada, who were at the origin, the founding members of GPI. This is going to be complemented now by a mechanism through GPI pool seed funding, where all the countries will be able to contribute. Then the second part of the project funding comes from in-kind contributions through national AI institutes who can contribute in-kind computing power, data resources, human resources, etc., into GPI projects. And then finally, we do have also partnerships, and partnerships can be from both in-kind and financial contributions to specific projects in the GPI work plan. I would like to mention also the GPI webpage, which I would encourage you to visit. You will find a lot of exciting information there. You will find our new reports. We have 2 new reports which are featured on our webpage, which are recent and very actual. One is about generative AI jobs and policy response, and the other one is about AI foundation models and detection mechanisms, saying that whatever new foundation model is put out there needs to provide a detection mechanism which would help us identify that text has actually been produced by an AI. You will find information about the GPI summit. At the GPI summit in New Delhi, we will be launching many more new reports, which are just being finalized right now. So watch this space for the new exciting results from the GPI experts. And also you will find information about the G7 commitments to advancing generative AI policy, where this collaboration does include GPI. And finally, you will find information about the global challenge to build trust in the age of generative AI. We know how fragile trust is today about the proliferation of fake news and big threats to our democracies and so on. So we do want to have this global challenge. This is a big initiative which is launched in collaboration with the OECD, with UNESCO, with AI Commons, IEEE, and VDE. And we are actually right now in a call for partners. So a call to all of you who are listening in today, if you are interested to collaborate on this very exciting initiative, please do click on this partner inquiry form. Just very briefly to explain what this is about. It is in three phases. In the first phase, we do want to identify promising ideas, how to have policy and technology solutions for building trust in the age of generative AI. Those ideas which do show potential will get some resources to build a prototype in the second cycle, and the successful prototype then will be encouraged to pilot and scale in the third cycle. So it is a very exciting new transversal initiative with global partners. Please feel free to apply and partner with us. Thank you, Inma, and over to you.
Thank you so much, Alan. I'd like to move now to a very important aspect of what the GPay is, which is our mission and our vision. And I would like to invite my colleague Joichi Ida to present to us GPay's mission and vision, and really what the Executive Council has done to address, the emerging challenges that AI is presenting, with the dynamism that is required during the presidency of Japan, as well as how Japan in this year has been steering the GPay mission in a very, very tough year and conflicting year with lots of work to do, especially from the G7 perspective of having to come up with a Hiroshima process. Thank you, Joichi. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Imma, for your very kind introduction, and good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. My name is Yoichi Ida. Actually, formerly Deputy Director General for G7 and G20. At this moment, I'm working as Assistant Vice Minister at the Ministry of Internal Affairs and Communications. And my work is mainly looking at the multilateral digital policy making, including GPay, OECD, G7, G20, and also IGF altogether. And this is a very, very busy year for us. And but at the same time, we are very happy to see different frameworks are being synergized with each other, not only around AI, but also other digital policy making, including data flow or infrastructure and whatever. So with regard to the GPay operation, we took the lead chair position in the late month of last year, and we are working as the lead chair for 2023. GPay has a very unique structure, not only in the organizational structure as presented by Alan in his presentation, but also in the process structure. The lead chair country host its summit meeting in the beginning of on the very first day of the chair tenure. So it happened late November last year, and on that very day we succeeded the lead chair position from France, and we put our effort to succeed the successful GPay's work, and also even promote further. It's a very important responsibility in promoting a global AI ecosystem. Actually, the GPay Executive Council, all member countries are working together on how to promote the responsible deployment of AI technology into the society through 4 different working group topics, which are responsible AI and data governance and the future of work and the commercialization and the innovation through AI technology in the society. So the government members are closely working together with the private sector experts to promote those projects in 4 categories. And we, as lead chair, Japan wanted to promote the uniqueness of GPay and also to improve the weakness of GPay. So in the beginning of our chair tenure, we recognized through our discussion in previous years the some of the challenges for GPay would be first how to strengthen the messaging or delivering our message to rest of the world. And in order to achieve that, we decided to elaborate the first minister's declaration to be delivered by the ministers at GPay summit last year. That is one instrument. And secondly, we wanted to add the very temporary topic for AI development as AI for resilient society. So we added AI for resilient society for priority topics for GPay activities. And then we also wanted to strengthen the opportunity for experts to bring their message to rest of the world through the lot of events associated to the GPay Ministers Summit in the same venue in Tokyo. So we had more than 20 side events where many experts presented their own views and also do some exchanges on how we could work together to promote responsible deployment of AI technologies in our society. These are the 3 major focuses where our lead chair presidency worked on, and I hope these 3 emphasis contributed to some extent to the development of GPay work this year. And we also wanted to create a stronger synergy between GPay work and other international work streams. That is why we picked up the AI topic as part of the G7 agenda this year. And we discussed AI governance, global AI governance, as part of our working group discussion. And we agreed on further work to build up the global governance policy for generative AI. And in order to do that, we have agreed that we should work closely with international organizations, including GPay and OECD and UNESCO, to understand better how generative AI would support the human society and what kind of risks and challenges may come up and how we could address those potential risks and challenges through the collaboration with international organizations and experts working there. So I hope I stop there, but these are the efforts by Japan as lead chair presidency, and I hope these efforts will be succeeded by India as lead chair next year, and of course we Japan continue to make a contribution to GPay work next year and beyond. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Yuichi. As co-chair of the steering committee and colleague of Yuichi throughout this year, I have to say that the Tokyo Summit was really probably one of the best events I've ever attended. I think as a scientist myself, I felt that the sessions, not just the ones that the members of the multi-stakeholder expert group presented, but also the peripheral sessions from academic and from industry that came to the summit, were truly exciting and really to the point of the times, because AI these days grows exponentially, not linearly, and everybody has to react in ways that are much faster than before and with better solutions and forward thinking. So thanks very much. Very grateful for all the work that Japan has done for GPay this year. And I'd like to proceed and present the other pillar of GPay, which is the multi-stakeholder expert group, which is the group I joined in 2021 when the government of Spain, one of the members, nominated me, and I entered one of the working groups, which was innovation and commercialization of artificial intelligence for small to medium enterprises. And last year, during our elections, I then took the chair of chair. This is a very singular community because it's the first time that the AI community of not just academics, but also industry, AI scientists, lawyers, civil servants, organizations working on ethics, trade unions have come together to work together on very, very specific initiatives. And this puts us in a position where we serve at the pleasure of the members, but at the same time, the members gives us the flexibility to propose approaches. How would we as scientists, as AI people, would deal with some of these challenges? And this synergy is what makes the GPay truly special and a first for many governments where it comes to AI advisory. And the makeup and the fabric of the MEC is quite varied. More than half of the expert group is composed of AI scientists, true AI scientists. And then we are complemented with other people from trade unions, from civil society, from industry that also have long careers in artificial intelligence. I would say the average age is above 40 for sure, if not more. And because the membership at present is with a huge component of European countries, well, the countries, the members nominate experts. That's why we have so many European experts in the group. But we are also expanding to bring experts, not just from the membership, but when we work on projects that require specific skills, we invite other members of the AI community to work with us as specialists. And this is one of the keenest efforts that we have for these years to come, which is to bring the voices of developing nations, of emerging markets, of other scientists that do incredibly valuable work that complements our own work. The gender gap is not too bad, I would say. We are making huge inroads in stabilizing this 15% difference because one of the points of governance that we have in the MEG, as we call it, is to ensure representation, and not just between the genders, but also geographies. Every working group has 2 co-chairs, and we try to bring people from different continents. And what is it that we do with lots and lots of calls on video platforms because all of the experts are based in their home countries. And we are supported by the 2 expert support centers, which are CEMIA in Montreal and INRIA in France. And this is probably one of the best elements of the governance of GPay, that is decentralized, and at the same time, each member, in this case France and Canada, puts forth the centers of innovation and research to our advantage, to our support. And we organize summits. We have done summits online in 2020. We did it for the first time in person in Paris in 2021. We did it in Tokyo last year, and we very much look forward to the summit in India this year. And as my colleague Alan mentioned, we engage with other organizations in common goals and projects like the Global Challenge, which Alan explained earlier. Now, why GPay engaged the AI community has a very simple answer. Between 2015 and 2018, the advancements in artificial intelligence grew exponentially. We had huge advances in neural networks, in the transformer modeling within language models. We brought computer vision, AI-driven drug therapy development, level 5 automation in cars. It was a huge movement of advancement in AI that really put a new perspective to almost 70 years of artificial intelligence. And that's why the original founding members decided we need an association, an international initiative that will be able to understand this massive exponential growth and transformation, and governments to really get on a roadmap of dealing with it with innovative approaches. And GPay, because it's an initiative, has a governance that is very singular. So we have a federated governance. Every country puts their support from their local leading institutions. And every member of the GPay, from a country perspective, brings the individual and collective leadership, exactly what we do in the expert group. And we look for multi-stakeholder equity, because we know that AI has to be an AI for all, and this is why not just the council brings new members from all geographies of the world, but the experts do the same. And one of the things that differentiates our projects with other projects around artificial intelligence in the world is that our mandate, how we have been mandated by the council, is come up with solutions, come up with real actionable solutions that go beyond policy. Yes, you can advise on policy, of course you do, but bring solutions that we can implement, that we can roll out in our global markets, and also find standards for all of us to agree upon. So the way that we understood that mandate, especially in 2023, when the emergence of generative AI really brought a new perspective and enormous challenges to society and governments, was bringing the members and the experts together. So this is something very singular. We created a town hall in May in which the experts invited all of the member countries to attend, and we explained how we, the AI community, understood the risks, but also the opportunities for language models, foundation models, generative AI in general. And it was a town hall format. Anybody could ask anything. And we made it very free flow, so that for the first time, it was a conversation, it was interactive. In September, we hosted the first innovation workshop for members and their delegations and our experts in CEMIA at Montreal. And what is it that you do in an innovation workshop? Was you challenged ideas. You address if everybody understands the same when we discuss, for example, risks. Are the risks for a member country in Europe the same as one in the Americas? Do we all prioritize the same challenges in the same way? So it was bringing the existing roadmap of challenges, risks, and projects that the Council and the GBA expert group had, but we put it through the lens of, are we all on the same page? Have things changed that we need to modify some of these assumptions and hypotheses? So we really behaved as artificial intelligence scientists. And it was really successful because everybody felt that for the first time, governments and experts were working together for 2 days in the same room, as you can see from the pictures, throwing ideas, challenging ideas, and agreeing on approaches. And the way we operate is on a 4-pillar structure. The big themes of artificial intelligence, as you all know, is to ensure that it's done responsibly, that it's trustworthy, that it carries the ethics of the future that we want for our people. We also concern ourselves with how the future of work will evolve with artificial intelligence coming into industry and society. And then the pillar of AI is data. So, of course, data governance is one of the most active working groups in the MEG. And innovation and commercialization of AI. AI finally is becoming a product and a service, is coming into industry, is coming to the hands of people, and we need to ensure that the service level agreements, that the human centricity by design really comes with it. As one of our experts mentioned, AI should come to us in a state that is already safe, that we don't need to make it safe because it's dangerous. We should really strive for an AI that comes to us in the best possible state. So how do we respond to the challenges that the member governments undergo on a monthly basis, I would say? Well, one of the big challenges was presented to us by the Hiroshima process in May. Together with the OECD, we were called upon to support the vision that the G7 had as to how we needed to act quickly and steady and on a very solid ground with regards to generative AI, advanced AI. And immediately we looked around and we realized that we were already working on absolutely all of the points that were coming out of that mandate, out of that call. So as you can see from the list, obviously taking measures to ensure that the risks are met and addressed. We also need to mitigate vulnerabilities, how it comes to market. What are the capabilities and the limitations that something coming to market in inappropriate ways could create? So the way we respond to all of these objectives is in a variety of ways. In some ways, we produce ideas such as sandboxing for responsible AI. In others, we look at what Alan mentioned, detectors, real tech that actually addresses, fake dissemination of misinformation, etc. And as you can see from these columns, the elements of risk and concern listed by the G7, we already had projects operating in the different spheres of what needs to be done. And if you want to have a deeper view of what these typical projects are, for example, one of the most exciting ones, which actually has been presented in the EU Parliament and in fact is being incorporated into the amendments to the AI Act of February 2020, and also presented in the US Congress, is can we create detection mechanisms in order to ensure that when this type of AI is commercialized, it already comes with detection mechanisms that either people themselves can action and test, is this thing a fake news, but also the social media platforms. And this is real tech addressing a technological problem. It's not a policy, it's not a framework, it's something very like an asset. And in the innovation and commercialization, we have a project that has already entered beta, which is a portal that has been launched in Singapore, in France, in Germany, and in Poland as the beta testbeds. in which small and medium enterprises of all sectors can consult which AI solutions are appropriate for some of their challenges, for some of their gaps. And not only that, but who are the AI solutions providers at their local markets. So this is another asset that is put in the hands of industry. And one of the most exciting projects that is really addressing something incredibly hard to frame is, can we make IP out of artificial intelligence? And we started this project in 2022, and it had a fantastic year 23 because we then organized workshops in conjunction and with the support of other research institutes like Max Planck in Germany and also at Duke University in Washington, DC. And it's really addressing contract law. And contract law is very hard because the way contracts are drafted and drafted is an art, and they have to have, you know, the proper addressing, the proper language, and really provide guarantees. So when it comes to intellectual property, the contract laws are expanding, and I invite you to follow this project because in 2024 we will create an incubator. So if you work in IP law and your focus is artificial intelligence, please contact us because we will be running this incubator in 24. And the next steps for other projects, for example, this is the one that I lead because this is the one I created when I joined, really encompass all of the nations. Agriculture is one of the pillars of our civilization. Artificial intelligence is creating prosperity and new ways to ensure that arable land doesn't decrease and water resources are preserved, and that we really can feed 10 billion people in sustainable ways. And regulating AI as well, you know, what is the landscape of AI regulation across the board, how each nation is dealing with their own AI regulation, can we find standards? This is another exciting project, as well as the future of work. The future of work is very vital because there is much misunderstanding as to what AI brings to industry and society, and there's much fear as to perhaps being relegated to a secondary role as humanity and as workers. And this is one of the working groups that has the most activity. They have projects for 2024 in which they undergo projects with university students in South America. They will see the impact of generative AI in Espanol, and they will try to get down to areas where we can learn from countries in development, as well as how the working conditions of employees and workers are changing with the rise of AI within their companies. This is just a picture. I hope that you can visit our website and get familiar with the rest of our projects. And like I said before, we are a growing organization, and the strength of the collective is because of what the individuals bring to us. And now it is my great pleasure to introduce to you our future presidency lead in GPAI, which is the government of India. And for that, we have with us our colleague in the steering committee, Mr. Abhishek Singh. I believe he is online from India. The floor is yours. Oh, yes, he's there. I think I need help from the AV team in managing. I should not be the big screen now. It's probably. Can you please give the floor to Mr. Abhishek, who is online? I can see him. And disconnect me. He's on mute. Okay. I think, Abhishek, you are now able to speak. a little bit. Abhishek, could you speak louder? We don't hear much. No, nothing comes through. Okay. How about now?
Am I audible now?
Now you are. Thank you so much and for your patience.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I don't know what the glitch was, but anyways, but what I wanted to say is my colleague Kavita Bhatia is here. She will be making a presentation with regard to the summit that we'll be hosting in December. So Kavita, can you share the slides and make the presentation?
Yeah, good afternoon, good morning, and good evening to all of you. I'll just share my screen. Is the screen visible? Is the screen visible?
Yes, yes.
Yes, Kavita,
Yeah.
it's visible, and you could switch on your camera also, maybe.
I don't think I'll be able to because this running from the one to I'll do it afterwards. So India's vision for AI has been very important is that we understand this technology brings a lot of focuses on emerging technologies, but we are wanting to ensure that the technology will bring social and economic growth, which will be in line with the inclusive development. In fact, our Honorable Prime Minister has been always saying that we need AI, we need to make AI in India and make AI work for India. And he also believes that the technology should be rooted with the principles of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, which means that benefit for everyone and working with everyone. So this is the basic vision of India for AI. In fact, we have a very simple approach because you all know that India is a very large country and we know that AI has the potential to improve the public service delivery by overcoming the administrative efficiency, by bringing more efficiency in the administrative procedures and keeping citizen in the focal point so that the services which we develop with the help of AI should be beneficial to the citizen. And also, AI needs to overcome the traditional barrier of not having inclusivity. So we want to have it more inclusive for the development of large scale social transformation solutions. As I said that AI enables the policy developers so that they are able to take the right decision based on the data so that the decisions taken for the development of social benefits should be meant for the citizen and he should be able to get whatever the benefit he's entitled to. In fact, this is not what AI should stop at. It should also empower the citizen so that he knows what is his entitlement and what are the benefits which he's supposed to get. And he should approach the government so that he is not debarred or not having these benefits which he is supposed to get. And the AI provides the innovative models for the governments so that we can have innovation for public's good and create new economic opportunities. So this is the main focus and the approach which India is taking forward. And we already have come up with a strategy for AI, which basically we focuses on democratizing the access of AI resources. The AI resources which we mean is the streamlined access to good quality data sets for research and innovation, having the access to the compute, and most important, having the skilled resources so that the innovation can be brought out into the system. So with these principles in our background, we have come up with a comprehensive program on AI, which focuses on these three pillars, as well as one of the most important pillar which we have kept in this program is the National Center on AI, where we plan to implement 10 solutions across the country so that we can see the benefit what AI brings for the nation. Responsible AI is also one of the pillar, as I said, which is very important because the solution should not cause harm to the human being. So we have already detailed out the principles of responsible AI. We have worked on the operationalization mechanism, and we have also gone ahead with one of the use case of using these principles in the facial recognition technology. As I said that India is a very large country. We have 22 languages which we speak and more, around 1,000 plus dialects. So we understand that this, AI should bring the inclusivity and should also enable the citizens to get the services in the vernacular language. So we have already created a platform which is a multimodal AI platform called Bhashini, which is built to speech machine translation system. In fact, in G20 we have showcased this solution, and we have also added 10 international language which has been showcased in G20. Um, the other important aspect which we have worked on the framework for the fairness assessment, because the solutions which are brought to the market or which are taken for the implementation should be made sure that they are fair and should not have any biases attached to it. So we have come up with the framework, and along with BIS, we are also working on the other standards which are very important for developing a successful AI solutions. Skilling, as I said, that we have already made a note of it, and we understand skilling is very important. So we are trying to cater to the skilling aspects and at all the levels. One, at a very initial level, when a school child, when a child is in the school, we wanted to make him understand about what AI is, so that we can demystify the harm which he has been told that the AI can bring. The second level is that we want to reskill and upskill our IT professionals so that they are up to the mark in the era of AI, so that they are able to tackle the problems which AI might bring about the job losses. And the third, the area which we have tackled is the researchers. We understand that we need to have more researchers so that we can develop our own LLMs. So we have come up with a program where we are financially supporting the PhD students in the area of AI and emerging. So we are trying to cater to the skilling aspects in all the three levels, so that not a single layer is being left out. With regard to the principles, with regard to the vision of AI, this year as a lead, we are going to take the lead chair in December. However, we have started working with for GPI right as a incoming chair, and we will be hosting our annual summit in December, which has been talked about by Inma as well as Ellen. That December we are going to have a summit where we will make global policy makers to come and have a more discussions on the responsible AI. So our main focus as an incoming chair this year has been to increase the member and the expert collaboration. And in this regard, we have already had convenings on three of the working groups which INMA has showed: data governance, innovation and commercialization, responsible AI, where we have brought the ecosystem of AI to understand what the GPI experts have been doing. And we also wanted the industry to come and share their experiences and vision which they want from the GPI. So this we have already done. And fourth, convening we'll be having shortly on future of work. The most important thing which we plan to do it in our presidency is that we wanted to make GPI as an independent identity, as a multilateral initiative, so that the GPI can be the point of contact for all the AI related information or standards or frameworks, as what WHO has been in the case of health. This is what we want to do it in our presidency. And we also want to enhance our advocacy efforts so that we will bring more visibility of GPI outputs. And also we would like the GPI work which they have done, so that we can proliferate and adopt those work which the GPI has been doing in the last 4 years. And also one thing which we want to increase participating, but we wanted to enhance this membership so that we can bring wide variety of experts which have a different national and regional views and experience, so that we have a holistic view of AI in the world across. And last but not the least, we want to promote the equitable access to the critical AI research and innovation, which is compute, data, algorithms, software, tests, and other AI-related resources to the countries which don't have the access to, so that we have this equitable AI research and innovation access to everyone. So this is our vision for our presidency, and we will be hosting a summit in December in India, in New Delhi. With this, I will like to thank all of you and will come out of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kavita. Thank you, Kavita. Just a minute, Inma. Thank you, Kavita, for laying down the vision and the plan that we have for the GPA Summit. We are looking forward to hosting all of you in Delhi from the 12th to the 14th of December. And as Kavita mentioned, like apart from the focusing on the themes for the GPA and the working groups and getting all the stakeholders, all the experts coming here to join it, we're also having a few other add-ons to the summit in which like there will be AI Expo in which we are getting startups from all across the world to come and show their AI-based solutions that they are there. We'll be having an AI game changers that we have launched. We have shared the information with all of you. So if there are startups who are building any solutions related to AI, any dimension of AI, if they want to participate in that, the last date of it has been extended from 15th of October to 15th of November. We would like you to share it with the relevant stakeholder community with regard to the AI game changers. And we would also have a lot of side events which will focus on various themes of AI. So if there are any member countries or any other stakeholders who are represented by the IGF would want to contribute to the discussions in the side events at the GPA Summit, would look forward to hearing from you, look forward to getting your involvement, your participation, because the way the summit is being planned in India is that we want to make it like the go-to, just like the Internet Governance Forum is the go-to place for issues related to internet governance that we all do, and we all look forward to such events which are held annually. Similarly, the GPA as the prime body with regard to artificial intelligence will bring together all nations, all stakeholders, civil society, non-government organizations, industry, academia to this partnership. So GPA needs to evolve into that. We are working towards that, and we are also working with the secretariat and member countries with regard to how the GPA will be expanded. So look forward to getting all your views and getting your participation in the GPA Summit in December.
Thank you so much, Abhishek and Kavita. Thank you so much for showing us what is to come in 24. I'd like to move to the discussion now, and I want to remind our audience that we will have 15 minutes of Q&A that you can use the chat or you can make the questions here in the room in person. But first, I'd like to start with Joichi Ida. You always talk about strengthening GPay. Can you give us some highlights as to why you firmly believe in that and what it is to come in that respect?
Okay, thank you very much for the question. And yes, we strongly believe that the strength and uniqueness of GPay exists in the expert-led structure, and multi-stakeholderism is the center of the value. So ideally, the government and other stakeholders should support the private sector experts who are working in the project-based activities through working group works, and their work is now supported by 2 expert support centers located in Montreal and in Paris. So in order to strengthen the GPay's value and function, we would like to strengthen the support system to expert activities, and that is why we are proposing to add expert support center in Tokyo. So we have proposed this proposal to establish and add new expert support center in Tokyo at Executive Council this year, and we believe the proposal was welcomed generally, and of course we need to go through the discussion at steering committee and ministerial council, but once it is approved, we would like to operationalize the concept of third expert support center. In order to do that, we at the same time need to prepare on our side to bring some financial and personal resources to manage the center, and we are now internally discussing across the government how we could do that. Of course, we need authorization as government to bring this in action, and that is one of the ideas we are we want to realize, and also we are trying to promote the visibility and awareness among people on GPay's activity, and we hope this will be promoted through the closer collaboration between GPay and Hiroshima AI process, where we are discussing how we could promote and materialize project-based activities to accumulate some evidences on what kind of measures and practices might work to address some of the potential risks and challenges brought by generative AI and the foundation models. And also, we may do some project on to understand better how we could responsibly deploy generative AI and the foundation model into the society. And these topics and project can be implemented through the newly established expert support center in Tokyo. That is one of the idea we are now trying to promote, and I hope this will contribute to the higher scaling up of GPay function. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Joichi. I'm really delighted to hear this because, as I mentioned earlier, the strength of GPay resides in the multi-stakeholder equity and the decentralized and federated governance. And nothing would delight me more than having an expert group in Tokyo. I'd like to ask something to Abhishek Singh that is also super exciting because we are all looking forward to having India in the president seat, in the lead seat. And I would like to ask him, every time that we have met and you have come over to the working groups and you have looked at the projects, what do you feel is probably the significant difference between our projects and your agenda as CEO of the digital agency in India under a very visionary mandate from your president?
Yeah, thank you, Inma. And I must straight away mention that one key value that we get as being part of the GPay and getting to interact with the multi-stakeholder group, the Center for Excellence at Montreal and at Paris, and interacting with the experts who are all working on various projects with the 4 working groups that we have, is that we get a lot of insights with regard to what more can be done. As you rightly mentioned, India has been the leading country when it comes to implementation of digital public infrastructure projects. We implemented certain Digital India, as we call it, the Digital India, the brand, but the digital projects will be implemented at population scale, whether it's the identity platform, which has got more than 1 billion people registered. We have almost 70 million authentications that happen on a daily basis. Or our digital payments ecosystem, which is like one of the world's most robust and most largest digital payments platform with more than 10 billion transactions that happen every month. So the numbers are huge. Or our document exchange platform, which we call DigiLocker, which has more than 200 million registered users. So in India, whatever we do is at a scale. But now as we move on and try to leverage artificial intelligence, we are seeing that there's a lot of value addition that happens when you kind of bring in a layer of AI to the digital transformation projects that we have implemented. And when we do that, when we say, for example, use face recognition for authenticating people, we are using a very simple AI tool. But then all the issues related to ethics, related to responsible AI come in. When it lead to more and more adoption of AI, the future of work comes in as a very important thing. We have a large number of population, almost 50 million Indians are working in the IT and ITES sector. But the way AI is coming in, some of these jobs will be impacted. So we need to work with the global community. We need to work with the experts. We need to work with other nationalities with regard to, especially coming up with framework, the guidelines for regulating AI, ensuring that innovation and regulation go hand in hand, ensuring that we are able to provide equitable access to AI, ensuring that we are able to democratize AI, and most importantly, bring in an era of explainable AI. So very often these things cannot be done by only one nation alone or a few corporations alone. There is a significant concentration of the AI technology in a few companies in a few nations. But if we need to harness the benefits of this technology, we need to take it down further. We need to ensure that there is access to compute, there are frameworks with regard to data governance, the frameworks with regard to leveraging the data that can be used for building AI models, and there are solutions that can be used for population scale, societal problems. Like, for example, how do we build AI solutions for solving healthcare issues? How do we use AI to detect tuberculosis or cancer? How do we use AI for helping farmers across the country? And when we do that, the real benefits of AI will come in, and the low and medium income countries are going to benefit a lot in doing that. So what we are doing is that integrating the artificial intelligence and the advancement in the field of AI with the digital public infrastructure project that we have implemented, and work with the global community in order to fast forward that. And whatever we have learned, whatever we have built, or whatever we are building together, it becomes part of the global DPI repository. As the G20 declaration mentioned about building a global DPI repository, the AI solutions will also become part of the global repository. And many of these solutions that will be developed, evolved in cooperation with other member countries, will become available for adoption and replication across the world. So that's the value we see as being part of the GPay, and the benefit that we get in engaging with the real experts, real technologists, real engineers, and real social scientists who are working in this field.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I completely second everything that you said, and something very important that both of you have mentioned, and especially in the themes of each presidency: resilient society, empowering people to respond to challenges, and then making AI equitable and accessible to all. This is the century of human centricity, putting people at the center of everything that we create, so that we can really create a future for everyone. I'd like to open the floor to anyone online or present in the room to have the chance and the great opportunity to make any questions to Yoichi and Abhishek or myself. So if we have any questions, please raise your hand and somebody will bring you a mic. Or let me just check anything happening online. Chat. Yes, we have one question over there. I'll give you the mic myself. Please let us know who you are and your organization. The switch.
Great, how's that? Perfect, okay. So firstly, just want to say thank you so much for the great presentation. Found it really helpful. My name's Ed Tether. I'm from Amazon Web Services from the Global AI Policy team. I thought the slides were all great, and the one which I thought was particularly interesting actually was seeing how GPay's work streams are being mapped against the Hiroshima commitments. So I thought actually I just wanted to ask a couple of questions about that. Sort of, firstly, sort of how you see that work sort of going forward. Is it likely we're going to see reporting against those the Hiroshima principles? So I think that's a really helpful lens to understand the work. And also just in terms of like how you're thinking about partnerships as well and collaboration against those work streams too. So yeah, those are my two questions, but thanks very much for the really helpful presentation.
Thank you. We have an ongoing interaction with the Council. At the inception, the member countries exposed their concerns, the challenges that they felt that they needed to address. And then we looked at those concerns and challenges, and from our perspective of engaged scientists, because we all work back home at our universities, labs, industry, and we decided, okay, this is how we would address that issue. And we would propose projects and things to develop. And then the council funds it, and we set ourselves to deliver the specific initiatives, the specific projects. Some of them are ongoing. Some others were completed within a period of 2 years. And all of this is shared back to the member countries and also publicly, because all of these reports as to how we are progressing are hang on our website. And our approach to the projects is we cannot be the only ones working on these. So as Yoichi rightly said, the strength of GPay is that once we get our mandate, we look at the world and we ask ourselves, is there an expert somewhere that we should invite to work with us in this project? And those are the specialists. So for example, in my agriculture project, immediately I reached out to NARO in Japan, who is the agency that looks at all the technification of agriculture. And the Director General himself is my specialist. And he comes to the meetings every 2 weeks, and he has brought information, insights, thoughts, strategies, and that's how we work. And this is how the community really brings real insights, because it comes directly from the places where AI is being created. And we are expanding, and now we're moving into IP law, and we move to civil society and ethical societies and companies that think about service-led innovation when it comes to putting products in the world. What are the principles that you are guided by when you create a product to be safe? And that's really the uniqueness of this initiative, which truly is unique because there's nothing like it. And we hope to strengthen it with the support of our member countries and their leadership and their own research institutes and innovation centers. That's why it's decentralized and federated. Thanks so much for the question. Thank you. We have another one here. Let me just pass you the mic.
Good afternoon, good morning. My name is Paola Galvez. I'm Peruvian, right now based in Paris. I just finished my graduate internship at the OECD and my master's in Oxford. Former advisor to the Secretary of Digital Transformation in Peru, where I helped I oversaw the design of the AI national strategy. And I have one question, because personally I'm a gender advocate in whatever I do. So I saw in the chapter or initiative that you have in Responsible AI, there is an activity number 5, creating diversity and gender equality in AI. If you please could explain or expand a bit on it. Also ask India, the future chairs, because I saw their principles, and it was really fantastic to hear their optimism and how they want to position GPay as the institution or multilateral initiative to really come to when we need expertise. And if you will be open to develop an initiative that works in bridging the gender gap in AI that we have in the world. And my second question would be how, coming from Peru, I am happy to see many developing countries, but maybe what are the requirements to have other countries as members? Speaking of Peru, that we are the first one to have a law on AI for social purposes. I think that would be something that our Prime Minister would be interested to, but I would like to know what are the requirements so that I can come to them and tell them how incredible initiatives you guys have. Thank you.
So the gender question is for me or for Abhishek?
I can take that, no worries.
Thank you, Abhishek. The floor
You
is
can
yours.
give your Yeah, thank you. In fact, I really thank, I didn't get your name, the lady from Peru for the question, but a very rightful and very impactful issue because gender has been an issue, especially with regard to AI algorithms and the biases in AI, whichever way we work in. And that's primarily because of the bias that exists in the input data. And if the data is not equitable in the sense that if data is biased, like for example, very typical examples are given that AI models would treat engineers to be men and teachers to be women. So these biases, if we are aware of, that can be resolved to some extent. But this is a very basic level. The other biases that exist when it comes to gender and AI, like very often in India, what we've seen is that even in AI skilling, the number of people who undergo AI skilling and AI training, very often because of societal biases, it's the men and the boys who take the dominant share of because of access to devices, because they have access to higher education. So all those biases come in. So we have a conscious plan within India that whenever we do talk of digital training and digital skilling, we try to balance it out and we try to have a proactive measures in order to encourage more women to take up courses and take up AI-based skilling so that ensures that we have a fair balance of that. Whichever data sets are used, how do we mitigate the biases which are there in order to ensure that AI is gender neutral and AI is more equitable for the whole population. So those are some measures which are taken, but yes, it will take a lot of time to train the models in order to ensure that they're aware of the biases and how to get rid of them. And that's the work that's part of the ethical framework and the responsible assessments of AI solutions, wherein we address the biases coming in for gender or biases coming for race or biases coming for other diversity that exists in the world. So that's on the gender issue. And the collaborative part is again something which is very, very useful. And one of the themes which we have introduced in the for the 2024 chair presidency is with regard to collaborative AI for building partnerships amongst various stakeholders. Like how do we join hands? How do we share knowledge, share experience, share models, and together work on building big solutions? In fact, Alan from the Secretariat very often talks about building a CERN for AI. So just like world community has come together to work for particle physics and advancement in the CERN center, can we think of having a shared compute infrastructure? Can we think of having shared data sets on which research could be done? Can we think of sharing insights or sharing partnerships between AI researchers from across institutions? So that would really, really ensure that we work together collaboratively in the field of AI and develop AI for the betterment of humanity rather than just always being aware of the biases or the bad things that can come from artificial intelligence.
Thank you. I think the second question about further countries joining.
Right,
maybe Alan.
Yeah.
Hello. Yes, it was not about further countries joining. Well, I can also mention that. So we do have a membership process, which is well defined and also described on the website. Further countries are invited to apply. Right now, the intake for 23 has been closed, and there will be a next opening in 24. So watch the GPI website. Everything is explained there. The deadline is around June or July, and countries are expected to present a letter of intent with their motivation to join GPI as an initiative committed to trustworthy AI. So that is the possibility for membership. And I would also like to react to what Mr. Singh just mentioned. Yes, we have been talking about the future perspectives of GPI. GPI has achieved very significant impact, and Inma has mentioned previously for instance, the detection mechanisms, the obligation by companies putting on the market foundation models to actually provide detection mechanisms which would allow us to understand that something has been produced by that foundation model. That is something which is very significant and has already been taken on board in some countries' legislations. I think GPI going forward wants to provide more and more impact, and I'm really happy to hear that India has this vision for the new year and new presidency to lead the way of GPI towards pooling together the resources. Basically, the idea comes from the understanding that today a lot of the R&D is concentrated in the hands of a few large private companies, and that the public sector research is far behind and has a very limited understanding of the new technological advances, and the spending from the public sector is fragmented among different countries. So the idea, as Mr. Singh mentioned, of GPI as a go-to place, as a place where all the countries come together and pool together their resources in data and in compute power, and also with perhaps some other international networks which already exist, such as the worldwide LHC computing grid for particle physics. This could bring GPI even further on this ambition. So we do, of course, want to partner with private companies. That is great, but we do also want to bring together public research institutions, and this is the model of the National AI Institutes, which I mentioned in my introductory speech. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we have a question here.
Thank you very much. My name is Juraj Čorba. I'm representing the government of Slovakia from the EU. I have two questions, if I may. In your presentation, which was very helpful and very informative, thank you for that. You have mentioned that you are planning some kind of activities for the support of regulatory activities. Could you please be more specific? What are you planning? So that's the first question. And the second question relates to the India summit. So it's maybe a question to our friends from India. My question would be, you have mentioned that you are planning to create or manage the summit in a way that it is the place where we go and come for the AI topic. Slovakia is a non-member of GPay. We are considering a possible membership, but my question is, how open will you be to participation of non-member countries, and how they can effectively participate at the India summit? Thank you very much.
So I will answer the first question, and I believe the second is for Mr. Singh. So these workshops, what I mentioned regarding the contract laws regarding AI IP, are planned to take place in incubator style. And if you go online and you look for this project, you'll see the person that is leading this, which is Lee Tidrich, which is professor at Duke University. And she will then be able to share the schedules, because, as I mentioned, the projects seek specialists, and the specialists are invited to work with us from any country. So if there are projects in which you feel that some of your AI scientists and practitioners would like to contribute, the projects are open for collaboration. And then I believe the second question was for India, for Mr. Singh, for Abhishek. can government delegations attend the summit in India?
Yeah, thank you. I got the question. Thank you for the question, Slovakia, and for the interest in the summit. So while the way the GPay is constituted, the ministerial and the various official engagements which will happen on the 13th and the 14th will only be open to the existing member countries. And of course, if there's a membership application, I don't know how quickly we can work about approving the membership. But yes, there are the side events on the 12th, and there will be an exhibition which will be open to all guests, all members. So if you're wanting to come and visit, you can write to us, and we'll work out the modalities and the sessions in which you will be able to participate as a non-member. So that we are willing to look into it, and we would also be showcasing. There's a lot of interest, and our Prime Minister himself said that that if there are other countries who are coming, then we can showcase them our digital public infrastructure projects, how our other projects work, how we have done in AI, and the side events and all in which we could participate. But yes, the ministerial and the steering committee and the executive committee, those formal events of GPay, they will be open only for the member countries.
Okay. Any other questions? Yeah, we have.
It's just a continuation to his second question, and I just introduced myself. I'm Kamesh Shekhar. I'm from India, and yeah, it's a proud moment for us that we will be having the summit very soon. I'm from the think tank called The Dialogue. We are based out of Delhi. And I just had a very follow-up question to his, is that like, Sir had actually mentioned that there will be side events and other opportunities. I just wanted to understand, like, as a think tank and as a civil society, how can we also take part in the summit, and like, what are the way forward that we could watch out for as the summit comes into picture? So that's just a question I had. Yeah.
So the details of side events will be up on the website very soon, hopefully by next week or so. And we would welcome registrations for the side events from non-members also. So, and there are a lot of think tanks who are already wanting to take part. There's a lot of interest from the industry. There's a lot of interest from the startup community. Within India, we had a big meeting yesterday in which more than 50 people had participated, and they all have given various ideas with regard to what all we should be covering, especially with regard to building consensus with regard to key issues that the world faces, especially for the advancement of artificial intelligence and other technologies. So we look forward for that. We have been getting very good response from all stakeholders, especially the G20 countries and the countries beyond, for our initiatives. In fact, I would like to just mention that even in the G20, as part of the Digital Economy Working Group, based on the request that we got from multiple countries, we hosted a global DPI summit in Pune in June. And that included a lot of countries outside the G20. So almost 50 countries took part who were not the members of G20, because they wanted to know about what all we have been doing in the digital space. And 8 of those countries already signed MOUs with us for replication of some of the India stack solutions in their countries. And none of them were the G20 members. So similar approach will be here. So the official meetings would be open only for the members, but the non-official, the exhibition, the side events, the keynote talks, we are trying to get some keynote AI scientists and researchers who can come and deliver a keynote talk. So those will be available for people who are not officially a member of GPay also.
Okay, and we have a question right next to you.
Thanks very much. My name is Ben Graham-Jones. I advise the Westminster Foundation for Democracy, UK public body, on issues around technology and elections. So I'm working on 10, 15 elections.
I think the mic is not on.
The mic is not working, is it?
Can't hear.
No.
There we go. I'll start again. My name is Ben Graham-Jones. I advise the Westminster Foundation for Democracy, a UK public body, around democracy and elections, but especially on issues pertaining to technology. I understand a big principle of GPay as well is that it's very much guided by the shared democratic principles of its members. And I'd be keen to know, moving forward into the Indian presidency, whether there's also plans to address issues around AI in election processes, both the challenges and the opportunities moving into the year ahead.
Well, from the MEX perspective, we know that one of the major bruising points of generative AI and AI that has been misused is the risks to democratic countries, the risks to the democracy in the world. So these cascades into various projects, not just the one, because we believe that the pillars of the world is democracy, a welfare society that looks after its people and ensures their well-being. So if you want me to look through all the other projects after the meeting and tell you which ones, the theme is running across various projects, from responsible AI to data governance. For example, data governance in 2022 had a specific project on human rights. And that obviously comes from, you know, non-democratic situations, yeah? So I can talk to you after the session. Are there any other questions? I think we have reached -1 minute. And I would like to thank Joichi, Ida, and Mr. Abhishek Singh, and Kavita Bhatia, and our colleague in Paris at the OECD, Alan Paik, for convening and being with us and presenting our vision, our hopes for the future, and the singularity of this initiative, which many times when people ask me what the GPay is, I always say, when you wonder if governments care about people, this is one of those. They truly do. They truly do, and they do their best to really take the reins of our future and make sure that AI is for opportunity and for good and for welfare. And let's hope that we can achieve that. Thank you all for coming to this session. Many thanks to those who connected online. And I declare the session finished. Thanks very much for your questions.
Thank you, Inma.
Thank you. Me too.